Okay. Calling to order Historic Landmarks Mission, July 17th, 2024. All right. We are going. Okay, first we'll do roll call.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call. Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair House.
Here.
Commissioner Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Jordan.
Here.
Commissioner Jury.
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Here.
Commissioner Lindvik.
Present.
Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
And Commissioner Uli is absent. We have a quorum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go on to general business. Item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not on the schedule, not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion. So is there anyone in the room that wants to talk about something that's not on the agenda?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I do have 2 speaker slips at this time, so we'll go ahead and start with Sherry Ray. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Oh, all right. Thank you. We like graphics. Oh, thank you. All right, City TV, if you wouldn't mind zooming in.
Ed Barine,
There we go.
I think.
Or Charles Lummis.
Yeah.
Yes, Charles Lummis.
All right.
Good afternoon. Every Tuesday morning, I meet with a group, and for 2 hours, we read aloud about Santa Barbara. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I'll start over. Every Tuesday morning, I meet with a group, and for 2 hours, we read aloud about Santa Barbara. We've read biographies, historic accounts of significant events, contemporary essays, short stories, poetry, magazine articles, chapters of books. As we savor and discuss the written word about our town, we have gained a greater knowledge, sense of connection, and deeper desire to preserve and protect it. I'm grateful for this Historic Landmarks Commission and that we have an urban historian on staff. All of you are committed to caring about our community's history, our cherished culture, and the character of our built and natural environment. But knowledge of all of this is not as wide or as deep as we might hope. Not among residents and visitors, even members of our city staff and elected officials, as I've learned over the past year, speaking to many groups. Attendees are often surprised to learn about how, in the past, visionary leaders inspired and worked cooperatively with community members to protect and promote our legacy. It seems that historic preservation has been deprioritized in recent years. This must change before our characteristic historic landmarks and sense of place are lost forever. Perhaps it was Renaissance man Charles Fletcher Lummis, editor of the Los Angeles Times, who said it best 100 years ago. For decades, his stirring speech, Stand Fast, Santa Barbara, was reprinted in the local newspaper as an annual reminder of what we have and what we could lose. Even before the earthquake, he implored, "Stand fast, Santa Barbara. Romance is the greatest asset of California. It has been for 350 years. To all this centuried romance, Santa Barbara is the legitimate and favored heiress, about the only one left that has not yet traded away her birthright. You hold the last of California, which has shown for centuries in song and story, which has fascinated the world and put a new sentiment and beauty in American life. Let us now summon our creativity and responsibility as good stewards to commit and collaborate and teach the larger community about what makes Santa Barbara and how much we have to lose." Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Richard Clausen. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Today I want to tell you how much your work is very much appreciated. The HLC has a remarkable track record of consistency over decades, even as different members come and go, except Commissioner Drury, who seems to like the work, and Commissioner Lindvik, who only sounds like he's been here forever. You give applicants valuable advice on how to improve their designs within historic guidelines and make their projects more compatible and attractive. You sometimes are forced to make unpopular decisions for the sake of Santa Barbara's signature city style and ambiance. And you give a soapbox to people like me who would otherwise shout into an empty closet about things some developers want to do. It is known, but not widely enough, that historic properties have greater real estate value than similar non-historic properties. Residents move here, in spite of those high prices, to live in Santa Barbara partly for the human-scale architecture you encourage and protect. Tourists have lots of coastal city options to visit, but they love to visit Santa Barbara as a touchstone to an earlier California in El Pueblo Viejo, combined with the variety of other contrasting enjoyments throughout the city. Your work protects the allure that drives the local tourism and entertainment industries and maintains the livability of our city. Thank you for all the things that you do.
Thank you. Yeah,
And-
come back every time.
I did just receive one additional speaker slip for Lisa Ballantyne. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. I was here in June speaking before the stone pine trees were removed.
Excuse me, could you
Oh.
lower the mic?
Okay. I was here in June speaking on behalf of the stone pine trees before they were removed. I'm sort of here to reiterate my feelings, the way this whole situation was handled. And I just recently read the memorandum by Jill Zachary, first paragraph.
Oh,
It is
and
anticipated.
Actually, sorry, let me just pause you for a second
Yeah.
there. So that is going to be one of our items.
Yeah.
So are you going to be able to speak then on it?
I'm sorry, I have to get back to work, so I
Oh,
just wanted
gotcha.
to make
Okay,
a
that's
few-
fine. We want to make sure.
Yeah,
that
I just wanted to point out that Ms. Zachary stated, "It is anticipated that there will be community concern due to recent and planned tree removals." So as of May 20th, she knew that the community was going to be concerned about this, and yet she failed to involve the community before she directed her staff to cut down the trees. I've had an arborist look at the stump. He said the tree was live. There was no signs of decay on that stump. I also had the fortune of meeting a very caring individual who took part of the tree and said that he wanted to create something for me for me to remember that tree. And he said in the process of creating this wood creation, he said that tree was alive. You said you wouldn't believe how much sap was coming out of that. And so I just wanted to share with you what he created.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my Lord.
Ah,
Do you want to put it on the TV? I was elated to receive this
Mr.
gift.
Chair,
that-
Oh, yeah.
Would you like to put it on the television?
Do you want to put it up here? We
bring
can.
it up here, then City TV can focus on it. I'm a professional hand model, so I can hold it.
I was elated to receive such a gift. But
Oh, City TV, can you?
I continue to remain saddened as to what happened to that tree. I hope the city will definitely involve the people that care about the city. That includes the Pearl Chase Society and everyone that works on behalf of the city to preserve the city and not let the Parks and Rec make a wreck of our city and destroy historic resources that have been in existence for 100 years. I will not be here in 100 years to see another tree like that growing in front of my yard. Thank you.
Thank you. Here.
That's special.
Okay, at this time, I don't have any further speaker slips, and we didn't receive any general written correspondence. So I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right. Okay. We will close public comment, and we'll go to item B, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission, June 26, 2024.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any edits? Seeing no edits?
No.
All right. No edits, so let's have a roll call vote to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Linvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House, Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item C, ratification of action taken on the consent calendar for July 17th, 2024, which is today. Do you have a motion? Do you have a motion from there?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Commissioner Jordan. Thank you, Commissioner Butler. Second. All right, so to staff for,
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Item A was 630 Garden Street, which was continued indefinitely with the comment that the condition prefers option 1. Item B was 803 Laguna Street, which received project design approval and final approval with findings. Item C was 800 Alvarado Place, which was continued 2 weeks to the full commission with the comment that the commission is concerned about a significant addition in a historic district and about the compatibility of the proposed materials. Item D was 210 East Ortega Street, which was continued indefinitely with the following comments. 1, the commission can support the alternative design, landscape design waiver, but the applicant should study refreshing the existing landscaping and return with a landscape plan. 2, study the trash enclosure to match the building. 3, study the building paint colors to be more earth tone and appropriate for El Pueblo Viejo. 4, study incorporating a new street tree. And item E was 316 West Anapamu Street, which was continued 2 weeks with the following comments. 1, study alternative approaches to the condensate drain on the surface of the building to either arrange it to drop down vertically or open up the stucco on the wall to conceal within the framing. 2, consider the existing conduit on the wall and relocate if possible.
Mr.
all
Chair,
right, yes, Vice Chair House.
if I could comment on
Please.
item 3, which I felt was more appropriate for the full board. It's the El Encanto Hotel main building, and while it itself is a rebuilding of the original, so it's not designated as far as I understand, but it was copying a pergola that's on the top story and making it on the second story and much larger than the top story one. And since they want protection from the elements and fog and stuff like that, it would be a retractable synthetic canvas kind of structure. The structure is made in Italy, and it's all aluminum, so the beams where the canvas tracks on have a bunch of grooves in the side, and they don't look like a wood beam. They would be adding tails on them out of wood and some trim on the column so that it looks just like the one above. But I just felt that that was kind of a stretch for me to approve that at consent calendar, so that's why I referred it to the full board. And then item 5, that was a tough one, but, you know, it was admirable that it's an older building and they want to replace, each unit has a gas heater, and so it's got this galvanized thing projecting out of the wall with a shroud on it. And so they'd be removing all of those and putting in heat pumps. And it's an interesting, I've never seen this before, but there is no outside condenser. And they only have a 9-foot wide driveway, so I have really no place to put these condensers anyway. So this is entirely on the inside of the unit, except on the wall, there's a couple of round louvered vents, which can be painted out to match the stucco. But there's the issue of the condensate drains. And they were proposing to conceal those within a line set channel. And it didn't say how deep it was. It said it was 3 inches wide. But if it's a line set, those are kind of hefty, and so it probably sticks out 3 inches. And since it needs to slope to drain, here are these diagonal lines, pretty strong lines imposed on the structure. So, you know, I suggested some ways this could be done, and she's to study that. And there is this conduit on the wall, so somehow either this thing needs to jog around it or the conduit needs to jog around it. So, you know, some things need to get resolved before we could give an approval.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that.
Did I-
Commissioner Lemick?
Did I not see in the drawings where they did have a ground set?
There's a condenser in the front, which is for the water heaters that are in the equipment room on the opposite side of that. But those would be very well concealed by landscaping. But I did ask her to confirm that it doesn't have a ventilation clearance requirement that would require more landscaping to be removed.
All right. Any other questions or discussion? All right, can we have a roll call vote for approval of the consent calendar?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff has one brief announcement. I was approached by a member of the public who said that they were hearing rumors about the HLC's purview when it comes to solar panels. And as you know, under state law, solar panels are exempt from HLC review. However, if it's supported by something like a trellis, as you remember from the Granada Garage project, the trellis or supporting structure would be subject to HLC review. So I just wanted to clarify that. As far as we know, that law hasn't changed. You would still have purview over the supporting structure.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I'm familiar with this, but I just seem to recall at some meeting, some staff member, I forget who it was, said that now the supporting structure is also not subject to our purview.
And I actually think I have heard that, that it's at least coming down the pipe.
Okay.
I don't know if it is in action yet, but
Yeah.
As of right now, our interpretation is the same, that the HLC still does have purview over the supporting structure.
that's great to know. I do think that there's something in the works to even remove that, but I could be wrong. Okay.
You have something to say?
All right. any
I have
other-
announcement. I will not be here at the next meeting. I think it's on the 31st.
I think so.
I will be absent.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know. All right.
Yes, I had a question. Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At the last meeting, I had requested discussion about the agendized items, and just wondered what the status of it. I had asked that we could agendize the stone pine trees, also the Figueroa Street Paseo and Paseos in general, and then also to talk about a discussion to talk about non-landmark but important historic details and living landmarks. Those were three that was requested from the last meeting. So I was just wondering, I know our schedule is busy, and just wondering what the status of that is.
Thank you, Commissioner Ensberg. Through the chair to the rest of the commission, as you know, the Dormis Stone Pines have been agendized on today's agenda for discussion. I am working with the chair on creating a discussion item surrounding general paseos. However, we cannot create a discussion item around the Lot 3 paseo that's been a concern to the commission because it's a project with Public Works, so they need to bring the project back to the commission. We can't review it without them or discuss it without them. So I've reached out to Public Works to get an update, and I will provide an update to the commission when I have more information. And then I will also work with the chair to create a discussion item on living landmarks. I wanted to wait to approach the chair with that discussion until after today's meeting because I believe some of the discussions we have at our first item today might be relevant to that discussion item and would help me and Nicole and the chair all create a constructive objective for that discussion item. So I'll continue to work with the chair on those other two discussion items. But we do have a pretty busy schedule coming up the next couple of months. We've had a bit of a reprieve, but we're starting to receive a lot of projects. So I will agendize discussion items as we have availability.
Excellent. And then also, just to be sure we cover everything, I would like to also ask that we agendize, this is the, and maybe this is under the committees. Maybe I should wait till the next
Well,
item.
regarding, let's.
But it is
let's look-
agendizing, so.
Yeah,
maybe-
let's cover
should
it
I-
with this one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is the El Pueblo Viejo outdoor dining, FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment that we have been working on. What do we call our committee? We're a work group.
Outdoor dining.
Outdoor
It's the state-
dining.
Well, I think it's the State Street
Yes.
specific.
Yeah. the subcommittee, interim working group. And we have this document as a draft that we have put together. And so we would like to, and I'm speaking for Commissioner McClure and also for Chair Grumbine, we would like to agendize it so that we can have a discussion amongst the commission and get approval to move it forward and take whatever steps that are necessary to take it to council and get it approved. And I did also reach out to Peace. And then finally, and maybe I'm in the wrong place on this, but at the last meeting, and I didn't pick it up in our minutes, had put forth the idea of the possibility of discussion of the creation of an office for historic preservation, so that we had and I know that's a big thing to talk about, but I think you have to start talking about things if you're going to ever make them happen. But I think we might want to consider that. So I did bring that up at the last meeting and just wanted to bring that up again today.
So that would seem to be also a separate discussion item, right? So and maybe it would be something that we could plan a little bit out for, and if there is a little time for, put our heads together with Ms. Hernandez and kind of get a lay of the land for what that might be and look like compared to other cities as well, and whatever.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you.
Just to clarify, this would be for historic buildings that are not city landmarks or any other way noticed? Is that what
No,
this?
I think this is for a new office of historic preservation.
Okay.
So sort of yeah.
Okay, thank you.
They're not going to be challenging us, don't worry.
Sort of a all-encompassing, focus and being responsible for all these many, historic elements that we have.
So,
And with thanks to our wonderful historian, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you.
Yes.
yeah. All right. So we'll keep that on the burner for discussion, and then locking in a date once we have a little bit of time to look at things so we actually have something to talk about. Okay, great. Any other announcements or requests by applicants, et cetera?
Well, State Street Advisory Committee,
Oh, wait, that's next one.
okay, I'm for that.
I just want to, let's make sure there's no more on this item D, even though I know Commissioner Ensberg's item rolled into them, but just want to make sure there's nothing else, announcement-wise? Okay. All right, go for it, Commissioner Lenvik. We'll go on to item E, subcommittee reports. So,
Oh, you're right. It is a report under E.
every once in a while,
Yeah, you're on top of it, thank you. The State Street Advisory Committee did meet this last Monday. It was a continuation meeting from the meeting we had in 26th of March, I believe it was, to discuss options for mobility on the various sections or blocks of State Street, from the 400 block to the 1300 block. It's interesting that the staff is no longer referring to the project as a promenade. It is now called the Grand Paseo, at least in the documentation that is coming out. So there were a number of options for the various blocks that were discussed. Each State Street Advisory Committee member had an opportunity to discuss those as well as other aspects of the current planning. And we took straw votes on the various options for cars, no cars, walking, no walking, bikes, no bikes, so on and so forth. And the staff now is going to proceed with developing a plan based on the outcome of that straw vote. And I'm not sure who is going to be developing that plan, if the 8 people who volunteered their time are, or what, but the intent is to come back to State Street Advisory Committee, as well as Planning Commission and Landmarks, with schemes in the next 3 months, maybe, before we take any action, before the State Street Advisory Committee takes any action to pass on our comments to the City Council. So I don't think we're going to see anything that is going to be available to us, to the State Street Advisory Committee or the public for a number of months at least. Okay?
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's
Mr. Chair,
generally my understanding too. I don't know exactly the dates, but I think it's something along those lines, yeah.
Mr. Chair, a report on the objective design standards. There was a meeting of the working group last Monday on the 15th to review a revised draft. My understanding is we have one more quick review before the draft is released. We will see a presentation at some point, and at that time, I'll make a more complete report to the committee. But simply to note, the HLC is well represented on that task group, and I expect unless something dramatic happens, I expect to be able to make a very positive, affirmative presentation for the document.
Great.
So it'll be coming up soon, but.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you for keeping us in the loop. All right, any other subcommittee reports? All right, seeing none, let's go on to item 1. So we are 10 minutes behind. We'll keep charging here. So we have item 1 at East Anapamu Italian Stone Pines. This is the designated landmark trees, the Doremus Italian Stone Pines. Staff presentation and discussion regarding the East Anapamu Italian Stone Pines. No final appealable decision will take place at this hearing. Staff requests feedback from the Historic Landmarks Commission on options and opportunities for replanting East Anapamu Street. So with that, welcome.
I have a quick announcement.
Oh, yes.
I just, I sent a memo to the commissioners yesterday just with the Santa Barbara Municipal Code sections outlining purview for landmark trees. So I just wanted, for the benefit of the public, in the historic resources related definitions under the Historic Municipal Code, a landmark tree is defined as a historic tree and referred to section 152410, where historic trees are under the purview of, the final decision is under the purview of the Parks and Rec Commission based on recommendations from the HLC and the Street Tree Advisory Committee. And I sent you that yesterday. So just to set that stage, I will hand it over to Parks and Rec staff. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. My name is Nathan Slack. I'm the Urban Forest Superintendent, also referred to as a city arborist. Before we begin the staff report today, I just wanted to express how happy we are to be able to talk about the stone pines with you. In addition to that, express that we are keenly aware of the Commission's interest, as well as the engaged community members that have been directly involved with you all. Hopefully, at the end of the presentation, you'll have a better understanding of our approach towards management and decision-making. And then I think that what we're most excited about is to get feedback from the Commission and also the committee in regards to the next steps for the street so that we can make thoughtful decisions, so that the street can be great for future generations. So the recommendation for today is just to receive an update on the health status and long-term expectations for the existing Italian stone pines on East Anapamu, and also discuss opportunities and options for restoring the street's canopy. So a little bit of brief background. The stone pine history started in 1908 with the initial plantings of the stone pines. Those were planted by Dr. Augustus Boyd Doremus. The initial planting of those trees was from olive to milpas, or milpas to olive. When we talk about block numbers, that would be like the 5, 6, 7, and 800 block of milpas. A few years later, in 1929, Ralph Stevens, who was a park superintendent, planted additional stone pines on the street from garden to olive. So that would be the 300 to 400 blocks comprising what we know as the Doremus stone pines on East Anapamu. As these trees matured and turned into this great street that has been so long loved by the community, there was a resolution that was passed in 1997. That was resolution number 97-131. That established the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu as a city landmark known as the Doremus stone pines. At the passing of the resolution, 79 stone pines existed within the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu. It's worth noting that even though all 79 trees were designated, it's highly unlikely that all of those trees were actually part of the original plantings. And we'll talk about that a little bit further as we get into the presentation. So when we look at the development of the trees and we start to talk about changes and challenges on street, the historic resolution, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, goes into great detail about the initial plantings. The trees were planted before there was any road or modern improvements. A dirt road, the trees were set really far away from the road, and over time, these modern improvements came forward. The first reference, I think, was 1921, which was the installation of curb and gutter. Still no paved roadway at that point, and then eventually paved roadway, and then, intermittent sidewalk installation until we have what we have today. But over time, as the roads were widened, infrastructure was put in, like paved roadways, curb and gutter, sidewalk, overhead infrastructure like power lines, gas lines, water meters, all the things that make life so wonderful today, have dramatically and adversely impacted the trees for several different reasons that we'll look at in more detail. The most significant, the primary driver of even really why we're having a conversation about the overall health and status of the stone pines is directly related to hardscape disruption. We use the term hardscape disruption, but what that means is that the road's damaged in some way, the curb and gutter's damaged, and the sidewalk's damaged, or some combination of those things. The resolution references road repairs occurring as early as 1943. It mentions a few other ones. There's a spotty history of work and repair of hardscape on the street, but we know the last time that there were significant maintenance repairs on East Anapamu, it occurred in 2019. When you have damaged curb and gutters and roadways and sidewalks, there's a need to fix them for a variety of reasons: accessibility, path of travel, just driving down the road. And unfortunately, as urban forest managers, the only real effective strategy towards tree retention is implementing root pruning, which is where you selectively remove certain roots or portions of a tree's root system to allow for repair of these hardscapes or roadways. This has been happening, possibly pre-1943, but it's certainly been happening on some level since then. Short term, it's okay. Long term, it's detrimental towards tree health. And we put this photo here because this is one of the larger, more mature stone pines, and all of that surface rooting that you can see is actually fully dead, and there's extensive decay there. So those jagged edges are just where dead parts of the root system have just simply broken off. So when you make root pruning cuts, the tree doesn't heal as we do. It doesn't really grow new skin. It just has the ability to grow new tissue over the wound, and that is a very slow, difficult process for a tree. Oftentimes you get decay organisms that are present in the soil. They'll find their way into wood, and then over time, this takes a very, very long time, but they gradually work through the root system, progressing and moving towards the base or the stem of the tree. So as we all know, there's been significant changes in the tree population over time, and there's been significant changes even since the passing of the resolution back in 1997. There's a myriad of factors. Trees are very similar to people in that it usually takes a lot of different things to affect us, before we succumb to sort of like external pressures. It's typically not just one thing that leads towards tree mortality. So we have drought. We've had 2 amazing years, the last couple years of rain. Prior to that, we had, close to 20 years of substandard rainfall, some of the hottest years on record. The root pruning we've highlighted because that really is the primary driver. And then inclement weather that can lead to, expected tree failure. That can affect both healthy trees and trees that aren't healthy. And then other biotic and abiotic factors. Root pruning would be considered an abiotic factor. Biotic would be like a pest or a pathogen on street. And so we wanted to just kind of show a few photos of existing conditions on site. So as we move from left to right with this series of photographs, it's hard to tell, but that big bulbous area on the left side of that photograph, it's got a very abrupt vertical plane. So those were roots, and they've all been cut. And the tree almost assuredly existed before the driveway, but somebody wanted a driveway. So they cut huge amounts of the tree's root system right at the base of the tree to put the driveway in. Having been on the street countless times, the driveway is relatively new, so it's not just a one-time affair either. It's probably been root pruned numerous times. That's all dead. If you look at the curb, all of that tissue also is essentially dead or decomposing to the point where it's, basically representative of there being no root system on that side of the tree due to the level of decay. This is also an interesting photo because you see the curb and gutter there is asphalt. In 2019, just as a precautionary measure to try to minimize impacts, we worked closely with the team that were doing the road repairs and essentially wouldn't let them put curb and gutter back in. So they just laid a strip of asphalt there just to control water flow. A traditional curb and gutter is 6 inches above ground, but then it's like another 6 or 8 inches below ground, and it leads to additional root pruning. So, this tree is in really bad shape, but it's just a testament to our commitment towards making as progressive steps as we can to minimize impact there. The middle photo, I think, is interesting for a couple different reasons. The tree's relatively young. It's small size. It certainly wasn't planted in 1908 or 1929. It's healthy. It's functional. The sidewalk is new. It was replaced in 2019, suggesting that even the small trees can cause disruption because they just don't have enough space. Big trees want lots of space. We want to give them lots of space where we can, but it can be difficult. So despite the small stature of this tree, it's caused disruption that's required hardscape repair, and so it's likely been subject to some level of root pruning. Again, we've taken steps to try to minimize impact to the tree's root system by pinching the sidewalk there. That meandering was at our direction just to try to minimize impacts directly to the root zone. And then the photo on the right just shows further decay. That sort of bulbousy nature, we would refer to that as burls. That's a direct result of root injury. I know there's been a lot of interest in the stone pines in Lompoc because they were planted around the same time, possibly directly related to Doremus. They're in a much wider parkway. Ours are 6, theirs are 10.5 feet. They have a wider sidewalk than we do as well, and then they also have bigger setbacks, so they have a lot more available rooting volume. If you walk that street, you can't see any of that stuff because they've not been subject to the repetitive root pruning that, unfortunately, the trees on East Anapamu have. And again, there's just a picture of the curb and gutter being asphalt to try to minimize impacts. And then just a couple pictures of trees. We've got a very interesting, diverse sort of composition of trees. We've got really old ones that are in really poor shape. We've got some older ones that are in better shape than others. We've got like this one here. This is in the 400 block, so you would associate this planting with Superintendent Stevens. It's in okay shape. We would say it's in fair shape. It does have canopy decline. It has an asphalt curb and gutter, so it has been subject to a little bit of hardscape repairs over time. And then the photo on the right is a much younger tree, again, kind of suggesting that not all of these are directly related to the historic plantings, but it's overall in really good shape. The sidewalk is slightly meandered, which suggests that it's been repaired, but it's not been repaired in several years. It wasn't part of the 2019 repairs, so it's doing okay in its location. So as we start to talk about more current changes in the tree population over time, there's been at least 23 trees removed. It's really difficult for us to date every tree that was planted on the street, but we know based on quantities present in 97 at the passing of the resolution that there's been at least 23 trees removed. And at the beginning of 2024, there were 56 total stone pines. And as part of our assessment, which we'll talk about in a couple minutes, we estimated that about 33 of those 56 trees are actually probably replacement trees. And then we've not talked directly, but you're aware of some of the work that's taken place. After the sort of the project wraps, there will be a total of 46 stone pines remaining. And then if we dive a little deeper into the historic nature of the plantings, after the work has taken place, staff estimates that there's 8 remaining trees that were planted by Dr. Doremus and 15 trees that were planted by Superintendent Stevens. This is just a map showing the current breakdown of the trees. So the purpley ones are associated with Doremus, the blue ones are associated with Superintendent Stevens, and then the white points just are what we estimate to be replacement trees. And again, that's a combination of just comparison between tree diameters, which is measured at 4.5 feet. It's just like the diameter of the stem, which is indicative of the maturity of the tree, and just the tree's overall general size in relation to other trees on the street. And so, talking about the work that's happened over the last several months, the last winter storm, we had 2 subsequent tree failures. One was in the 400 block, and one was in the 500 block of East Anapamu. They happened in, again, subsequent days, so it was March 29th and 30th. Fortunately, both trees fell towards the street, so there were no structural impacts, no persons injured. Several cars were significantly damaged as a result of the failures. And then when we looked at the trees, there was a consistent theme. It's kind of visible in the photo on the left. There's no roots on that side of the tree, the sidewalk side. And then of the roots that were visible, many of them were pretty extensively decayed, suggesting instability. And as a result of that, staff initiated a comprehensive risk assessment. So that was primarily done by myself and the street tree supervisor. The methodology that we followed was from the International Society of Arboriculture. They have a tree risk assessment methodology. And then in terms of just qualifications, I'm a board certified master arborist, and my staff is a certified arborist, both with the International Society of Arboriculture, and we're both tree risk assessment qualified. So that's just a qualification also administered by the ISA, or the International Society of Arboriculture. And so we did a real deep dive into all the trees. We even looked at the small ones as well. And what you do is you evaluate health, structure, all of those things, and then you look at what could fail, parts of failure, and then what happens if that part fails. So due to the continual root pruning and the extensive decay within the root plate of the trees, the primary tree part, the concern for failure on that street is the whole tree. And that's what we've experienced over the years, dating back several decades. Very, very rarely do you lose a limb on a stone pine, but we've lost, significant number of trees over the years. So when you look at that, then there's this matrix, and you eventually end up with like a probability of failure. All of the trees that we dealt with were essentially in an extreme state of failure. So then you look at mitigation options. What can you do to mitigate where tree retention is a feasible option? So when you look at the state of decay and what would be required for retention, essentially you'd be removing the entire canopy of the trees in order to guarantee that they would be able to stay. For example, one of the removals that we were performing on street, our staff reported back that as they were working on the tree, the whole tree was moving in the ground, just further suggesting extensive decay and instability. So as part of that assessment, 3 trees were identified to be at essentially an imminent failure level. We noticed soil cracking, bulging, indicating movement of the actual stem and root plate. And then there were 5 additional trees that we identified as being very high risk with no mitigation measures present, but it allowed us the time to reach out to the community and try to provide some outreach and let people know what was going to be taking place before that work occurred. And so for those 5 trees that we had scheduled to remove and are sort of in the process of wrapping up that project, we did pretty extensive public outreach. We reached out to all social media channels. There was a citywide press release. There were internal memos circulated to the city council and all of the Historic Landmarks Commission, Parks and Rec Commission, as well as the Street Tree Advisory Committee. Letters were sent to all residents on Anapamu. This graphic in the middle is a sign that was put on street with a QR code that went directly to a project webpage that had all the information we're talking about today, as well as schedule of events and next steps. And it was also picked up by several local news agencies. We wanted to take just a couple minutes and talk about the municipal code sections as it relates to trees, historic trees, and then trees within historic districts. So there's two primary ordinances that regulate trees within the city of Santa Barbara. There's Santa Barbara Municipal Code 15.20. That's called the Tree Planting and Maintenance Ordinance. We generically refer to that as the street tree ordinance. That is a catch-all for all trees in the public right-of-way, also for trees within parks, any publicly owned tree or a tree within the public right-of-way. And then there's Santa Barbara Municipal Code 15.24, which is the Tree Preservation Ordinance, or the Private Tree Ordinance, we call it commonly. It regulates kind of a myriad of trees. It regulates trees within the setback, trees in parking lots, trees in historic districts, such as the El Pueblo Viejo or the Brinkerhoff, trees on approved landscape plans, and then lastly, historic or specimen trees. When we look at tree removal authority, who can remove trees in the city of Santa Barbara? Essentially, unless there's certain criteria satisfied, a permit is almost always required for a regulated tree and or a street tree. So when we, again, looking at authority, under the street tree ordinance, 15.20.050 grants the Parks and Recreation Director authority to remove trees within the public right-of-way. That's expressly only for trees that are dead or a safety issue. Otherwise, they're routed through the Street Tree Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission. So if somebody came to us, even on East Anapamu, and they wanted to redevelop their property and put an ADU in or something like that that required realignment of a driveway, and the tree was in direct conflict with it, that would go to the Street Tree Advisory Committee and Parks and Recreation Commission. So anytime there's a healthy street tree subject to removal, it's routed through a review process. Within the private tree ordinance, 15.24.030, there are a few exemption criteria where a tree that's regulated, that is private, can satisfy an exemption where it does not require a permit. That's essentially if it's smaller than 4 inches in diameter, if it's dead, diseased, or if the fire department says that it poses risk. So when we look at the difference between a historic tree or a tree in a historic district, within the tree preservation ordinance, there's 15.24.055. That's a private tree removal in a historic district, which is reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission. So any tree that exists within a historic district, let's say, for example, somebody wants to remove a tree in the El Pueblo Viejo district, they would submit an application to community development, and then the Historic Landmarks Commission would review that application for removal and determine if it should be approved, conditionally approved, or denied. It's somewhat unique, but in the preservation ordinance, historic and or specimen trees are reviewed by the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Street Tree Advisory Committee. So a good example of that, most of us are probably familiar with like the Tree of Light, the large Norfolk Island pine that's at the corner of Cabrillo and Chapala. That's had historic status for a long time. And so say the owner of that property wanted to remove that tree, they would actually file an application with the Parks and Recreation Department, and then that application would get reviewed by the Street Tree Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission. And so when we go back to looking at the long-term outlook for the existing trees, all trees on the street will continue to maintain and monitor. Staff will be conducting assessments, detailed level 2 risk assessments, as what was performed this spring, every 2 years. And then I think it's worth noting as part of this conversation that from what we've seen on site, and again, this is directly related to significant root injury. There's other factors there, but it's all the root injury is a primary driver. That it should be expected that there's further decline of the mature trees on the street as a result of the continual hardscape repairs and root injury. And despite there being a lot of interest in intervening and trying to right that ship, large trees don't have the ability to produce a new primary root system like a big structural root system. They can produce fibrous roots which uptake water and nutrients, but you lose the anchorage and storage and some transport ability when you lose this primary root system within the tree. And so the big goal, I think, for us in the conversation moving forward is what do we do moving forward to reestablish the lost canopy cover on the street? We currently know that there's about 40 or so vacancies. There may be more. It really kind of depends on some of the factors that we're about to talk about. And the real challenge, I think, for the community, commissions, and also staff is to make the best practical decision on what should the replacement tree be for that street. We've had unbelievable success. It's a miracle in many ways to have trees deal with that much stress and just trauma and survive for as long as they have. But as a result of their long-term mature potential size, they've been subject to significant damage and trauma and creating, a lot of hardship and significant property damage in terms of tree failures and just a very challenging situation to manage. And when you look at the stone pine, there's sound arguments that can be made both for or against its continued use. And just a quick graphic, this is a breakdown of current vacant tree sites on street. So there's a pretty consistent distribution. Lots concentrated down by the high school where we've lost a lot of trees. Coincidentally, that section of where the high school is has a 4-foot parkway as opposed to a 6-foot parkway. So the available rooting volume is less. The root systems have been more confined. So it's not surprising that we've seen an uptick in tree mortality within that area. And then we just wanted to talk about how species selection is determined, who makes the decisions for what trees are going to be planted on a street, pretty much anywhere throughout the community. And those decisions are driven by the street tree designation list, which is available online for the public to view. It's a long-range planning tool that tells us what species to plant where. It can be one tree per street, or increasingly more so, we're adding multiple trees for each street, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. The Parks and Recreation Commission, per the street tree ordinance, has the authority to change or amend the street tree designation listing. And then just for reference, as noted in the historic resolution, the current designation for the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu is Pinus pinea, or the Italian stone pine, and that was designated by the Parks and Recreation Commission in 1982. So as we start to talk and have a conversation with everyone about what do we use, what makes sense, some of the primary driving components, principles are this right tree, right place. It's very simple. You try to put the perfect tree in the location that you're given. You want to maximize the tree, you want to get the biggest canopy you can, but you want to minimize infrastructure conflicts. That's essentially the principle. We try to employ that with every decision that we make, and as we modify species designations and try to make a determination on what makes sense for the future, this is like sort of our guiding principle. And then when we look at the advantages and disadvantages of the continued use of stone pines, the continued use honors the legacy of the original plantings, falls directly in line with the existing designation, the resolution. It preserves the neighborhood aesthetic that, clearly is much loved by the entire community. And then, to their own credit, the stone pine is a really large tree that produces a very large canopy, so you get lots of shade and lots of good environmental benefits as a result of just the tree being the kind of tree that it is. When we look at challenges, we don't have enough space really to grow the tree without having to run into infrastructure conflicts. The parkway is just too small. Again, Lompoc has had more success. Their parkways are 10.5 feet. They've just got a different environment up there. The more space that you have, the happier the tree's going to be. Climate change is like a real thing. Again, going back to the last couple years, we've had amazing rainfall. Before that, it was super hot and super dry, and we're finding that all conifers in general, specifically pines, have really kind of struggled. We've even seen loss of stone pines throughout the community that we wouldn't expect, like at the University Club. They had a giant stone pine in the lawn there, and it died. And it's received more irrigation, less site disturbance, and still succumbed to external pressures. And we too have lost a couple of the large Italian stone pines planted at McKinsey Park too, which were dated to be planted like early 1960s. So very significant age trees, very large. Those too in turf that have been irrigated and still kind of succumbing to modern pressures. The other thing that we talked about, or we look at when we talk about maybe why you don't want to use stone pine or be just so reliant on exclusively the stone pine is the monoculture argument. That's something that urban foresters have been embodying. For a long time now, we think of chestnut blight or Dutch elm disease or emerald ash borer, where we get over-reliant on a species, some critter or disease comes in, kills it, and you lose, thousands, billions in some cases of trees throughout, the United States or communities. So we've been kind of tasked out as urban forest managers to try to build more biodiversity, even on a street-by-street level, just to make it more resilient. And then something that we talk about at Parks Commission a lot is the utility of the street tree. You have a big tree, you use the big tree in certain locations, then you have that one little spot, you could put a tree there, but you wouldn't put that giant tree there, right? So if you have multiple designations, it gives you a little bit more utility where you can maximize the trees per site, maximize canopy cover, and still minimize infrastructure conflicts because you're making an intelligent decision about what tree you're planting in that small space. One negative, it's very slow growing. The stone pine does take a long time. So that, that's, I think, a challenge when you look at trying to restore canopy quickly over time. And then in the staff report, we made mention of a soil-borne, it's a water mold technically now, but it's a fungal pathogen that kills the fibrous root system that adversely affects the trees. And then there's also a known fungal pathogen in the canopy as well. To a lesser extent, those are secondary issues. It would be, if the trees were generally healthy, they can kind of deal with that stuff. But when you have extensive root pruning and you have significant decline in vigor, then something like a pest or a pathogen comes in, gains a foothold and becomes like really effective and can lead to mortality. And so those are our challenges as we move forward and start to discuss about the reimagining of East Anapamu. We wanted to share the timeline with you. Today we're here before the commission seeking input and guidance on potential replacement species or just general feedback. On the 24th of July, we're going to the Parks Commission to provide a very similar meeting update, essentially, as we have done today with the Historic Landmarks Commission. And then on August 1st, we plan on starting to take a deep dive. We're going to introduce the concept of the species designation with the Street Tree Advisory Committee and begin to discuss the challenges that exist on street, the parkway widths, the available rooting volume, all of the infrastructure challenges, and determine what makes practical sense for the future. And then typically the way that we do these designations is we'll introduce it, we'll kind of like take a break, we'll let it marinate, we'll come back the following month after the committee members have had time to do a lot of like on-site research and spend time like really kind of mulling over the idea. And then on September 5th, we anticipate having a follow-up meeting where the committee makes a recommendation. Now, the unique thing about this situation is that recommendation may be to make no change, in which case there would be no further action because the designation's already stone pine. So if it was like, this is what we're using and we're not using anything else, regardless, then there would be no need for any further public meetings. But if there is a modified recommendation or a proposed change to the existing designation, then staff plans to take that Street Tree Advisory Committee recommendation forward on September 26th to the Parks and Recreation Commission, where they would review that and essentially take action on it, either approving, amending, or denying the recommendation from the committee to make the change, with the ultimate goal of trying to plant trees sometime this winter, hopefully in early 2025. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. All right. We will now, I don't think there's any public comment on this, right? We'll now go to public comment, and we'll start with the room, and then we'll work our way into anything online.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I do have 4 speaker slips, so we'll go ahead and start with Sherry Ray. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
All right, thank you. Here, we'll switch out. All right, if City TV can pan onto this visual here. It's up here on at our counter. If City TV, can you swing down onto this picture? City TV, anyone there?
Open the pod bay doors.
Can you switch cameras? There we go, thanks. All right.
Okay. Okay,
All right,
Okay.
and sorry, I'll just, for speakers, you'll have 2 minutes.
great.
All right.
Okay, great. Good afternoon again. I just want to offer a couple of comments. You'll remember that our tree team has been here since 2013, bringing our concerns about these trees. The Pearl Chase Society donated $15,000 to the purchase of irrigades to help those trees stay alive during the drought. We were here last fall talking about these trees, and Mr. Slack and Ms. Hernandez and our tree team met actually on March 25th to discuss these trees. According to the 2014 Urban Forest Management Plan, a historic tree is a tree which has been found by the Board of Park Commissioners, the Historic Landmarks Commission, or the City Council to be a tree of notable historic interest and designated by resolution of the City Council as an historic tree. It seems odd to me that the HLC has a significant role to play in the designation of historic trees, but no input to their care or maintenance, nor any kind of signage or community education about their significance, and recently, no say at all about their destruction. We can do better with our landmarks. As you'll see, the city of Lompoc has a beautiful brass plaque on its Stone Pine Hall. It meets with the community members regularly, maintains, assesses, and replaces its Italian stone pines, and they are not historic landmarks. The sad neglect of our living landmarks and the disrespectful treatment of their remains must be seriously addressed and immediately ended. Allowing roots to encase a hitching post on the lower right, a utility to butcher a tree, as was trimmed by the utility, who actually used roots, as you'll look on the lower left, to secure a guy wire, is simply unacceptable. We should, could you please turn that over now? After we look at that root in the guy wire stuck in a root, we should instead replant and memorialize the iconic Anapamu canopy in creative and artistic ways that pay homage to Dr. Doremus, his great vision, and the wonderful gardens and trees he planted. Our wonderful old trees deserve to be preserved and protected and proactively cared for, no different from a cherished historic building. I suggest we work collaboratively to develop a plan of action that specifies the standard of care, signage, and interpretation for all of our city's historic landmark trees, and that the HLC receive regular reports on their condition. These wonders that offer shade by day and by night filter the light of the stars. And I just wanted to mention a bit of irony. I thought it was kind of interesting listening to the report. We want to get rid of cars on State Street, and we want to get rid of trees on Anapamu so that the cars have more space to go. So there you go. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, up next we have Richard Clausen. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Oh, there's so much to say. First, much of the staff report used historic data accumulated by citizens. You're welcome. I remind HLC that the staff is spouting the future, but you are the Historic Landmarks Commission, and I worry that HLC is not getting the whole picture from Park and Rec staff. For example, we had an outside professional arborist familiar with the test procedures review those results ordered by Park and Rec, and I'll synopsize 3 comments. First, the test sample that was identified as Phytophthora fungus was submitted as Phytophthora roots, and the test was run specifically to confirm a diagnosis, not discover possible other pathogens. The sample that discovered Diplodia was a collection of leaf litter at the tree base, which could have come from many sources. That was another test for show, not for know. The lab's simple recommendation for that was clean up the litter. The tongue twister Phytophthora can easily be treated with a highly effective non-toxic fungicide applied topically without special effort. I'm told that the generic name is methamoxin and the brand name is Rhydomil. And I'll add myself, that you may want to confirm a possible conflict of interest if a member of the Street Tree Advisory Committee is also an employee of the lab that did the sample analyses. Lastly, please follow me through 7 quick steps explaining a more modern stone pine history, why the trees are in their current sorry state. First, the Department of Parks and Rec didn't expect to provide special care in 1997 when the trees were landmarked. 2, they figured the trees would survive as they had for decades as undesignated street trees. 3, over the years, they allowed street engineers to dictate the tree's growth environment instead of protecting the tree's perspective. 4, they didn't have staff for special care and didn't request budget line item additions to carry out the city council's mandate. 5, they created a slippery slope of tree demise through lack of longitudinal insight. 6, they currently remove trees as a public safety hazard that could have been prevented with better foresight and focus. And now 7, they hope to replace the landmark trees sequentially with something else despite the City Council's species-specific resolution in 1997. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Monique DeWitt. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I live in the neighborhood, have for over 20 years, and I am just heartbroken over what has happened and how it's happened. We have a Bungalow Haven community. We were never reached out to about that this was going to happen. The outreach that the speaker has been talking about isn't reciprocal in any way. I think we just read about it. This is our neighborhood too, and these are iconic trees, much like the palms on Cabrillo Street, and I am just disgusted with how this has happened. I also don't like it when our Parks and Recreation, which is about nature, does this without allowing us to speak to them. Like the director is here, and yet the public, I've never had a chance to speak personally how this affects us. These trees are gorgeous, and I think it's very symbolic to also the kind of stewardship that Franceschi House got. It was neglect. And I think we just have to own that and do better. If you look at the stone pines on Quarantino Street, right there by the junior high and the armory, they're doing fine or much better because the ground there is the bricks and it absorbs water and there's more space. So I think there would have been plenty room for innovation had anybody even bothered to ask us. And I actually grew up on an evergreen tree farm and I'm very familiar with how trees come and go, but any tree needs care, and these didn't get it. And to think that from 1997, we had 89 of them, and now we're down to 30, that doesn't represent care, and the community wasn't part of it. I find that incredibly frustrating to be left completely on the outside. And I review this gentleman's timeline. It's like, okay, he's going to go back to the Tree Advisory Committee. He's going to go talk to Parks and Rec. Not anywhere on there is he going to go talk to me, who lives there, or any of my neighbors, or anybody in the Bungalow Haven group. It's sad. It's really sad. I just feel like it's an oligarchy. People just do what they want, and the public is stuck. And those are iconic trees, and they're on you, and I feel really sick about it. You guys should do something about it.
Thank you.
And lastly, we have Emma Brinkman. If you can make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
All right.
You already got yours.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. This report in front of you was prepared by Dr. Frank Sances, who Rick just kind of sort of reflected in his comments. And I had hoped that Dr. Sances would be able to attend today's HLC meeting and explain his report to you, but unfortunately his schedule did not allow travel from San Luis today.
Nathan Slack shared Bartlett's pathology and soils report with me, which I forwarded on to Dr. Sanses for his opinion. I would like to present a brief overview of his report. From the Bartlett report, to determine the incidence or severity of Phytophthora of the root system, Phytophthora being a root fungus, the water mold family, or of the entire stand is not possible because of limited and focused sampling. Dr. Sanses mentions the use of Ridamil as being highly effective in controlling Phytophthora in the Pinus species and should be considered as a reliable option to control the fungus. Diplodia, the second fungus noted in the stand, is not a serious finding as indicated by Bartlett's Miss Corasani. Simple sanitation, removal of needle and cone debris will achieve effective control of the fungus. Dr. Sanses disagrees with the Bartlett's soil lab recommendations. Bartlett suggests remedial fertilizers or soil amendments. Dr. Sanses does not recommend taking remedial action to adjust pH in the soil for a couple of decimal points. In conclusion, Dr. Sanses sees few or no horticultural obstacles to maintaining Pinus plantings on Anapamu Street. Through the cleanup of canopies, application of pest control, reduction of overwatering, he states that from a horticultural perspective, it is possible to maintain a pure stand of this species on the site. I would like to add, this is my take, that juvenile trees are more adept to withstanding fungal infections and less than ideal growing conditions. Just a little note here, ending. I am appreciative that Nathan Slack indicated in his staff report that biannual assessments of the stands will occur going forward. That's very important since 2024 marks the first ever assessment of this stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I don't have any further speaker slips. Yeah, you can fill it afterwards.
I live in the neighborhood too.
Oh, if you could introduce yourself.
Oh, my name's Chris Newhouser, and I live on the east side also. And like all of us, well, not all of us, but we drive down Anapamu all the time. Although with all the street construction everywhere, I had to go all the way to Gutierrez to get here because you couldn't turn at Coda. And so with all the money that's being spent all over the city to narrow streets for bicyclists, I don't see why you can't narrow this sidewalk over there and make there a bigger area for the trees. Because money, it seems like there's no end to money around here. So it doesn't make sense to not take care of that way. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and it looks like we have one more speaker. If you could just introduce yourself.
Apologies, Kristen Snedden, City Council Liaison, and I just want to point out what seems to me as a process inconsistency in our municipal codes, and if part of your recommendation might be making those more consistent between 15.24.055, where a private tree removal in a historic district is reviewed by HLC, and this is per the presentation, and in section 15.24.060, historic or specimen tree removal is reviewed by Parks and Rec Commission, which seems inconsistent when you have this also within a historic district, that it might be a recommendation that historic or specimen trees, especially within a historic district, be also reviewed by HLC to make our codes more consistent for the purview of HLC.
All right, thank you.
Okay, at this time, I don't have any further speaker slips. I'm not seeing any movement, so I'll go ahead and move to virtual public comment. If you wish to speak on Zoom at this time, you can raise your hand and we'll call on you. I'm not seeing any hands raised, and we didn't receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so we'll go to the commission for questions. This is, there's, I think, a number of different, or at least a couple different topics or areas to discuss and to comment on. And so we might end up being more of questions and a discussion sort of as a combo. So we might have to go back and forth for different, in different general areas too. So why don't we start off with, and I think that maybe we can kind of break this into topics that are related to the existing conditions, past conditions, the past and the treatments and those discussions, and then also have a different discussion on the future and recommendations and those types of things as we are talking about going forward. And then anything else that we can lump together as a general topic so that we can kind of keep the conversation going and separate. So maybe let's break it out that way.
Pardon my brief interruption, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. To the rest of the commission, I just wanted to remind the commission that you will not be taking an appealable action. You'll just be making recommendations to Parks and Rec staff on options and opportunities for replanting. So I would keep the discussion focused on those recommendations, and also just keep in mind that we can't continue this item, and we are already close to an hour. So just keep time in mind, and keep in mind that this is your opportunity to make those recommendations.
Okay, and I would say as well, we'd have one other part, which I'm sure other commissioners will feel the same, but I definitely feel we should also have a part where we're not just giving staff feedback, but also giving a recommendation to City Council if we feel a certain way about something, about a discussion that we want to have at the city, with the City Council level, or a request that the City Council consider something. So I'm assuming that we're going to have that as part of at least a discussion if we have agreement on something, that a message that we would like to send to City Council. Okay, does that sound good, everyone? Okay, great.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I kick it off? These are just a question about stone pines in general. What is a practical life of a stone pine, lifespan?
Chair Grumbine and Commissioners, it's very difficult to make a good determination on the longevity. I think, in their native region, they can live 100 or 200 years. I mean, what we've seen, both here and in other areas in Southern California is pretty amazing. I think, especially when you talk of street tree longevity. So I think we tend to talk of tree life as indeterminate because there's so many factors that go into how long a tree will live. But certainly in a perfect world kind of scenario, you could absolutely have a tree live, in well exceed a century.
So what would you say is the projected life of the current existing trees, with all the factors that you've already annotated for the sidewalks, infrastructure, road widening, so on? I mean, they're obviously under some stress because of things built around them. So what would you?
Chair Grumbine and Commissioners, I think it's kind of difficult to say again. There's some trees that we assessed that didn't assess as a high risk, but actually are in worse shape than some of the trees that had a higher risk in terms of canopy decline and loss of vigor. These last couple years certainly helped in terms of putting water back in the ground and just providing water to the trees. It becomes really difficult to say. I think one thing that just to touch on the pest and pathogen thing, we're not saying that that's like the primary driver. Again, that's the root injury that really causes the stress to ramp up, and then these other things become effective. So having them in the street sort of tells more of a complete picture of why we're seeing comprehensive decline. It's tough to say. I mean, we could see tree mortality tick up and lose a few more trees over the next year even, really.
That being said, does Park and Rec have a program to protect and nurture the remaining trees?
We are doing, I think, as much as we can do given what we're dealing with. Again, the issues with the root system are uncorrectable. There were attempts with watering and these sorts of challenges, but really I think the major concern is the primary structural root system essentially being gone from almost all of the trees on site. So watering, as we've talked about even before my time with the city, is very challenging because you have narrow parkways, you have lots of roadway, and you have very small setbacks. So it makes it very difficult to try to get water to the trees. And in short, they just really a big tree needs more space to really thrive and survive.
I had a question on that, sort of a follow-up. So it seems like, and as an architect who knows very little about landscape, but has hung around with smart landscape architects for a while, it seems like what the main analysis of it, and diseases and that aside, as you were mentioning, the root being cut. If those were to be removed, the roots and stump and whatever, and however much you can get out, it would also seem that new, younger trees would be able to, the roots would be able to find their confines, or maybe even create bigger confines for them. But they weren't, the roots didn't grow out and then get chopped off. Now they have a rectangular slot-ish that they could find their, and maybe that might need to change so that they actually get air and water, and like one example was the bricks. But that might have to change so that they actually can get more. But they would grow into the box as opposed to growing out and then getting chopped to create a box. Is that a fair assessment, or am I totally off on that?
Chair Grumbine and Commissioners, a little off. I think when we talk about, just in terms of tree root system, right? So, when you talk about a tree in an open grown area, when we say drip line, that's like the outer perimeter of the canopy and straight down. Tree roots actually are very shallow and they move out, and that's really where it gives them, from an architectural perspective, it's way more, they're way more structurally stable to have a wide spreading shallow root system than just say like a deep, tap root. So all the water, oxygen, nutrients, all that stuff's in those upper couple feet of soil. So most research, 80% or more of all roots are in the top 2 to 18, 24 inches of soil. Trees, the root systems will self-optimize based on what they're given, but as the tree matures and gets big, they'll still move out. So you're still gonna, even a young tree, we're not talking about 5-10 years. It's more of just like a long-term decision, but over time, lateral root system will impact hardscape. So a new tree won't in the short term, but in 10, even as much as 10 years, you could potentially see it, but a tree could exist for 20, 30 years with very minimal hardscape disruption. What we're talking about is really long-term implications of having, these trees in these small spaces.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I just have one more thing to say.
Commissioner Drury, then Vice Chair House.
Vacant trees sounds like a punk rock band. I don't know if it's a very good thing to have on your vacant trees. Really sounds like failure to me. Anyway, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair House.
So actually, this is more a question about new trees, which I think you wanted to say for later, but it dovetails under what you were saying. Thank you. Deep root barriers, if that's the right term, are those effective with Italian stone pines? And if any of the younger trees that have replaced, were any of those planted with deep root barriers?
I believe the answer is yes to some of them. I don't have a lot of the history of what's been planted over the past, post-resolution. We think root barriers are effective. Oftentimes with new developments, they're spec'd, probably 18 or 24-inch ones.
Yeah.
They do work quite well, at least in the short term.
Okay.
I think it's a very effective strategy. I think, if you talk ultimately, like bigger parkways are the answer, right? And then you would still use root barrier. But root barrier is an effective tool to try to minimize some hardscape disruption.
And get
I think,
structural
yeah,
roots down
you
lower.
tend to push them down. They have a tendency to come back up afterwards. But it is a functional intervention, and we do try to utilize that as much as we can.
And would permeable paving on the sidewalks be a great improvement?
Possibly. I think the root barrier would be more effective, because the problem with that is you have heavily compacted soils, and then you have permeable hardscape, and so you have a tendency to have a lot of like moisture accumulation at that upper horizon level, which, a fibrous root will find that, exploit it, and then that root gets bigger over time, increases in diameter, and then sidewalk panels pop. And then I think, just in short, we have very limited experience with permeable sidewalks, so our experience with them is pretty limited, so I can't say whether it truly would be ineffective or effective.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jordan.
2 quick questions and then a comment, or I can hold the comment.
Sure. I think we'll have, for this one, I think we'll do more freeform because we're trying to figure out.
Quick questions. You showed a picture of what you call a meandering sidewalk around a tree. Does that create any ADA issues to have a meandering sidewalk?
So,
or paving that varies in width, to your knowledge?
So we work pretty closely with traffic engineering to make sure that we're not exceeding the standards.
Okay.
So in limited instances, you can narrow a sidewalk down as much as, I think, 36. That's changing, so it's going to become increasingly more difficult to pinch the sidewalks. But over short spans, you do have the ability to narrow sidewalks.
The second question involves efforts to thin the canopy to reduce lateral wind pressures. Is that a viable strategy for large trees?
You'll have a myriad of different opinions on who you talk to. I think the industry has changed its approach towards thinning, and it's much more about managing what we would consider to be overextension. So like a cantilever effect, right? As a limb extends out, the load increases significantly, and the tighter and more controlled the canopy is, the less of an impact of failure that you have, because you don't have all these external forces. And then just as an aside, retention of internal limbs is really paramount towards towards the longevity of trees, because as the tree declines, you have things where you can cut back to, and you can still manage the tree as it senesces. And that's something that we often run into where we can't, there's not a lot of options because the tree's been stripped out so much, there's really no limbs to work with at that point.
An observation, a street lined uniformly on both sides by large stately trees seems to have been the intention of the earliest landscaping efforts. And the goal, in my opinion now, should be to preserve this vision. Removal without replacement is not acceptable in my mind. And I'd note that the general public understands that trees are living, growing things with a lifespan that exceeds our own. Trees require time, and people get it. People understand this. So we may mourn the loss of the stately canopy that's there now. We should not be in a position where we have to mourn the loss of the vision that created that, and that's what should be preserved. The city has taken aggressive actions to reconfigure streets and circulation patterns to promote bicycle paths. So there is a precedent for taking aggressive action on the design of streets. That's my comment.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to go to, Commissioner Lenvick first, because he was next in line.
Okay.
Yep.
To a degree, we are victims of
Oh, can you turn your mic on?
we're victims of what is expected for a modern society from the standpoint of infrastructure. Sidewalks are expected. We would maybe have a lot healthier trees if it was a dirt pathway along the street frontage there, but we're not going to be able to accomplish that. We might be a lot happier if the bikeway in the street was not paved but was dirt, but we're not going to find that that's going to be acceptable to a lot of people. And I think to a degree we are hamstrung by what is expected by a lot of other input factors. I do see, however, in this report, and you've seen the report, you said, and I'm not sure what your thoughts are, but they talk about some remediation by the application of effective fungicide. They talk about simple sanitation, removal of needles and cone debris, so on and so forth. They talk about cleaning up the trees. Now, I realize all of that is expensive from the standpoint of Parks and Rec having a budget they can live with in these tough times. But where do we cut someplace else to accomplish maintaining this very iconic street? And I think that's the question. I don't have an answer. I'm not sure I would even be able to vote on giving you any direction, but I do see conflicting pieces of input here, which I would hope that you would have said, once you read it, would have said, yeah, maybe we should try that and see what happens. Maybe we've got to get out there and shake those trees and get the duff out of them or whatever. It would be a help, and I think that the public would be a lot more understanding of what's going on, what's happening to those trees, if they knew that you were busting your pick, so to speak, to do everything you could to preserve them. And knowing full well we can't create dirt paths anymore. We have to have paved sidewalks. It's a problem.
Right?
Yes?
Yes, Commissioner Ensberg, and then we'll go
Thank
with
you.
the one expert in the room on this side of the table.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I just want to say, first of all, that this is such an important discussion, and we've been waiting a really, really long time for it. So I'm a little disappointed that we don't have more time allocated to this discussion, and I think that's been part of our problem. I really appreciated the very thorough presentation that you gave us to explain. And that took a long time to explain all of that. And then we had a lot of public comments. So we were practically to our full hour before we even have been able to start talking here. So I really I think one of the things we all need to do is to communicate more and to talk more and to have more opportunities to be able to share our wisdom, our thoughts. The community has said, they would like to be more involved, and I think if we can do that we can, we can solve a lot of problems and not have so much frustration. So I do hope that we can perhaps continue this, and that I think it's very important that we do that. So I know we're still in questions, I believe.
Well, we're combining it 'cause
Okay,
it's
okay.
a difficult one.
So I agree with much of what has been said, and especially from Commissioner Dordan and also from Commissioner Lenvik. I wonder, how much discussion there's been. It's like, what are our priorities? We have the trees versus the concrete. Okay, which is the one, the one is getting more showtime, shall I say, than the trees. The trees are just going to have to work around it, and they keep getting shoved in, and, root barriers and all these things. Well, the trees are just not, the way we could really solve the problem is just cut all the trees down. Is that what we want? I don't think so. I do not think so. We want the trees, but we have to realize that there are compromises. And so why can't we have a discussion about the possibility of maybe less concrete and maybe a smaller road? We're certainly talking about, that's vision, right? That's kind of what we're talking about on, our downtown on State Street. How can we maybe have less concrete, less automobiles, and more space for human beings and plants and trees? So I think that's a really valid. I don't think we should just assume that we couldn't possibly go a slightly different direction and have perhaps more softscape and less concrete. And I know also just in our education that we have to do as architects, that we're told, the most damaging materials to the planet are concrete, steel, and aluminum. So the less that we use of those materials, the better that we're doing for our planet. So I really think that we shouldn't just say, oh, well, we're in a modern society, and so we just have to have it. Let's talk about that. And I guess what I would ask too is how can we get those wires undergrounded? How can we get those out of there before we put the new trees in? And then I will say, finally, that I really appreciate the steps forward of, the intention of starting to replant by the beginning of next year. I don't know if that's maybe I would love to see that, and I really appreciate that, but maybe we need to get these wires dealt with somehow, or maybe if you are going to put in, you're going to put in the baby trees, maybe we can still do that later, and, because as we know, the best time to plant a tree is 30 years ago, but we're here now, so I do appreciate that very much, and I hope that we can think differently and think in bigger ways about how we can give the trees the space they need. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Right. Now, Commissioner McClure.
Okay, I have a couple of items. For one thing, due to the history of the situation, I would encourage to stick with stone pines. The impracticality aside, I think that's probably something most of us can agree on. And then one of the things I was thinking about is, maybe like a 30-foot stone pine's nice, a 40-foot's nicer, a 60-foot's nicer, but due to these mechanical conflicts that we have, maybe we just have to remove at some point before they're epically large, and that's just the world we have to live in. And then thirdly, I would hope that a program could get in place to where removal triggers replacement, just in the same maneuver. And then thirdly, let's see, your presentation was excellent and it was informative. I just think the PR with the public was not good. So I think that's kind of one of the problems that we got to here, but I think you're doing great work and really great analysis. I would just mention that aspect. And then lastly, well, so we have these sidewalks, and then sometimes there isn't a sidewalk, but there's still right-of-way, and people walk down the right-of-way. So we know that we can walk on soil in DG. So was that completely out of the question?
Well,
Wheelchairs.
wheelchairs.
Okay.
Accessibilities.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Cliff, you-
And just to kind of like touch on some of the feedback from the commission, sidewalk becomes difficult to move, right? Because if you push it away from the tree, it leads to property acquisition, which is very costly. But there does potentially exist the ability to increase the parkway towards the street. There's parking all throughout Anapamu, which is a heavily used, heavily parked street, right? So it's a very complex issue, but there does exist opportunity to expand the parkway, but that's a much larger, much more complicated discussion, and it really comes down to, like a council level community type of priority. And then I think one of the challenges when we have mature trees on the street, and this is true for where we have a lot of the ficus trees as well, is when you remove that tree, kind of to your point, it's almost impossible to get all that woody material out. So it becomes really difficult to replant that site immediately. I mean, it's site specific and it can work, but sometimes it can't. And it really just kind of needs a couple years to like rest, because we have limited equipment that can allow us to get all of that woody material out of there. And I've seen a lot of trees planted immediately afterwards, and then they settle like a foot because the woody material decomposes, and then you've got a separate disaster on your hands. But I think in terms of creative problem solving to create more space, that's something that we'll be looking at as we kind of move forward and continue the conversation about the street.
And I know decaying roots in the ground take nitrogen away, so now you've got it's further aggravating.
All right.
Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
So trees get old and they die, and so at some point, none of these trees will be the original tree. And so I think the historic nature of this is the canopy, not so much any individual tree. And I think that's what's really important to maintain.
Well, just on that, I think it's both. Yeah, I think what you're kind of saying that was also like Commissioner Jordan was saying.
Yeah.
So the large canopy and the sort of the rhythm of the green.
Exactly. So I think that's the important thing to maintain, because obviously we won't have any of the original trees at some point. And, a number of them are well over 100 years old, so they are at end of life. But I think that focus definitely should be a commitment to maintaining that canopy.
Yeah. So similarly, I had a couple of thoughts on it. So I guess one question would be, to you would be, and this ties to Commissioner Lenvick's a bit, which is, so if we are doing, and it seems like pretty universal, the recommendation coming from HLC is keep it Stone Pines. And actually, I just got back, I went to Italy last month, and it was just for this. No, it wasn't. But because this was in conversation, I really noticed all the Italian stone pines. They're very strong, and it's very interesting. But that's a very strong character feature of this, and I think that pretty universally there isn't a really strong, very compelling reason to not do it. It sounds like it's going to be almost any pine or any of those things will probably have somewhat similar challenges. And so I think that's going to be the clear recommendation coming from HLC. So then the question becomes, what is, to you, what would be or a couple reasonable potential solutions? And you mentioned one of them, increasing the parkway, and that involves a city council level kind of decision. Maybe there's 2 feet that you get that is easy, and then 4 feet, it's harder, or you can't get parking to work at a certain size or whatever. But, it might be tree grates, it might be combinations of things. In your mind, if you were going to do it, what would be some of the solutions that you would do, and what would maybe some implications for that?
So just so you know, if it was purely up to me, I would just get rid of the road and trees on the road. I mean, that's our goal, right?
Yeah.
It's our goal. So I don't care about the cars or the parked car. I don't care. We don't care about any of that. But being practical, I think when you look at space, and we've done like some cursory looks at this, you can't really, due to the width of the road, you can't encroach into parking without full parking elimination. You eliminate parking, it gains you 6 additional feet, you end up with a 12-foot parkway. That would be, if you really wanted a long-term sustainable street that honored the stone pines, continued to the use of the stone pines, that would be the clear path forward.
Could you do that on one side and shift things and give yourself
Parking on one side.
parking on one side?
You could do a lot. I think it would involve multiple traffic studies to kind of see what the demand is. It's extremely costly. It can be upwards of $20,000 per parcel to do that type of work, and it's upwards of $50,000 at an intersection. That's per site. So it's a huge community investment. But again, it's about priority of the community. So if there was enough interest in it, trees need space. It's that simple. So the more space that you can provide any tree, the more successful it's going to be, and the less long-term damage it's going to be subject to.
Okay, so now let's back down from the from the dream plan. So now, as a practical, are there other solutions that would be keeping the parking where it is and would be like tree grate combined with something, or other things that you would see as another possibility?
Well, as a program, we actually try not to use grates. They're really difficult to manage. I think open parkway is the best situation for the tree. So without making modifications to the width of the parkways, it's essentially what's currently in place. We have very limited options outside of eliminating parking and making bigger spots. Say, for example, red curbs, right, where the intersections are. Like, that's a sort of a low-hanging fruit. It's also like over twice as expensive as a mid-block modification. But places where you can't park, where the narrowing of the street is advantageous for a myriad of reasons, is maybe an option as well. I think these are things that we'll have to take a look at. The drawback to these bigger things is, in the short term, it means that we're probably not planting trees because we're in this huge study phase, and then there's like construction and those sorts of challenges. But it may be that it's warranted to spend that time now so that we have something great, in another 80, 100 years when we're not here able to talk about it.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, and then another question is, so one of the things I work with Lotus Land on some things, and they're facing a similar question of, like, they have a lot of very mature but are starting to come down. Even in Lotus Land, trees are coming to the end of their life. So that's part of the discussion, is sort of building your nursery or your backup so that you can replace with something of some size, as opposed, and trying to be specific to their site too, so even their species and everything. So is there a plan as part of that, and especially for landmark trees, which is, that could be, in my sort of estimation of things, like, well, if we've landmarked something as a city, that's, can get special treatment that all the other regular stuff doesn't necessarily have to have. So are there any of that thought or plan in terms of, like, building stuff so you're not planting these little tiny dinky things?
I think in terms of the stone pines, that's great feedback. We've not really put the feelers out to see, like, for example, I know of a nursery that has 100 of them that are 36-inch blocks. So in the ground, they're probably like 8, maybe even 9-foot tall trees. So you have that. I think it's still readily available, so that's probably not as critical of a component. But if it was something else, it would make a lot of sense to contract grow or take those extra special steps to make sure that it is available. I think in the case of stone pine, in the current climate, in terms of purchasing plant material, it's readily available.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I think one comment that kind of lit a light bulb here is, why don't we suggest to Public Works and the City Council that a parking space or two be eliminated wherever stone pines are proposed, increasing the width of that planter by X number of feet. And it probably is going to be an impact for the apartment dwellers who are losing parking along there, but it's going to be no greater impact on apartment dwellers than the apartment dwellers who are now living in areas where apartments are being built with no parking provided at all. So we all got a little burden to bear, but maybe simply, take out the parking, move the curb around it, move the tree over so it's now,
Or even at least several of them? through-
4 or 5 per block.
Yeah. So, okay.
Mr. Chair?
But we can't talk about parking. I'm just kidding. All right.
Well, and another idea I wanted to run by you for your analysis is, what if one fails, you take it out, and then you would do an 8-foot permeable paving strip, still allow the parking, but now you have this very air-entrained material under the pavers, and does that just give the roots a place to go? And now they're 8 feet closer to the asphalt, and now we're, in 20 years, we're back to the same situation, just now the tree's even bigger, but we've kind of created just a similar situation?
A lot of it would depend on how the site was engineered. I think one thing that we don't talk about when we talk about permeable pavers is the giant 3-4 foot piece of concrete to protect the roadway, right? Because when you put water in next to road, there's the concern for the undermining of the roadway. So I think it would be of benefit. I don't know. It's tough to say the short-term and long-term implications. I think the reality is an improvement like that might be beneficial, but you're still going to end up being subject to root disruption just because that tree has such potential. It'd be like if we were talking about Indian laurel figs or ficus. We could all be in agreement that if we plucked one in there, it's not if, it's just when. It's gonna cause disruption, lead to root pruning, and so how can we minimize that in the long term for the success of the trees?
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
just one
Vice
last
Chair,
comment.
yeah.
It just seems, I've always heard that it's better to plant a 15-gallon tree than a 36-gallon tree because you'll have a better, stronger tree in time. So it would seem to me that, any new tree should be in a deep root barrier. If you plant a 36 box, it's not going to have the benefit of pushing its structural roots down further. So that just seems to me that should be an important consideration.
Or at least, all those things considered. And I would, so I want to add one more comment, and then maybe I'll just try to do a quick summary of ours. So or a little bit of the backstory discussion. So I would say that I understand first that you did it, well, for one thing, that's a fantastic presentation and report, very helpful for us to understand it. That being said, I think that there might be a model where you come in without all the answers earlier on and because we literally have been asking for this. We understand that it takes a lot to get reports and do all this stuff, but even if you come in and just talk to us about not having all this stuff and where you're going with it and trying to figure things out, I think that might be a lot more helpful both for us and also for the public, so that we don't have to keep not meeting but knowing stuff is being done, and especially when things are getting cut down and that. I totally understand it's emergency and you're the professional to make the calls on those things. That totally makes sense. But at the same time also, it would be nice to, just as a general thing for the good of everything. And also we can understand, especially if you clearly state early on, like, I don't have all the answers, we're just coming in to talk to you guys because we know this is an issue. I think that would be really helpful, just as a sort of a general note for going forward. And we're always looking at ways of improving, so how we can work together, especially with the city, because this is the public's money. So, okay, so on that sort of general note, I think that pretty clearly that everyone's in agreement for Go Stone Pine.
Yes.
So unless there's any, okay. Go Stone Pines. There's another rock band, yeah. I'm coming up with all these rock band names. And then with some things to look at, as sort of all ideas to look at of, which you, at least some of them, you had already stated. So having root barriers or other ways of trying to mitigate some of this. As well, we think it's worth looking at, whether we can take a couple parking spaces per block or whatever to give that some of, and those could be the really big ones, other ones could be the more medium and small and whatever, and get replaced more. I think in general, everyone's understanding that one way or the other, not all of those trees will all be gone in the next 100 years. And so having that long-range plan of thinking and working this, and it might be more than just simply what it currently is. It might take a little nuance, I think is good. And then also to the communication to all of us, and even if we don't have new news, would be very appreciated going forward. And I think anything else that we want to
Yes,
recommend?
Mr. Chair, I
Yes,
think
Vice
we
Chair.
should, Councilmember Sneddon's recommendation about
Oh, yes.
revising the municipal code.
Yes, and then also as a separate request to council to revise revising the municipal code with discussion so that the Historic Landmarks Commission could, especially for landmark trees, be part of the discussion and choice and actual deciding. We understand that that's not practical for all the million other, if you guys came to us for every tree to trim, and even the trees to trim and the EPV and that's not what we're asking for. But at least and it might even be just as the consent calendar type of thing where things can be handled a little easier. But anyways, that's, I think, a request to City Council officially. And then,
One other, just to underscore just how important that I think we want to be at the table when there's discussions about these things. We, as designers, we do look at things globally. We have to know, we deal with all kinds of stuff that doesn't seem like it's architecture, let's just say. But that different types of systems that we are responsible for bringing it all together. And so I just would want to be sure that when, even if it's not required, that you would recognize the importance of our being at the table to offer we think about things a little bit differently, and to be able to help move this forward in terms of this natural area of this LA of trees, and to protect the aesthetic of it.
And actually sort of tied to that, it's sort of, in my mind, it's also sort of like, when a school comes before us, that we don't have purview over it actually at all. But if it's historic and it's going to come before us because it's a, state architect. So, but they usually come and usually listen to the feedback and usually incorporate it. And so we very much like you coming, and you have an incredible, great presentation and really interesting and helpful for us to understand. And the city has been, even in areas that we do not have purview, has often been very good about that as well. And so we appreciate that and understand that as of right now, we don't have purview over those things, but we also appreciate you considering all of our ideas. So thank you. All right, anything else that needs to be, is that sufficient in terms of, okay, so we don't have a motion to make, but at least we have those comments for staff. Okay, great, thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. And now I think we'll take a little recess, maybe a short 5 minute?
45 minutes.
No, like a short 5 minute. And thank you to the members of the public for all your work on this too. Okay. have our staff person here. We can't even get started.
There she is. Now you get it.
Okay, now we can.
The interest we've gotten in this project. I didn't grow up here, so I don't know about the cow, but I know they want their
All right. All right. We ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay. We ready? Okay. All right. Calling back to order.
Order in the court.
Historic Landmarks Commission. All right, we are on to item 3. Is that correct? No, item 2. Sorry. Sorry, we didn't skip over you. Okay, item 2. This is a one-time application review for 900 Philinda Avenue. This is designated a city landmark. The Live Oak Dairy Building was designed in 1939 by Alexander D'Alfonso in the streamlined modern style. Proposal to relocate the iconic cow statue, which is a character-defining feature. Request for feedback from the Historic Landmarks Commission on options for the new cow statue location. All right, so with that, do we have an applicant? Okay, we'll just hold tight.
Or is it a cow we're looking for?
Okay.
So why don't we move on? I think we are on time to go to item 3, and then if we can reopen item 2 if they show up.
Okay. Was the applicant here earlier?
I haven't met the applicants in person yet. They did receive all the emails that they need, so I can follow up.
Okay. All right, so let's go on to item 3 then. And we'll come back to item 2 if the applicant shows. This is a continued item for project design approval for 36 East Victoria Street. It's located in El Pueblo Viejo Landmark District Part 1. Proposal for a 3,000 square foot additional floor area to 2 existing buildings on 2 separate parcels, resulting in a new combined building totaling 15,900 square feet. Additions include 237 square feet of ground level infill to an existing recessed entry, a new 450 square foot mezzanine level, and a new 2,300 square foot upper level. Project includes a new roof deck, exterior alterations to the existing facade, 8 short-term bicycle parking spaces, and a lot merger to combine the 2 parcels. Project requires approval of a development plan. So project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings and development plan findings are required. Project was last reviewed May 22nd, 2024. So welcome. And we will, if you can introduce yourselves for the record, and then we can go over the minutes from May 22nd, and we'll go from there.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisette with ERA Architects.
And my name is Jordan Bottenfield with Bottenfield Construction.
All right, thank you. All right, so if we can pull up, okay, so here's the motion from last time. It was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. 1, the commission thanks the applicant for continuing to work on the design and understands the constraints of cost for the next part of this process. 2, the design is too contemporary. Bring it more in accordance with EPV guidelines. 3, study the fenestration on the second floor. It is too horizontal in proportion and needs to be divided up to be more traditional Spanish colonial revival. 4, the cantilevered trellises on the second floor should have visual supports, whether they are brackets or columns. Use traditional materials of either wood or metal that are appropriate for EPV. 5, the furring as proposed is not acceptable because it combines the building into a horizontal storefront look. The fenestration for the opening should include additional muntins in appropriate Spanish colonial revival language and tied to both Anacapa and Victoria street fronts. Include lights with similar proportion and size in the openings. 6, additional detail to the entry so that it reads as an entrance with church character. 7, the trellis over the entrance should be more EPV appropriate. 8, the building should be broken up by either decorative elements, parapet walls, or other features so there aren't continuous horizontal lines across the building. Number 9, suggestion to study the landscape on Anacapa Street frontage to ensure that it is in conformance. 10, study lighting and improvements on the Granada Paseo side. 11, the colors are, as proposed are not vibrant enough. Study livening up the building with color. 12, convey the church character of the building in detail or ornamentation. The motion was by Uli, the second was by House 800. Jordan was absent, and the motion carried. All right, so, and Commissioner Jordan, did you?
I did review the
Okay,
tape.
great, so you can fully participate. Okay, and so then if you would walk us through your drawings and presentation, and especially covering how you answered all those comments.
Yes, so good
And anything
afternoon.
else that changed that was new.
Very good. Thank you for meeting with us, and we're excited to come back with this revised plans. We really considered all of the comments that you gave us last time, and paid extra attention to the revised plans, and also while still trying to keep in mind that we're trying to make this project feasible, and that's why a lot of these changes occurred prior to this presentation. So we have prepared responses to all of the comments, and I can go individually through all of those.
Okay, that would be great, yeah.
Okay, so the first one was about, yes, we reviewed the PV guidelines. Before, we had a very contemporary type of design, which was really, it didn't have a lot of ornamental or detailing to the facade. So we revised to move from the contemporary look, and then let me show you some of the revised plans here. Wait. And now, as part of breaking the horizontality of the building, we propose this parapet at the center of the building where the main entrances are going to be located. We did consider the comments that you gave us about maybe taking the furring that is already existing in the building and exposing the columns instead, or keeping one of the sides as it is, and and leaving the other side furred. It just didn't. We think this look is more appropriate for the building, and also because 75% basically or more of the facade is already furred, it makes a lot more sense financially to be able to just fur one of the sides to be able to clean up the building. So if you see this front elevation, we're proposing some details in the corner, and you can see it more on the next rendering. So we're trying to bring some of the church character. There was part of some of the comments that were provided. We think that this is a very important corner, and that's why we're adding this this decorative corner detail with the church bell that I think really accentuates the church character without impacting the budget too much. We also considered the tile that there was at one point part of that building. We are keeping a line of tile there. It also brings color to the building. It makes it more vibrant. We will keep a cornice below it, and we will do a line of tile throughout the sides of the building. Another of the details was talking about the horizontally of that the windows look like two storefront and kind of like an auto shop. So we did add more buttons to those windows. We did break the windows into more pieces. If we go back to the front elevation, you would see, front. You would see that the second floor also has, instead of being a large horizontal element, we did break that into 3 separate pieces, and also with more buttons that matches the rest of the storefronts that we're proposing throughout. The elevation that we're trying to to keep more consistent with what it had before to kind of like fit into the project budget, is that this side, we are proposing that the storefront that was there remained. We're actually just painting the frame and keeping the windows. The rest of the windows we are replacing for new windows, but we are keeping it in the same openings that were already there. That's where we're trying to say we're not, renovating this whole site. Instead, we're trying to match the rest of the building modifications that we're doing in the front to what we have here as well. We added more detail, as you can see this in the corners and all of the corners of the window openings that also we feel that fits into the Pueblo Viejo guidelines. And we're doing that in all of the openings throughout the building. You can also see them on the rear.
Take it item by item.
Take them item by item?
Each item and see where we made
I'm
those
kind of, but
changes.
then they kind of like blend.
Yeah,
so.
I think it's good to stay on track
Yes, so.
with that.
Um,
So where are we at? What item?
What item? So we talked about the fenestration, and now, for example, if we go item by item, we can talk about the trellis in the front. So this would be shown on this elevation, and I wish that it showed more detail here, but let's see if we can see it. The trellis also was mentioned that it was actually too thin, and now we are making the trellis thicker and also adding more detailing to the fascia of the trellis, an ornamental just kind of curvature in it, and also adding these, for the attachment, we're adding the brackets with a detailing to the wall. That's the same detail will also happen to the trellis. It's located on the second floor. That's a comment on the trellis. Number 5, which was talking about the, it was talking about the furring, to keep that, which we talked about. And it was also talking about the muddins, which we also did address earlier. If we go to comment number 6, it says, talk about added detail to the entry so that it reads as an entrance with church character. We feel that, the entrance now, by adding the parapet and also by adding this recessed medallion here that we're proposing with, to either have a cross in there and glazed tiles to add more color to it, and adds that the character and brings a lot of attention to the entrance there. It was a little bit, less harder to find where the main entrance was located, and we feel that these changes really, accentuate where your main entrance is located. Number 7 talks about the trellis too, which we addressed. Number 8, the building should be broken up by either decorative elements, parapet walls, or other features. There are in continuous horizontal lines. So by doing, so we did that with the front, but also when you see all the sides of the building, we basically added this corner elements to it that where we're breaking that, that it was just one piece had one level, and we have the corner on this side and also the corner coming from this other side. It also will have the same corner detail. So we feel that does break the horizontal component. Number 9 was suggestions to study landscape at Anacapa Street frontage. So this one, we talked about a lot about this one, and then this landscape is actually part of the street, right? It's public right-of-way. So our property line is at the face of the building. So we're not proposing any landscape modifications to this. We understand that there's a program that's going to address all of the landscape, that it's part of the street along this side. And we will provide more information for that if needed, but we're not proposing those changes to the project ourselves.
Or just note the little pots in the back.
Yes, okay, for the landscape, let me see if it's another. What we are proposing, if we go to this one, we are proposing more detailing also to the Paseo side. We are adding landscape to this side and also making it more interesting, attractive by adding these pots that we think that bring a lot of colorful, playful aspect to the church too. What we are fixing will be the landscape that's right adjacent, even though it's public right away, because it's part of, it's right adjacent to the building, it will be just fixed to match the city standards. But we're not proposing to add more besides fixing it. Number 10 was study lighting and improvements on the Granada Paseo side. So, that we just talked about it, and we also added this this type of light fixture, which you will see you see better on the front elevation. So we're adding this fixture along the entrance. Actually, I mistakenly gave the direction to put the fixtures here, but they actually should go right next to the entrances on both sides, and also at the entrances of below the trellis here. So you'll see it on the revised elevation, the PDF set, but it didn't get to the renderings, my mistake. So that's as far as lighting. Let me see if I have a bigger detail here for you guys. You can see that this is the type of fixture that we're proposing, which is part of the PV guidelines. This one that you see here, so we're proposing it throughout the entrances of the building. In the front and on the Anacapa side and on the rear alley. Same fixture. The colors, there was a comment about the colors not being vibrant enough. We did select colors that were a little bit more enhanced too, and we also compared them to the guidelines from the Santa Barbara colors, and we selected colors from that palette. If you can see the next slide here, the colors, it looks a little bit more bluer than it is, but we actually grabbed from the same selection that was on the palette and just selected colors that would match what we were proposing in these elevations. And the 12th one, the last one, it says, convey the church character of the building in detail and ornamentation. So, by proposing bell tower, the enhancing the front entrance, the medallion, we think that there's a lot of detailing now that really enhances the building and makes it look more like a, church style than what we were proposing before. So, we're really excited about the new look, and we are, excited to see what you guys have to comment about it as well. Do you want to add anything else, Jordan?
Yeah, I would just say we try to be really intentional in honoring all your guys' comments. We did a lot of homework on the Pueblo Viejo inspiration boards. A lot of what you're seeing kind of on the changes that we've implemented into the building are direct inspirations from the photos that come directly from those guidelines. Obviously, I mentioned like the budget importance kind of in the previous meeting that we were here for. But also, just as important, obviously, as everyone understands, is timing. So I think we tried to be really intentional and make sure that every question was answered in a very thoughtful way, just to kind of in respect that the timing of this project is just as important as the budget in essence, too. So.
Great. All right. So if that concludes your presentation?
Yes.
All right. So we'll go now to public comment. So anyone in the room wishing to comment on this? All right, not seeing anyone. Can we go to
Thank you, Chair
virtual?
Grumbine. At this time, we don't have any virtual participants, but we did receive written correspondence from Dan Burnham that was distributed to the commission prior to the hearing. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, great. So we'll go to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
So I think you passed over it briefly, but are there lights in under the canopy by the main entrance? Will there be illumination in there, like the rest of those fixtures down Anacapa and along this?
Well, that was one of the considerations that, that we were thinking before, to see if, to accentuate the trellis at the entrance. We were thinking just doing kind of like under lights, so we're not, not too visible under the canopies.
So there will be light.
And actually, can you go
Yes.
to the?
Thank you.
Yeah. Go to the whatever the rendering that shows it best, and then just kind of hover over.
The front.
So you're talking about recessed down lights?
Yes, hidden in the canopy itself that they're not visible, yes. Let
Can
me
you
show
zoom
you,
in?
let me show you, I think there's another rendering that it has a better view of the,
Yeah, so,
so we're proposing something, sorry, on the edges, along the edges of the face of the fascia, to be able to hide those lights in it.
great. All right. Other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drew.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So those two blade signs on Victoria Street, you might think about beeping those. Oh, no, that's a comment. I'm sorry.
Do you want to think about beefing those up? Okay,
Question?
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine. So the couple questions. The pots that you have on the wall in the back, are those, how are you seeing those being watered, and with what kind of plants are you imagining them there, and how will they be irrigated?
We're
That was your
thinking,
question.
Yeah.
we're thinking it could be like something that hangs a little bit of like a small vine, and I mean, they will be hand watered. That's what we talked about. That's they will be hand watered.
Sure. Oh, come on up.
Yes.
You gotta be mic'd.
You want it?
Yes, you do.
We did something very similar on State and Ortega.
Oh, yeah, if you can introduce yourself, it's for
Terry
public.
Bottenfield Construction. Yeah. We did something real similar on State and Ortega, and it implemented very nicely with kind of the same effect with Jeff Shelton. And I think and the plant selection there, I would double check that because it's working out really well. I don't think it's succulents, and they don't take a lot of water, but they're hanging in there real nicely. So I think that was kind of the mimicking intent here a little bit, so.
Okay,
And
great.
I suppose, well, I'll leave that
You
for a
wanna
comment.
keep that?
Okay,
Do you have any other?
that can be a comment, but, okay, the other thing other question I had was, on the corners, you have the bell tower at the one corner, and then do all the other corners have that little element? So all corners have a little thingy, and then the bell tower is at the one most prominent corner, is that right?
It's the only one that's the large detail in the corner, and all the other ones have the small detailing.
Okay.
But all of the corners.
And
are the
actually,
big
can you just flip through the set, because you were jumping around real fast, and I had a similar type of question there, but if you can just kind of go page by page, just to visually,
So you can see it?
yeah.
Yes, so this is the front elevation.
So where is it on the right side there?
So it is here, and actually there's a palm covering it, yes, but it's actually the same size that we're proposing on the other corner by the
The
paseo.
diagonal corner.
Yes.
Go back and show that one.
Let me
just
show-
real quick. It's a little different element, but
Yeah,
it's
so
still
it's
kind
this-
of that.
It has
So
an
there's
element.
there's three of these, and then the one bell tower.
Yes, and we thought that, this corner, also on the other side, because it's just like a plain wall on the second floor, that this adds a little bit of detailing to that side.
Okay, and then, thank
And
you.
actually, just sorry, before we go on, can you just start at the beginning, just flip all the way through as well, just,
Sure.
'cause
So I'll
I
start-
had a similar related corner question, but it might be
Okay.
the
So
answered.
front elevation. This is the corner,
Yep,
Anacapa side,
yep.
and then this is the corner of the Paseo Granada.
I guess we don't see the one that's on the,
Kind of hidden.
yeah.
But I can show it to you on the
If you can
PDF
just
set.
keep going to, there we go.
Yes.
yeah, the
So more
next one.
detailing just
Yeah.
to show the parapet and the entry, and then the
Yeah.
detailing
We're
there.
also keeping it on the second floor, too. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yes.
And can you
What on the
zoom-
second floor? Wait.
The floor, yeah,
Zoom in.
same element on the second floor. A little
Yeah.
toned down, I think, just
I
because
can
of scale.
I can show it to you
but-
guys here on the
Yeah.
elevations, so you can
Yeah, I think that'd be.
see that they're reflected throughout.
Oh,
So
I
if you
see.
see this side
Yeah,
here,
there we go.
Yeah.
you'll see that we have the same
Mm-hmm.
detailing. This is a much larger element.
Okay.
And then you have a
But-
simplified version for the upper level.
Yes, a very
quarter
small,
round.
but a similar design, yes. So you see it on this side, and then if we go to the rear, you also see it on both sides of the paseo, the corners, and on the top, second floor.
Okay, sorry,
Okay.
okay, that
Then,
answers it.
yeah, my last question it had to do with just the signage. Do you have to go to sign committee for that? And have you done that already?
We
For
haven't.
the signage?
Yeah, we haven't done, we haven't.
Because I don't think we talk about that, do we?
Yeah.
Churches are exempt.
I will.
Can we talk, well, that'll be in the comments. So anyway, but yeah, you do have to go to sign, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
There's criteria that has to be followed.
Yeah, there'll be, yeah.
Yes, I just didn't know if you'd already done that or not.
No, I think we want to get past this.
Get the building done, then do the sign.
Right, kind of.
Thank you.
All right, other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler and then Commissioner Lenvick. All right, Commissioner Butler.
There was reference to tile. So can you just take us through what your thoughts were and where you're placing and
That's the
what?
roof tile on the corners.
Yes, that's the roof tile, and you see it that
Just-
it's on top of all the sides here of the parapet.
They're not decorative ceramic tiles.
Yes, it's just Spanish style here that you see.
Roof tile.
And does that match on the second floor too, the
Correct.
roof line as
It's the
well?
same style on the second floor, yes. And it's kind of like to bring some of the old design that had the parapet, had the Spanish tile on the parapet.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Lenvick.
Thank you. I'm curious as to how this building will be perceived from Victoria Street in particular. I see you have classrooms on the corner, each corner of the building. And so are people going to be walking by and looking into empty classrooms, for instance, a lot of the time? Or are there going to be window coverings or whatever which would be there? I'm just trying to, I'm trying to look and see how that is perceived.
And maybe in plan?
I mean, it'd be great if it's an auto dealership, and the cars are all shiny.
The plan would probably be to have window treatments.
Pardon me?
Window treatments on the inside. So during the week, if the classrooms aren't accessible, you just close the window treatments.
All right.
Yeah.
Sure, come on up and if you can introduce yourself and.
My name is Kyle Wells. I'm the minister at the church. So Kyle Wells, minister at the church. We actually have a pretty thriving art gallery and one of the bigger First Thursday events in town. Those windows are going to be full of art. So we actually host artist showings, and they change basically quarterly, if you will, seasonally. And so like that big classroom window, we plan on having art that's there and spots on that art light so that at night, that's what you will see.
That's the best answer.
That's why you jumped up.
Right, well, it's, what we see on the street, not 24 hours a day, but, all daylight hours and into the evening, it's important to understand what's there. And if it's simply a jumble of chairs scrambled around after people leave, then that's not too pleasant. And we should be concerned about that. That's a question. So you've answered it, that you will have some kind of coverings in there. But even if it's art, someplace in there, on easels or whatever, you're still looking, I assume, around those easels and seeing whatever the classroom is set up as.
I'm going to answer a little bit. I think the intent is when it's occupied, you'd like to see activity in there, right?
Maybe.
That's a good thing. Seeing people, seeing activity, that enhances.
Yeah. Oh, and if you can speak into the microphone, just so that it's.
Seeing people, seeing activity enhances the activity of the church. I do think that, window coverings are certainly, an option even with the art installation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If you have art and then window coverings maybe behind the art of some sort, or even removable, shrouds or something that go in there, if that's a concern. But I mean, to me, seeing people and activity is a good thing. Seeing art's a good thing. Beyond that, if it's an issue, maybe something.
I assume that you're going to have people in there all day long. I could be wrong, but
Yeah, Vice Chair House, and I think that's a good point, Commissioner Lenvick, because I think that before we go down too far down that road, we don't. I don't think there's precedent for like when an office building or something, or proposes something, they have a conference room there. I don't think we have ever commented or made requirements for what that interior space does in terms of and sort of screening and that. So I don't want to get too far down that road.
I understand that, but we're here to judge the architecture, and I don't know that the traditional Mediterranean architecture has that much window on the frontage. Could be, but I'm saying, I'm concerned how we view this from the street and what is either happening inside or not happening inside.
Okay, but I think my guess is, and maybe staff has clarity on this, but past the window, we're not having control of design of that space.
Except when it's Innovation Brewery sign.
Well, yeah.
And then we have control.
We do with it, and it's very specific. It's
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair. If I could just jump in with a brief clarification. That is correct. The commission only has purview over the exterior. However, a relevant comment that I think Commissioner Lenvik was getting at was that he doesn't think that traditionally that large of window spaces, or like a comment essentially to that effect. So yeah, you can't comment on what is going on behind the windows, but you could comment that that seems like a lot of window space.
The plaster opening and the window amount of glazing, would it be appropriate or not? That's
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Well, that raises a question. What's the plan for the glass? Is it clear? Are you going to tint the glass? What are your plans for the glass that you'll be using in those windows?
Intends to keep it as open and bring in as much light as possible to the whole church. Light is a source of joy and feeling, and I think that's ultimately the goal. I think, Kyle, you'd agree with that.
Yeah, I think especially on the middle sides that open up into the narthex and the sanctuary. And then on what would be more of a conference room over here.
Okay, and if you can repeat that into the mic, just so it gets on the record.
Already worked out.
Get your sprints in.
Yeah, so on the middle portion, we would like that more open, so that you can see in, and it has an entryway and flows out into the narthex and sanctuary on the other side, or like a lobby. And then on the left, what we're looking at left side, that's more of a conference room. That would be more open. It wouldn't be as occupied as much. I don't know, it'll be occupied, but and then on the right side, that area over there is actually going to be more of a kind of living room space, and that we would think would be more private and a little bit more would want more treatment or something like a tent on there or something.
So there would be some variation in the glass across that frontage. Some would be clear, and then some, perhaps on the far side, would be tinted to some degree or something. Did I understand that correctly?
Could we see a plan?
Well, our initial, I don't know where we're at now.
I don't think we'd have different glazing, Kyle.
Yeah.
I think we'd have the same glazing throughout. I think maybe there'd be window treatments there, especially if it is more of a hangout type area that you can,
Yeah, I'm speaking less architecturally and more like interface.
How is it? Yeah.
So like interface, you've got more our desire is to have more in the center and more on the left side interface. On the right side, there would be a little less interface.
And I don't think we're adding more windows than are in the building right now, with the exception of we're bringing that corner out, right, Lizette? I mean, these are pretty much existing openings that are in the structure
And it
now.
seems like actually you're furring in a little bit on each side.
Can I just ask for a clarification on that? Because my understanding is these are existing openings. You're putting new windows into where the existing openings are, okay? And you're saying that they're all the same type of glass. And then to Commissioner Lenvik's, if he has concern about the largeness, even though they are existing, but you have a budget you're trying to work with and you're trying to keep it simple, is my understanding. Is there any possibility, I'm not just asking a question, whether maybe the bottom band could be opaque, for example? So if that bottom were opaque, would that be just like a mind blower in terms of the budget? Or would that be anything that might satisfy sort of reducing the amount? I mean, you still get light through it, But
No, I get that. We do that a lot, more so in office buildings, where it's an
Uh-huh.
office-type setting. We'll block out half the bottom, or even three-quarters, so you can't see in there.
And it could be that.
But as opposed to, filling, like, framing it up and then
Yeah.
having like tile, like we would often see for a Spanish type of building, if you had that lower portion of the window was built up and then that was all tile below there, or painted out a different color like you have. But then I'm thinking that's putting more burden on you in terms of construction. But not that we,
I don't think we would want to build it up. I think that would be a concern.
Mr. Chair,
If we could help.
could we put the exterior photographs on your sheet?
Sure. Do you want the existing conditions?
Right, the sheet after this one. Let's look at the exterior photographs of Victoria Street. Right there. So, we don't have a run of big open windows running down Victoria Street now.
We have a run of big openings, and then there.
We have a run of big openings,
that have been infilled over
of which there are varying sizes, which are going to be made, it appears to be all the same size in the new remodel work.
Correct. Yes. And it's
And they're different heights now, that'll be all the same when they're done.
the previous.
Original photo.
Yeah.
Was all storefront.
Yes.
it's an improvement, if you ask me.
And it's not going to be quite as open as that. It's going to be a little
They're
bit
smaller than that.
a little bit more furred in
Yes.
than that.
And then they have the corner detailing too.
Okay, so I don't want to, let's maybe have a conversation about that afterwards after we get after questions, and if that's a concern for people. So,
Sure.
So let's keep going with any other questions, and then we can kind of roll into comments. Any other questions? So one question I had, can you zoom into your little bell tower precedent?
You want the corner?
No,
corner
your
view?
photo, sorry, your precedent photo of that little bell tower element, you have a
Oh, okay, yes, yes, yes,
inspiration,
inspiration.
yeah.
It's underneath this, yes.
Can you,
It's on the courthouse.
can you zoom in even more? Yeah, thanks. Trying to see if there's another bell or evidence of a old bell in the other arch.
Doesn't look
No, there
Yeah.
wasn't on this side.
Okay.
just for pigeons.
Okay. Okay, and then I think that was it for my questions. Actually, one other question. In terms of the windows, on the big storefront windows, is there any reason why you don't want, or you wouldn't be more regular rather than having like your transom and then having long, big opening and then short, light, and then the original was all plate glass. It was like transom above, divided it, and it looks like, and then plate glass for the large openings, the original. And then you've added some muntins, but you didn't add muntins regularly. So I'm wondering if there was a reason for having small lights in the bottom, long, tall lights in the middle, and then small lights at the top. Was there a design reason for that, or is that just sort of adding muntins?
That was kind of thinking through like standard door sizing. So like the top mullions kind of matching our door height, and then we added kind of a small accent band around the paint, kind of at the where from the floor.
Yeah, can you zoom in there?
We were kind of following that detail across.
Is there any reason why you didn't just keep dividing those that tall midsection into muntins?
Not intentionally. It was just more flow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to understand if there was a certain design reason for that. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was to follow lines.
Okay.
We're following the wainscot line on the building that we're developing, and then, like Jordan mentioned, the door heights, and also the request to kind of keep it open so that we can see people in there and have activity going on in there. Not break it up too terribly much, but,
Okay.
that was the intent.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. All right, that was it for my questions. So let's roll into comments. So it's here for project design approval, and then with also if your comments could address all the various things that we asked them to do, and as well as just sort of overall. And then we can also, as definitely part of that, we can get into the opening discussion Commissioner Lenvick's concerns, and then how those openings might be related. So.
Mr. Chair, could I go first
Sure.
so that the building architects could follow up on me?
Since last time, we went first on all the
trees
stone
today, Charles? All the trees.
I'm not a building architect, of course, but to me, the bell tower's a little small, the scale's a little low. And I was thinking if the bell only gets to be, that big, it's kind of silly. So I was going to introduce that topic, and maybe the building architects could comment. And then while I'm got the floor, the vines on the second floor, I think you're going to need quite a big volume of soil to support that much growth, and it's going to need to be irrigated frequently, like maybe a 30-inch by 30-inch box of soil, potting soil. So I just wanted to help you understand, to grow plants like that, you're going to need a substantial amount of soil. And then lastly, there's a building on Milpas that it used to be called East Beach Wine, and Pete Allen did it. And they've stacked boxes and crap and it's just terrible, to your point, Ed. So I don't know how that's not our purview to let situations set themselves up like that. But maybe the solution is, it's a staffing solution where easels go up in the afternoon, or they're pulled into place, and there's lights on the floor or something to really
Enhance it.
address that as an issue, because I believe it is one. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Let's go to, I heard Vice Chair House first, and I heard some Commissioner Butler.
Mumbling over.
Yeah, and then Commissioner Drury. So, let's go.
Well, speaking for myself, I think you hit a home run. I like what you've done very much. It's simple and not fussy. My only comments, I would study the comment made by Commissioner McClure. The bulkheads under the windows, I think, should be tile, because people are going to put their feet on them, and it's going to get marked up, and it's an opportunity to get a splash of color in there. As far as the lighting in that canopy, I think you would be better served by having recessed downlights in the ceiling of that recess, so it washes the doors and it kind of announces it as an entry more. And then if we go to sheet 7, page 7, it looks to me like the bulkhead on the Anacapa side versus the one on the Victoria side, they're slightly different heights. So I don't know if that's intentional, but they should be the same.
Which and which?
Yeah.
Go back to that page.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay, there and there.
Well,
That, well, I know.
the corner, on either side of the corner, you're saying
I
those
think
are.
Yeah, on the other side of the
they
corner.
should be the same size.
I think that.
I mean, the window,
next
the
one
glass
over-
looks different heights, so that also tells me.
Yeah, I think is that a different recess back? I think that might be it. The depth, the amount is recessed back.
It is
Or
the
it's
same.
just a
Let me see if
rendering.
in the.
Anyway,
elevation-
just something to correct
Yeah.
on the plans, because it should be the
Yes,
same.
Just put this one, because we do show the height here. Yeah, so the height on this side and the next elevation is exactly the same.
Okay.
For this.
And then, so what about the depth of wall?
It's
From-
at the same, yeah.
From the wall to the window glazing is the same on both
Yes,
sides,
both
wall
sides.
to window?
Mr. Chair, and I would also say, I don't have a problem with the large openings or what we see inside, because I don't think that's our purview. And I think it also kind of relates back to the car dealership that was there originally, so it's kind of a reference to that. So those are the reasons I don't have a problem with it.
And the one thing that is, I just want to get clarity on this height thing, the bulkhead height. So if you can zoom into that lower elevation, so to confirm, you have the next one over is obviously lower, right? And then the one after that, is it at a third, is it in between the two? Is it sort of like splitting the difference?
This is on the alley side?
No, this
No,
is
this
on
is
the
Anacapa side.
Yes.
Yeah, scroll over, yeah. Is that third?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, because the street, but we're continuing the height.
So is there a reason why you don't just, that little short one isn't at the same height as the one to the left?
Do you,
I mean,
I think
could
it
be.
is.
I think we
No,
were
it's
leaving the
the
openings
bulkhead.
kind of where they were.
the bulkhead is at the same height here, do you see it?
No,
No, not
that's the
wainscot.
Okay.
She's talking the top of the window.
Oh, it's because that's
Yeah.
an existing
It's-
condition,
It was just
actually?
kind of, we were
Oh,
using
gotcha.
those
Yes,
openings.
if we see the, if we see here the photos of the existing, you will see that that is lower on that
Yeah.
side.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, so
Okay,
we're just detailing it.
got it, okay. Okay, who was next? It was Commissioner Butler.
So I think you made a significant improvement here. This really, I think you listened to what we recommended, suggested. I think you jumped away from the contemporary. This has got a lot more EPV feel, et cetera. Away from the contemporary look. I think the entrance now looks like the entrance, so that really is a great call out. The treatments on the corners, et cetera. So all in all, I think this is I'll just say it's a very significant improvement, and I'm supportive of the project.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Drury?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I wrote down refined and coherent. So that's pretty much what I feel about your project. It's a great improvement. I will caution you about the blade signs. You will probably want to beef up both the wall support and the cross piece. You'll be more receptive at the sign committee if you do that. Otherwise, a great project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Jordan.
I also think this is significantly improved. Comment about the windows, I would expect, particularly on the Victoria Street side, that those windows be consistent. Whatever the glass is in one, it's that all the way across, and that the window treatments behind them also be consistent. I understand that it's an art gallery, and I think there's an advantage to being able to look in and see the art on the walls. It's an important gallery now, and I don't want to lose that for the city. But I want to see the window treatments to be consistent across that. I'm not bothered by the size of the openings. I take the point that by creating large openings, we are revealing more of the interior of the building, and that to me is a design decision that is under the purview of HLC to discuss the impact of that size of openings. I also have a comment about budget and budgetary constraints, and that tends to point to push towards simplicity. I am sympathetic to budgetary issues up to a point. It's our obligation as an HLC to make sure that the city gets a good building out of it. And I don't want to cut too many corners or accept substandards stuff simply because it's a budgetary constraint. Buildings cost what they cost.
All right. Other comments? Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you so much. I agree with what many have said. I think you really have responded to everything, and it's really looking great. So good job. I have a few comments, of course, in no particular order here. I think that the corner, the bell tower, I think that I agree with Commissioner McClure. I think it could be, I think you could just have one bell and maybe make it bigger, more prominent. And I think that's your big moment. I don't know that you really need them on the other corners. And I don't think you need them on the little upper area. I think you just have that nice trim around there, and that's enough. But just to really emphasize this corner, and I think your inspiration photo is really a good one to use, the way that they did it there. I think that the pots in the back, you could potentially do what we've seen Mr. Shelton do a number of times. It could just be a colored decorative pot with no plants in it. You know, it becomes an art element, and it doesn't have to have any plants in it. And that way you don't have to worry about the water or somebody falling off a ladder. Let's see. Oh, on the colors, I think the colors are kind of dull, and I realize that you know, the colors don't necessarily show exactly when you have the computer there, and I appreciate that you did look at our guidelines. But I think that, I guess it was Commissioner House mentioned about maybe doing tile below the
bulkheads, below the windows.
Yeah, below the window. I think that could be really nice, and then I think all the color, I would suggest that the body be more white, you know, like we see at the courthouse, that just a really clean, a whiter white, and then in more contrast to the mud splash and then the tile, so that you really, really play those colors off and get something more contrast, and then the windows, I think, could be a little bit more brighter of a color. Let's see. And then finally, the signage. I guess I feel it'll be interesting. You're going to go to the signage committee and see what they have to say. I think the font seems awfully large to me. I would think maybe a little bit smaller might be good, but you'll have to go by what they say.
It's limited to 10 inches, and it looks like it could be bigger than 10
Yeah,
inches right now.
so it just seems a little bit too intense, and I think you just have so much beautiful stuff going on, and you have done a beautiful job of emphasizing the entrance, and I love how you did that parapet. I think that's great. So I think that's it that I had to say.
Mr. Chair, I have a
And
question.
good job,
Staff.
thank you. It really looks good.
Staff, my recollection is that, for one thing, tinted glass is at least discouraged, if not disallowed in EPV. Do you know?
Through the chair to the rest of the commission, I would have to check the EPV guidelines. I don't know the answer to that off of the top of my head.
Okay, and I think reflective glass is definitely not allowed. And
I believe that is correct.
illustration, it looks like the upper floor has kind of a reflective glass. I don't know if that's intended.
It's probably just a rendering.
It's the sky.
Yeah.
It's the sky.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to clarify, ask Commissioner Howes, when you said tile, do you think decorative tile is just a solo color?
I think solid color would be
Solid
plenty.
color, okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lambic?
Well, I don't have any significant comments. If we were looking at this today as a new building with that tower in the corner, we would probably have expected to see the solid wall come down to the ground at that width. I don't know if that is critical to our life today or not, but I know you've widened out the corner walls on the second floor level in a traditional manner. The corners are wider and represent a structure, but we actually are a pretty thin corner here, again, based on our 1930 design, but we're putting a tower in it now, which we probably would, think about from a standpoint of the width of the wall to the ground.
Or there might be a way of refining it, so I agree with what you're saying, it's probably from scratch as well, but if it got lessened, because I know that part of the question was, do you make it stronger and taller, or you might go the other direction and actually not make it not as wide and work.
Yeah, if it was like the other corners, then it wouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah,
But if
so
it's
maybe you can tighten up that detail a little bit and get it a little bit tighter and smaller by swooping down faster as opposed to stretching it out.
Are you saying narrower and taller?
Yeah, yeah.
Can I make a comment back?
Sure.
If we do that, then we're going to lose any sort of recessed element there, right? It would almost just mimic the other corners.
Yeah.
Or be somewhere in between, because I think you might be able to, not to the whole point of not to the width of the corner, not that drastically, but somewhere in between, because right now you've got a lot of wall on the ends on either side, and I think you can probably skinny that up a little bit and change your profile of your swoop down, and it will feel lighter, definitely.
What about carrying the tile parapet across the top, make a little shelf there so that tile sort of runs and continues all the way around?
That might work. That's an element that might need to be studied, and I don't think that comment anyways will, or that study will mean that you can't keep moving.
Okay.
So I think that could be something. That element, well, one of the other comments was looking at your precedent or your inspiration. What you had a bell on one side and that smaller opening, and it's asymmetrical. There's something charming about it, and you're turning a corner. So there might be a study there that you kind of look at that can refine this, and maybe it is running across the or pushing it back or doing something. With that, which way? With
We'll
what?
just leave it alone.
The other thing, I think this rendering is not to scale. If you look at your A31, your pencil drawing, you'll see that the amount of header is a lot less height in that drawing than the amount of header that's in the rendering.
You mean the wall space above the window?
The wall space above the window, right. If you look at that, critically,
It does feel like
the wall space above the window in your colored rendering is about equal in height to the windows themselves.
Can we go back to the
Yes.
rendering?
I like that. I like that.
Bigger
Clean
forehead.
I think
facade.
it's pretty close, honestly.
Well, we'll see, we'll say just to check that.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Chair, I have
yes.
one last comment. I, for one, like the flourishes at the corners because I'm thinking of Cornell's SRO project on Carrillo, and it's got a flourish like that on every corner. I always like that.
I don't think anyone was saying get rid of the flourish, so.
I think Commissioner Ansberg suggested
Sorry.
just have the
I
bell
said that
tower.
I was fine with just, simplifying that
Oh,
and
gotcha.
just like having the focus on the bell tower and the front entrance. And I just felt like, yeah, you could do it, but I didn't think it was, essential.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just trying to
Gotcha.
see places that you could simplify and still get what you're going for,
I
so.
just wanted the applicant to know I could support
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And
I mean, you could-
it seems like, at least, well, speak up now if you want those gone, and simplified. Unless that we actually want it, I think we can just keep it as proposed, and that way.
Yeah, just
there's
give them,
as
I
long
would
as there's
just
a
like to
majority.
give them the option,
yeah.
it's always nice to, you go through and the more you study and simplify, then sometimes you get, the better design. So I just wanted to give them that option, so as it's not like, no, you have to have that or else you're not getting
Yeah,
approved.
they've shown it to us. We want it now. All right.
Pardon my interruption,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Before we proceed, I just wanted to let the commission know that I did do a quick search in the EPV guidelines. Reflective glass is prohibited, and there is no mention of tinted glass.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll throw my 2 cents in, and then we'll see about a motion. So I agree with the other commissioners said, fantastic job. This is a great improvement, and I think it's very supportable. I think I agree with some of the other comments. The only additional comment that I would add is the divisions. I think
Oh, yeah.
the divisions for the windows and doors, so there's at least 2 basic sort of rules for it. One is to do it as it was originally, which was like big, giant picture windows to show the wares of whatever the, commercial space is and that, with no divisions, and then having that transom above with regular divisions. So that's a fairly typical 1920s, and 1930s too, but 1920s storefront mode. And the other is to basically, if you're going to do a transom, which I think is great, do that transom division and then have the rest of them regularly divided. And then have either a plate in the bottom or a kick plate or whatever like you have on the doors, but having regular Muntin divisions throughout. And I think that is kind of one or the other. You're having a little bit of both and with the lower register. So I would lean more towards going with Muntin divisions. And the reality is you see right past them anyways, and they just have a nice texture. But I think you could probably pull off the big storefront window as well, but you are dividing differently with your doors. So I think you need to study that as part of going forward and sort of pick one or the other, and have a reason for picking one or the other.
It's more similar maybe to the second floor divisions, which
Yeah,
is more.
exactly, which is more of a regular grid. You can still do a transom and just pick up your grid. So, but I think that would be my one comment on either one or the other for the glass on those. And I don't know if people are feeling the same, but.
I rather like the cut-up as it is, but, I certainly would support something that had a transom that's got much more divisions.
Which is more traditional.
Yeah.
Wait.
You could have the left and right lights of the center section smaller, and then a picture window in the middle, so a
Yeah,
picture
that's
and
true. That's
flankers, and
another-
then
yep, that's
cut up
another
the
option.
transom,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
That's
yeah, I
another
was
option,
trying to
sure, go.
understand what you were, I wasn't fully clear on what you were saying,
I was
but
giving 2 typical ways. One is having the upper transom of divided.
yes.
Multiple divided, and then having one big picture window, and that kind of shows off the storefront wares. That's a
Yes.
regular
So
option
one
historically.
big, you're talking about one big.
Yeah, per thing, per bay.
Below the
per
transom.
bay, so there would be like on the window on the left, you would have 2. In the middle section, there would be 2, and it would be divided into 2 big
No,
pieces
I
of
think it would
glass?
be like big plate
big
glass.
Or just one big
Yeah,
piece?
Yeah, and that
Oh.
that is a way that they would do it, but not have anything on the bottom, like, because right now they have stuff on the bottom and then some vertical muntins as well. So anyways, I'm just giving you examples, just look at historic examples and pick something of that in terms of a pattern or grid. And there's other ways, like Vice Chair House was saying, where you have side lights divided and then one big center and then side light and then above. So anyways.
Just a question, if we do something like that with more divisions, I just don't want it to look that different from what we're proposing on the sides, right? That-
So I think the sides, if they're original or old, they'll have been divided. They'll have been one of those patterns. So just as you study it, look at historic precedents and you'll see these different patterns and pick something of that pattern that works with what you have going.
Okay.
And I think that there'll be something there, or at least close to it. And then I think that was, one other thing was on this little lower dropped, the dropped header, the dropped opening, maybe change the detail of your little plaster corbel. So it's not the same as the other, but they're just dropped. It feels dropped and weird, so maybe simplify it. Maybe don't have corbels there or something. Do something different there.
accentuate that.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
because then your eye compares everything and tries to make it equal, and it's not.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I
Then you have
disagree.
cognitive dissonance.
There you go. Yes,
I like
Commissioner.
I like the variation.
No, I'm saying still, the variation is existing opening, but then I'm just saying just the shape of that little bracket, the little plaster corbel,
Okay.
changes to something else so that it's different and feels like different on purpose.
Okay.
Instead of just weirdly dropped.
Or to not have it, right?
Or-
Leave it rectangular,
Or just leave it rectangular, that's another
that's
option.
accentuated.
But whatever it is, that detail seems to still need a little work, so.
Oh, goodness, I like it how it is, but.
Okay, well, then it's at least one commissioner feels that it needs more work. But others can outvote the commissioner, so. Okay, and then otherwise, I can summarize the comments, but seems like it's feeling pretty supportable and for project design approval with all these things to come back under this, seeming all very favorable comments for the most part. Okay, so is someone willing to make that?
I will make a motion
and I'll
for project
summarize it.
design approval.
Okay, and you're going to have to do
With the comments
findings.
you're about to make.
Yeah, I can do anything. Change that dropped header. Okay. Okay, so I'll do a summary of the comments. So it would be for project design approval with these comments. So one, we thank the applicant for their continued work and a great job on this new design proposal. That the lights over the door be integrated as downlights. I would say with an option of the decorative lights too.
Oh, they could have both,
Because
but I
think
think
that
you
does
want to
help.
announce the entry by
Yeah.
lighting it.
Yeah. And so I
Be on
would
the
I would say
Victoria
that,
Street
yeah.
entry.
And then another comment is to check the height of the accuracy of the 3D model and the height of wall above the openings. And that's just a check to make sure that it corresponds to the elevations. The blade signs, and maybe just a suggestion to look at ones that have, look at blade signs around town that you like, that have passed through the sign committee. That could be a fast way of figuring out a design that will be supportable. So I'll just leave it at that, because I think that some of the other comments were being more specific about beefing things up. But I think you'll see it once you find one that you like. Window treatments, that the glazing be all the same. And
Which is clear, or it's not.
it's not reflected, not reflective, it can't be. And then, but that is all, at least, no matter what, all the same. And then the bell tower, to do additional study of it, with particularly focusing on both not having two bells, not having equal, and then study the width to bring it more in line with the pier below. And the pots on the Paseo side, the suggestion to add color by making them different variation of colors. The issue of color to increase the color with the areas being underneath the windows as tile, and recommending a solid tile. And then the windows themselves to pick a brighter, a stronger color.
What, you're saying the glazing system?
I thought so. Was that what you were saying, Commissioner? Window frames, yeah, mullions and, yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that comment. I know you were saying go more white on the paint color. But you were also suggesting a different color for the window frames?
So,
More contrast.
more contrast between the window body, or sorry, the building, the body of the building color and the frame, the windows, frames, and systems. So you're looking to punch things up more, right? And so, yeah, so let's just leave it at that. That way you can either punch up strongly one or the other, or both.
You leave it alone?
Yeah, and you might also get enough support, but from some commissioners, especially us colorblind ones. Yeah. All right, and then let's see if I have any other comments here. Oh, to incorporate enough potting size for the vine on the upper level to include that as part of the design is figuring out pots or planters up there.
Well, you'll come back with a landscape plan, presumably, that has details on that.
Yeah. And that, well, let's just add that in then as well, just to show on the landscape plan how all these, the species and how these are being accounted for.
Okay.
And then, is there anything else?
Chair Grumbine, one thing we didn't talk about is like the door hardware, and then just to confirm like what the finish was on the lighting. You know, what, is it a wrought iron or?
It is wrought iron.
Okay. And then the door hardware, is that something we'll see as a detail later? Okay.
Yeah,
The only
for all
question
that
is,
stuff to come to.
is there any reason to see this come back in progress? I don't think so, so we've got.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty
if
nailed
they, yeah, you could come back in progress to just check things. That might be useful, but otherwise it'll be coming back for final.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, Commissioner Drury?
Mr. Chair, yeah, so we really haven't seen any color palette that's.
They had something, and they had it.
Yes, I know,
from
but that's not what we really would like to see. So I'd like to see some sort of a color, samples of.
The color board.
With the suggestions by the commission of what tile you'd use underneath the windows and what trim color would use. I mean, just a real program, because you have an opportunity to make it much more joyful.
Yes.
And, make a joyful noise, as they say.
So,
And physical samples?
go.
or-
yeah, so I think,
actually.
well, we would, we would like physical samples, just, that would make it a lot easier to show the joy without the, without having to
Losing
rely
it
on the
in the
rendering.
computer, yes.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments to include in that? That good? All right, so the maker of the motion, good with it?
I'll second.
And second by
And then
Commissioner
have
Drury.
project compatibility findings.
Okay, so why don't we pull those up?
Okay, these are the project compatibility findings. It is consistent with the design guidelines of the city. It's compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale are appropriate. It's sensitive to adjacent landmarks and historic resources. Public views of the ocean and mountains aren't affected, and the use of open space and landscaping is appropriate.
All right. Okay, so we got a motion.
Development plan findings. Proposed development complies with all applicable provisions of this title. The proposed development is consistent with the principles of sound community planning. The proposed development will not have a significant adverse impact upon the community's aesthetics or character in that the size, bulk, or scale of the development will be compatible with the neighborhood based on the project compatibility analysis criteria found in sections 2222-145 or 2268-045 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code. And hopefully, finally, the proposed development is consistent with the policies of the City of Santa Barbara Traffic Management Strategy as approved by City Resolution number 13-010, dated as of March 12, 2013, as expressed in the allocation allowances specified in Section 30-170-030 Traffic Management Strategy. I've never seen that one before.
No.
Jeez. Okay.
All right.
Well read.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second under discussion. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right,
Thank you
well
very
done.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and this action is appealable to City Council within 10 days. All right?
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
my apologies to the commission, but I'll have to leave at 5:30. I miscalculated the amount of time today's meeting
Okay,
would
thank
take.
you for letting us know.
And
Okay, so do we have the applicant for the previous item, item 2, which is a one-time application review for 900 Felinda Avenue? Is that?
Yes, pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair. I'd like to announce the postponement for this item to August 14th.
Okay, that
So we
sounds
can
good.
proceed to,
Yeah.
couldn't find me.
All right. All right, so anyway, in that case, we're back to our schedule here, and we are doing item 4, which is pre-approved accessory dwelling units. Proposal for design option A. Let's see, design option A, gable roof, traditional or Spanish style, and design option B, flat roof with parapet, Spanish colonial style. This is request to provide a recommendation to staff for approval with conditions, or denial of design A and B. No specific findings are required. Recommendation on each individual design option will be taken by a motion and a majority vote. Exterior colors are to be approved as shown on the plans or to match the primary residence. Recommendations are non-appealable. Okay, so with that, okay.
And this is your spot, so just make sure when you're talking that this green light is on so that the city TV mics can pick you up.
Okay.
Your plans and renderings are there.
Okay, sounds good.
Scroll through and the screen's a touch screen. So.
Okay, sounds good.
Right, welcome.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Yeah. All right, yeah, so we'll go to staff comments, and then you'll have up to 15 minutes to present. You don't have to take 15 minutes.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
All right, thank you, commissioners. My name is Ted Hamilton-Roll. I'm the acting design review supervisor while Ellen Cookinda is on maternity leave. I already sent you an email regarding this program that I'm sure you received and read, and I just want to kind of recap that for members of the public or anyone who might be listening. As a reminder, the city is required by state law, this is Assembly Bill 1332, to implement a process for the pre-approval of ADUs. And the goal of the program is to provide a faster, lower-cost permit path for these small one-story accessory dwelling units. Applicants can still choose to do a regular custom ADU and go through the normal process, including design review, if it applies. And this program is simply there to provide another option for applicants to choose from. So HLC's charge today is to review each design option shown in the plan sets, ask the designer questions about their design, and provide comments. Following the questions and comments, the commission will make a recommendation to staff to approve with conditions, or deny the application for pre-approval based on the design's merits. We can do up to one continuance. We're hoping to get these all done within about 2 hearings. And that's just due to limited agenda space and the fee structure for this program. We're hoping that all designs can be recommended for approval or approval with conditions. However, if you would like to continue it, just give strong direction to the applicant on how to improve the design. So staff is the decision maker, and we'll make a final decision on whether the design gets pre-approval. However, we will rely heavily on the commission's recommendation on the submitted designs. And applicants have been briefed that they have about 5 minutes for their presentation. This is a little, it's not quite our normal process, so there is a little wiggle room here. So 5 minutes for the presentation for the applicant, and then about 5 minutes for questions, 5 minutes for comments from the commission, and then a motion.
Okay.
And I'll be here for
Sounds good.
questions.
So I lied.
Okay. I'll be here for questions, and I'm happy to help.
Okay, great. All right, well, you're the first one up, so let's see how this goes.
Okay.
All right.
So I just graduated architecture school, so it's my
All right,
first
congratulations.
intern job. So good doing this.
So that threw you to the wall.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes because. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is our proposed ADU. This is with stucco and board and batten. This is with traditional gable roof. So we're pretty much either designing two ADUs for this one. There's either a gable roof, and then, just not sure here. I think there's another option where there's a flat roof, so a parapet roof, so which is like just your traditional parapet roof. There's two options, either stucco or board and batten, like I said. There is also a version where there is a Spanish tile. So this is the first, there's two options, but.
And pardon my interruption, Chair Grumbine, to the applicant. The two options submitted by your firm were submitted as two separate applications, so they've been agendized in sequence. So
They
I
really
know
threw you in.
Our applicant here is subbing for another applicant who was part of this, so.
Okay.
Yeah, he may have not have received that news, but.
Okay, so yeah, you're item 4 and 5 then.
Okay.
So this one is just the item 4 part.
Yeah, and the
Yeah, okay, I can
elevations.
see it.
Yeah, the elevations show the gable roof and the flat roof option.
Yeah, so pretty much, I think what we're trying to just kind of get comments is, because we are broadly kind of developing our like workload here in Santa Barbara. So we wanted to see what comments versus materials, because we kind of skimmed through your guidelines. So we kind of want to know feedback from like what is typically your ADU process, because we're from LA, so pretty much we're developing them. That's like the SB9 is like we're just developing ADUs like en masse. So we just kind of want to have like a guideline, that way we can kind of help our clients kind of move along faster, and then kind of like speed up the process of like, because I've never dealt with this, so we'll see how the comments are. Hopefully it's not too many.
All right. And you want to just walk us through your plan and, yeah.
Chair Grumbine, so this is the first one, and then there's going to be another one after this one. So this is
Yeah.
the first one from this gentleman, and then we'll have another one.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So that, and we're looking at the
Gable end.
gable.
version.
Yeah.
Gable.
Okay. And then can you go back to the drawings there and just make sure that we have seen everything of the gable version?
So floor plan.
Yeah, can you zoom into the floor plan for a minute? Okay, gotcha. Okay. And, all right, and then keep going there, the roof. No, is that, yeah. So that, this drawing set has both of them, right?
Yes.
Okay. But we're just looking at the gable part now. Okay, and then there's that, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question of staff? Were they given minimum area? I mean, is there a minimum square footage with this or a maximum square footage? What were the parameters?
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan, to the commission. The parameters are, I believe, between 250 and 800 square feet.
Okay.
And the idea is that these would generally fall in line with the code requirements for a special accessory dwelling unit, which is allowed pretty much by right in most areas of the city. So the idea is that this would be a really compatible, pretty universal, universally allowed by code design.
Okay, thank you.
And this is so you're the first one up. So in terms of us just trying to figure out what are the what are the rules? What are we doing? So traditional or Spanish style. So what's our goal with these ADUs for match? What are we? Yeah, because EPV and then anything historic is what would regularly will fall in our purview, right? Right. So
That's correct.
What we're looking at getting these ADUs to match and or complement and or whatever work with, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So this might take a minute to explain, so bear with me.
Yeah.
But roughly 85% of all the ADU applications that the city receives are ministerial, meaning that there's no design review required at all, and they don't ever get reviewed by discretionary board. So that's already happening in El Pueblo Viejo. On historic resources, it is different. The ADU design does need to match in order for the ADU to be a ministerial application. Applicants currently have the option to go to a design review board to request an exception to the design criteria, meaning that if the main house is craftsman, but they want to propose a Victorian-style ADU, for example, they could come to the design review board and request that, and the board would look at the two options, the styles, and see if the development is compatible. What we are looking for, what staff is looking for in the program is to get design review feedback on these designs so that the designs can be used by more people and in more situations. And essentially, we would like to see designs that are good versions of, a Spanish style or a traditional style. We think the board would like to see that too, probably. The commission would. And by having design review pre-approval, anyone can go and select one of these designs from the website and get it permitted without any kind of design review in El Pueblo Viejo or on historic resources potentially, if the commission decides to go that route. You could put parameters on these approvals, such as this design, wouldn't be acceptable in El Pueblo Viejo, but it could be acceptable in the rear of a lot with a historic resource. Mm-hmm. So you're looking, there are parameters that you can condition here.
Okay. And we had a meeting about this subject, what was like a month and a half? Or
April 24th.
2 months ago? 3 months ago? Wow. Okay, so and part of that discussion, what we were trying to figure out was sometimes you can do a complementary style that's a cousin or related or something, and it can work. And other times it doesn't work as much, but matching kind of always worked, at least that people felt that in general it didn't have to match, but matching did work in general. I think was that sort of one of the conclusions of the discussion. It seems like the Spanish one is pretty easy. That's EPV, that's a design language, that's pretty clear, and it makes it pretty easy. But then this traditional one is what I'm trying to figure out, how does it work into that? And how do we say one thing is okay for, and then we have 14 styles in our style guide right now. So do we say, go down the list and say it's okay for, Queen Anne Victorian, but not okay for craftsman? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how we can actually get this to work well in all what we're trying to do is to get in all situations where it would normally be a HLC thing. So that involves anything historic resource or any, yeah.
Chair Grumbine and to staff, yeah, I remember we had this discussion, and so the question for me is, it says here that the colors match, but not necessarily the style. And I guess we can comment on that. You're asking for us to comment, but it says colors to match the primary residence, but then what about the style, and then what about the location? Because I know we talked about if it's in the back, then maybe it doesn't matter so much, but if it's in the front. So is there clarity about that part of it? And then back to the presentation, it's like, what style are we looking at here? What is this style intended to be, so that we can respond to it and tell you what kind of additional detailing might be necessary if you're proposing here a craftsman style, or.
Well, and actually, to add one more question to that series, or one more note. So some of our, very few, but some of our historic resources are modern, right? Are post-World War II, various versions of modern, right? So
ranch.
And right away, I'm thinking, okay, I could see potentially something like this working with a 60s or 70s, modern version of ranch or whatever but there's very, very few of those as historic resources. But I could see that potentially something like this working in there. But then, yeah, so all those other questions.
Right, so that gets to help the applicant and help this program move forward. I guess we need to understand which style, what are the styles we're looking at, and how would we recommend any additional detailing or changes to what you're proposing to make it fit within whatever style it's supposed to be.
We're asking just a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah, I'm trying to write them down.
Since we are primarily in the EPV, shouldn't we make the assumption that the building that they're going to match or get close to is a Mission Revival? It's a Spanish plaster building.
Yeah.
And if that was the case, then this design is acceptable with a plaster exterior if it has a mission tile roof and a half-round gutter as opposed to an OG gutter. You have in your detailing a call-out for, or a detail for mission tile roofing, but your elevations call out shingle. So I think that if we were to try to anticipate what might be in the front yard, the main house, we should anticipate that it's Spanish Santa Barbara. And then the building that's being put in back would match that. That's my guess.
Yeah, that's where, and I would add a few more little pieces to it, but I think that's seeming like where the majority are going, but we're still having to sounds like we still have to take into account the historic resources things that are all the bungalow district, the Upper East, all those that are also, but it might be very much a minority, or it might not. Does it?
Well, but this building right here probably would be appropriate in the bungalow district.
Well, that's part of the question.
It's got board and bat siding, it's got
I would
shingle
disagree,
roof, whatever.
But that's part of the question.
Yeah, but.
How do we differentiate?
Oh, they've got to match. I mean, the goal is to match the main house on the property, I believe.
I think that was what everyone was most comfortable with, but I don't know that we really wrapped our arms around the whole question enough and understood it. But that was sort of what was a key thing that was coming out. But I think at least maybe we'll try this. Actually, why don't you respond and then?
Thank you, Chair Grumba, and I'll do my best at any of those questions. And if I miss one, please let me know. Regarding colors, so for this program, basically there are two options. An applicant, or a homeowner, I should say, can elect to go with the colors that have been pre-approved as part of the pre-approved ADU design, so whatever's shown on the plans and shown on the material board, or in a rendering. And the other option is that they can defer colors to the building permit submittal and match the main residence, and then staff would review that at the building permit phase.
Okay, great. That makes it easy. Because then
From
they're
a-
actually proposing colors, and that's what we're reviewing, and then we're done.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and from a style standpoint, that is a tricky question, and that is kind of where staff is looking for information, or, for a recommendation from the commission on how to handle various historic styles. From a code standpoint, it would be easiest to just, well, I think from a code standpoint, legally, we could really only either allow or disallow these pre-approved ADUs on sites with historic resources. It's not really within staff's wheelhouse to say, oh, this house, this primary residence is a Queen Anne, this ADU is one of the acceptable styles. We're not architects. We're not necessarily, zoning staff especially isn't looking at that.
And in that staff category, does Ms. Hernandez, is she allowed to?
She could weigh in, and if that is something the commission would like to consider, then I can run that by Ms. Hernandez and zoning staff and city attorney, and I can come back to you with more information on that. But when it comes to the code, we like to try to keep it pretty cut and dry in terms of what's allowed.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I think one of the challenges is how to handle style with a building that's 250 to 800 square feet. That style becomes a problem when you shrink to a certain size. And that I might suggest, simply for the purposes of discussion, if you think about it, not in terms of style, but in terms of character, materials, what materials are appropriate, what materials would not be appropriate. I would not, for example, see metal roofs or metal panel walls, that kind of thing. And so that what we're looking for is that the small item match the character of the large item. And that still gives still gives a direction without being too prescriptive, except to say these things aren't acceptable. A galvanized tin roof would not be unacceptable because it's out of character.
Yeah, but how do we take, people are, and they probably have already developed them, almost all of them that are going to be, are either in progress or have been developed, ADUs. Like, how do we take that and then just say whether, like, they've already designed it, so without any guidance or criteria. So then how do we get those two things to jive? Because, so then do we say, like, for this as an example, do we say, okay, well, this has vertical siding, and if you do the whole thing in vertical siding, then it can go with vertical siding buildings. With the main residence, it's vertical siding, or something like that. That seems to be where you're talking about, like, more material and character as the most important aspect, and then just that being the way that it is selected versus something else.
Chair Grumba. Well, what makes, and I realize, we're embarking on something, this is it would seem the most logical thing to me, anyway, so I'll just throw this out there, is that this one we were just looking at, we need to have like a contemporary style, or a ranch style, let's say. We need a Spanish style, and we need a craftsman style. Let's just say we need those three. So if you took this one that's right here, you could say, okay, well, this would work as a ranch style, and it could be kind of how he's shown it, and it could have a metal roof. A metal roof could be okay. I'm just throwing this out. You guys can shoot it down, but I'm just saying. So you say, this one is, you call it what it is.
This one works for
This is-
60s
and
and
this one could-
70s ranch
Yes, and
historic
it could have,
resources.
it could have an asphalt shingle, or it could have a metal roof, and then, I don't know about the colors. I think we should talk about that some more. Then you take the next version, you say, okay, if this is going to be a craftsman, then what would you have to do to this to make it be a craftsman? You'd have to probably add some ornamentation, some detailing, some rafter tails or something like that, so we could tell them. That's what we could tell them.
Proportionally, the door needs
If
to
you
be
want to
wider
make this be a craftsman, then this is what you need, because these are all basic boxes. So, and you have theoretically, the floor plans all worked out and everything. So we're just looking at the aesthetics from the outside, and we can say you can have maybe they need to have, well, whatever it is, you know what I mean? So then you go to the Spanish style and you say, okay, this now we're going to make it Spanish. So now it has to be stucco and it has to have a tile roof, or it could have a flat roof with a tile trim around the top. And you just tell them what the details would have to be to make this now be Spanish. I think that might be what I would suggest, rather than, so that we can tell him, this is what you would need to do to make this fall into any one of these categories to be that style.
Okay, so.
If that makes sense.
I get what you're saying. I think that part of the problem is going to be, yes, in some way they're simple boxes, but in other ways, is like, their plate height matters, your pitch of roof matters, your window proportions matter, door proportions matter.
Well, can we just tell them that, like go through each one and say, if you're proposing this one to be this, then this is these are our comments to you of what we would recommend that you do to make it fit that style. And then we can give all of our comments. And then if you have your other one is similar, has the same floor plan, but it has different finishes, then we can say, add this and that and the other thing to make it now be ornamented properly to be that. Because they're just basic little buildings, right? It's just simple little building.
Yeah, I think yes and no. I think there's going to be also other, but we can try it out and see.
Does that make sense?
That does make sense, and to the commission.
I think in his plan, he has that.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I don't know how.
Yes.
Don't worry, we don't know either. You're the first one.
So I kind of hear that you guys are pretty much trying to match the aesthetics of the main house to the back dwelling. So pretty much, I guess. So I have this question. So if we switch the main house's roof to solar panels, so does that mean we're matching aesthetics from the front to the back? And that's kind of so if they switch the main unit's house, is that allowed to? Say they kept this new style, but they wanted to also do the front, would that be allowed? Just because most modern houses are being built kind of this way, so maybe they would have to also, they want to redo the front surfacing of their old house.
No, so for us, all we have are historic resources, so and we're going to want them to go back to what's original.
Okay.
So, or El Pueblo Viejo, which is Spanish.
Mr. Chairman, isn't the simple answer, if your front house is a Spanish house, Spanish colonial revival, and you're going to put solar panels on it, and you're going to re-roof it, that would have to come to us. That's not ADU.
That has nothing to do.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That comes to us, and we then judge your changes you're making to that house in the El Pueblo Viejo district. If you can get away with putting a metal roof on that from us, then that's fine. Then when you bring the ADU in.
Not likely, though.
Yeah, not likely.
Never happened.
Then you bring the ADU in, all you gotta do is match the materials you have in the front house. If the front house is a flat roof house, we'd expect that in Spanish colonial, we'd expect that the ADU would be a flat roof house. And you got a plan for that here, right here. And you got plaster exterior, and you got, gutters and downspouts, that's all good. I don't think we have to recreate, make this complicated. In particular, if it's the Spanish colonial revival style that you're dealing with. Now, if you've got a Victorian in the front yard, and you're going to put a Victorian ADU back there, well, I'm not sure we can push this very far.
I don't think we'll get a lot of them, but, so the other issue is the applicants don't know that we're even, we're just having this conversation right now, literally working out, okay, so how's this going to work with the styles and with the things? My guess is we're going to have a lot of more generic stuff. I think obviously we'll have a lot of Spanish stuff. We'll have maybe there's something that's more just vernacular. That's it would be actually wooden would be the category from the little house design guidebook, whereas siding or shingles and very sort of simple vernacular, almost no style, just like a stripped down basic vernacular building house. We might say, this design that you've come up with, it's very simple and little box and has a cute basic little roof. And that we can see go with Craftsman, and we can see it go with Victorian. So we could label it, say like whatever they come up with, without changing everything, saying, oh, I can see this going in the back of a this, and this style. That's one way we could do it, is where we can say like this, and like we've done with this, we say, and I would say probably wrap the board and batten around the side of it so that it's at least all one piece board and batten, and that can go with the 60s or 70s ranch.
So
with that kind of a.
So staff, have we given you all the information you need in the 5 minutes we were allotted?
Thank you, Commissioner Lundvik.
So we're all done now. Let's move on to the next project. I mean, that's the basic point. We are through. We've used up our time on this example here.
No, we're
but
figuring it out.
But not even talking about it.
Why are you looking at me, Commissioner?
This is all new for everyone, and the state is forcing us to do this. So let's try to at least do it in.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair. Maybe we could take this opportunity to open public comment just for the record.
good
And then
idea.
we can recenter.
Yes.
And
All right, let's go open public comment. All right, so do we have public comment from the room?
All right,
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, we don't have any virtual participants, so we didn't receive any written correspondence, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, there we go. Check.
I thought my boss would be watching, but I guess not.
They're just they're going to watch on YouTube later. In slow motion.
Mr.
Chair.
Yes.
If I could offer a recommendation.
Sure.
We had a hearing on this topic at the Single Family Design Board on Monday, and the way they elected to handle it, which I think worked pretty well, was so they gave individual comments on each design, stating, okay, change this plate height, change this window recess, things like that. And then at the end, gave general comments regarding all of the pre-approved ADU proposals and stating, okay, we don't want to see these in the front yard, et cetera. Those larger program-wide sort of considerations. So if there is a way to split up the general comments from the more specific comments on each design, from your perspective, then you could go that route.
Sorry, what I'm trying to understand. Can you give more examples of some of the general?
More of the general would be,
And
there need to be final approval details showing specific color and material callouts. We want to see one this is tricky because I don't want to get into, other projects on another agenda.
Like that specific project of like, come
Correct.
back to us with this.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, are we allowed to make comments on, like, windows? More windows?
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
So the point is, we can make, now is our, we haven't started yet, but now is our time to make all the comments that we want. If we feel like they could get it with a continuance, and we'll talk to them about it, then we can continue it, and the goal is to do it just once, not have multiple rounds. And then, at the end of that, we have to give a thumbs up or thumbs down. If they can't do those things that we are asking to a level that we're comfortable with, we have to give a thumbs down. If they do get it to the point where we're comfortable with it, we give it a thumbs up, and now it can work through the building department and get pre-approved, and then that could be a pre-approved design. The state has said at the end of the day, we have to have pre-approved designs. It doesn't say we have to pre-approve every design. It just says,
Okay.
at the end of the day, come year 2025, we need to have pre-approved ADUs that people could get off the shelf and do something fast to avoid a lot of the procedural. So that's my understanding, is that right? And it doesn't say we have to have 15 of them or 5 of them.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Ombudsman Mark Aguilar.
Yes. Yeah.
Looks like my light is on. Am I being heard?
Yeah.
Mark Aguilar, I'm the Ombudsman for the Community Development Department. So just to clarify, first of all, the state requires that we have a program.
Okay.
So it's not specific that we have to have a design approved by January 1st, but we have to have a program, and we're in the process of that. This is new to us, and it's new to you too. And we see how you're actually approaching this a little bit differently than SFDB did with looking at design styles and then maybe categorizing and saying this will fit with these 2 or these 3. So that's pretty interesting. But what I was going to say is, when we were confronted with this as staff, when we were developing this program, our idea was rather simplistic and perhaps naive now in hindsight, but we knew that nothing would match, right? Because this was supposed to be citywide. And so someone bringing this to the boards and commissions would have to have something that's kind of vanilla-y, acceptable, small, right? Not, out of your mind. That may not match what's there, but is acceptable enough if maybe it's not in the front yard, right? So that was more one of the general statements I think SFDB made for the whole of their purviews. Like, we don't want to see these in the front yard. And you can make the same thing. And I kind of like the direction that you guys are talking about now about like matching it to certain styles. I don't think they did that on Monday. But yes, we're on the same boat right now, and we like seeing the discussion that you're having. But we were just looking at like what can the designers bring forward that is acceptable enough for EPV in this case. Probably won't match exactly. Maybe the colors could be matched, but the SFDB also had a question about window treatments and plate heights and stuff, and that's all good. So that's kind of what we were thinking. I hope that helps a little bit.
Okay, so was there any, so you just like watching us like struggle and you were enjoying that?
I was, yeah. Schadenfreude, yes.
So was there any discussion about historic resources versus EPV? Because EPV, I think, is actually going to be pretty easy comparatively. But the historic resources, we got whatever,
Staff did have some preliminary discussions, and we acknowledge that like your body may opt to not even allow these on historic resource sites. Just like we're not even going to talk about that right now. Let's just set those aside and focus on parcels that don't have historic resources. So that's an option for you as well to consider.
Okay. Oh, that's great. So on that note, what if we did it this way? We did a sort of a hybrid where we said EPV is our main consideration, but if we see something that we think is close to a style that we could see it work with pretty universally, that style, I think this example might be, this is really close for a 60s, 70s ranch, right? And some of our modern. So maybe we can say, we identify that we can see that going with one of our historic resources there as a particular, and then, but the other things is just EPV. We don't see that really without a massive amount of changes, and that's way too much to do in one hop. Because I would say, okay, thicker walls, you need inset your windows, you need details that show that if it was just going to be Spanish. Your asymmetry of that, if you're going to have asymmetry, you need an opening that works with that. We go into it, but you end up changing your whole drawing to get it to be Spanish, right? So, whereas if we identify the styles that it does fit into with a little bit of tweaks, then we can at least do that, but focus EPV as our main hope. And anything that would work in EPV that might still not be fully Spanish, but pretty close and pretty, that we felt as a group that we were comfortable with it.
Could I add to that?
And then we'll go back to Mark.
Did you want to go first? Okay, well, so to me, if somebody wants to do one of these and they want to pull it off the shelf, they want to have we want to keep it within reason. This is just a little building, it's small, it needs to have enough of the flavor of it to make it be kind of, fun and cute and whatever. But it doesn't have to be, the courthouse. I mean, it's just to kind of blend in nicely with the back. So somebody comes in and they have a house, and it happens to be a craftsman house. So they come in and they say, I want the craftsman one, off your shelf. Give me that one that's up on the shelf. So you pull it off the shelf and you say, well, here it is. And we just say, like I was saying before, without getting too anal about it, we would say, here's like the gentleman's design. It's a simple box. We say, add this, add this, add this, and then match the color of the building, and there you go. You're done. So they're able to move through it quickly, and it's a pre-approved thing, but it's still nice,
So my understanding is you can't.
No, what I'm saying is that's why he's here, is to say, if he's proposing with this one we're looking at here right now, is this, I'm putting this forward to you as a contemporary. Okay? So we say, okay, for contemporary, then do this roof, add this, add this, add this, and you're good. And then he say, okay, well now my next one that I want to show you is my Spanish style. Well, it maybe is the same base, but it has all different finishes on it. It has stucco, it has maybe a bracket or two, and maybe it has just a tile roof, but that's it. It's just this basic, simple little thing, but it's decorated a little differently. So, but they're all kind of the same.
That could be true. and I
That's
think
what, so
let's
that's
let
what
it
I'm
play
just
out.
kind of pushing
Yeah,
towards, so that people don't come, so that they do get something that's, specific, but not, like a custom job.
Yeah, no, and I
Do you know
think no matter what, all these things have to, they can make the
And they can
change
do
now.
a custom job if they want to. If they
Yeah.
want to go full bore and just go really wild, then they can go to design review. But what this is trying to just give a very,
Review is never design review.
well, I thought we said this
Well,
earlier. that
that's
they-
if it's, if it is different, yes, they
Okay,
could do design review.
that's what I'm saying. If you want to do
Um,
something really special. But this is just to get, I want the Cheerios, or I want the,
Yeah,
special
I
cake.
think, okay,
They
so
eat-
let's go to Mark and just for the sake, because it's 5:20 now.
Okay.
I think if we play it out, we'll get there. I do think it's important to really nail these though, because this is like the Sears catalog, but it's locked in. And if we're going to have a bunch of these around, a little bit of time up front to make sure that they're done right is, I think, important.
And we did first start talking about this, about the AIA design competition of all the beautiful houses we see over in San Roque, but we're not doing that. But that was kind of the inspiration. So that's all, I'm just trying to take it to this another step, that this is like, you want the red shirt, the green shirt, or the blue shirt.
It might be some of them can be augmented very easily, and we can suggest that, but I don't want to try to get everything to work for everything, because I think it might be a mess.
Yeah.
Well, you understand what I'm.
I think we're saying the same thing. I think we're in agreement. So, Mark and Mr. Agia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I just wanted to reaffirm what Mr. Hamilton Roll said, is like, I think he needs to check in with the city attorney about having Ms. Hernandez make that staff determination, because we hadn't envisioned that when we were conceptualizing this. This was really more kind of like, somebody brings something forward, maybe you guys tweak a little bit, they come back, respond, it's done, and you find it acceptable. It goes on the website, and then anywhere within the EPV purview, maybe not historic resource sites, that can be placed regardless of what the other styles were, right? So that's, again, maybe our naivete.
Okay, so now another question. Can we kind of give initial indications with this, because this is our first time kind of figuring this out, where we can say something like, this can go with this, we think this could go with the modern and 60s ranch and/or other modern styles that are historic resources, and be specific like that for now. And then if we, as time goes on and we figure out new revisions of the system, we can update that or change that?
I think that's a good approach.
Chair Grumbine, this is our first pass at this program too, and we included design review because we wanted your feedback and we wanted design review input on these designs. So we can tweak the process down the road
great.
too. And
Okay.
this, yeah.
Okay, so for sake of time, and now because we're losing Commissioner Jordan. All right, so, okay, so let's go with this, and let's try to see what the basic proposal is, and both historic resources, styles that we already have that we've identified, or that we can categorize in some way. Because the reality is, we have 14 or whatever officially listed, but there's actually, originally identified, there was like 25 or 30. So there, we have more styles, and it's not necessarily that we've categorized everything and created style guides for everything, but anything we can recognize that we can peg this to, then we can go from there.
So, question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Do we know what house this is supposed to go with?
So that's what we determine. So we can, I think determining, saying, we could see this, or this version with a little few tweaks, and I would say like one of the tweaks is the board and batten running around the whole thing, because, or that other side, because that's what's done in the 60s and 70s. If there was an addition, they could change materials, but they don't do one face. That's even more contemporary. So anyways. Yeah, so let's, let's go with this. So let's go, first, let's talk big picture. What do we see this going with? Because then I think some of the discussion like windows and doors and that will be settled depending on what the language is, the style that we're seeing it go with is.
Mr. Chair, I think it would be easier if we said, okay, let's consider this one to be the ranch house style. So what does it need to have to be the ranch house style? And then we can discuss what that goes with.
That sounds good. Okay. So Okay, so this is, we're gonna call this the ranch house style then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so, but then the only issue with that is we might be, end up naming every single ADU that comes on the different name.
Can we just kind of, let's just do like big picture brush, because then we can kind of get it kind of in the
Okay.
zone
Well,
of what we're thinking, and then when we.
Let's try it, ranch house style.
Then we can add a little bit more.
Okay.
We get into the whole.
Okay, so let's try it, ranch house style. So,
I'll
and,
make some comments.
so go for
I
it.
think if this is going to be the ranch house style, it should have board and batten all the way around. That kind of softens it, makes it feel a little smaller. What is the plate height on this?
This is 10 feet, I believe.
Yeah, and I
The
think-
roof height is probably, looks like, probably 12.
To the ridge, you mean?
To the ridge is probably 10 feet to the edge of it.
What's 12?
What's the wall height?
Oh, wall height is 10, on this one.
On the sides?
Yes.
Yeah,
If
so
remember
I think,
correctly, it was
I
10.
think for a small building, 10 feet is too high of a plate height.
So let's be specific. What,
Well, 8-foot plate height
Yeah,
would
'cause
be more
typically
appropriate.
doors 6'8". Yeah, 9 foot.
Yes, 9 foot.
And typically.
Let's
doors
go to the
Yeah, that
sections.
makes
Can
no
we go to the
sense.
sections?
Yeah. Oh,
Let's go to the sections real
I
fast.
don't think we have sections.
I thought we saw.
Or
On
we have
the plan
elevations.
set, yeah.
We just say what we think.
Well-
I think it should be an 8-foot plate.
Yeah.
A little building.
Yeah, you've got dimensions there.
There we go, 9-foot plate.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So-
So I think it should be an 8-foot plate
8-foot
height.
plate.
Your roof plate feels very thin, and I think for a ranch house kind of thing, it should have exposed rafter tails. And is that a roof vent in the top of the gable? So, or are you using, is it a volume ceiling inside, or is it a flat ceiling?
It's a volume ceiling.
Okay.
And
so
a flat
you'd-
ceiling.
Yeah,
you'd be-
there's two, yeah.
Okay, so you'd be using spray foam insulation in order to satisfy that?
Aesthetic.
No, I know it, but I mean,
But
that
he's trying
kind of
to-
guides what the roof
if the
structure
vent
is
is-
like.
Okay.
So, you know, if you had to have 2x8 roof rafters, you don't want 2x8 tails. I mean, they need to be a little more diminutive than that. So that's something to figure out so that the exterior appearance feels correct.
So let's give them a 2x6.
2x6 would be appropriate, like 16 inches on center. Otherwise, it just looks like a prefab from Home Depot or something like that. So, I mean, it's got to have character. This, you know, is a start, and as it is right now, it kind of lacks character. It doesn't really say any style, anything like that.
But you added the board and bats.
Yeah, so we added the board and batten. Now, if we have rafter tails, and then I think there need to be, especially if it's going to be this configuration, that area that has board and batten on it right now has a large roof overhang and nothing supporting it. The eave is projecting way out. So an outrigger, a beam at the corner of the building that projects out to support that.
And then you're probably gonna want one up towards the vent then.
Talking about right there at the front where it's recessed back.
Yeah.
What if you pulled it, what if you just put a little roof lit over the door?
There are other solutions, so.
Yeah,
let's
but
just-
we've gotta be able to tell, whatever we're telling him, he basically needs to come back next time with it,
that.
and that's it.
We're trying to make this look like we want to make it look like a ranch style, so we're trying to give him that input. So.
Okay, so what's your
We're not
suggestion?
trying necessarily going with what he has right now, we're telling him, do it this way, or
That-
consider this.
But I totally agree, but the problem is, it's set up so that we have a one hop to get this,
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
so I'd rather
So
kind of, how do we make
whatever we can
this?
describe, literally call out
Yeah.
and describe now, it would be the only way this is gonna work, I think.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Can we extend the gable?
Yeah, go for it, question.
Oh, so pretty much how you said it's fully board and batten. Typically, like some of the surfaces aren't even visible. So, would you guys like allow 2/3 maybe? Would be.
Well, the
like-
thing is, you know, in the owner's best interest, to have the same siding all the way around instead of having a plastering contractor come out to do a little bit of an area. So to have the same hardy panel siding with battens on
And
it
you
would
have
be.
no idea where it's gonna get positioned in the site, you know,
Yeah,
because
'cause
you've
it
got
could be
it this
turned one way
right
versus
now, but
another.
it might be rotated or something
The
in the
back alley or
actual
something, yeah,
situation.
rear entrance
So It's
access.
easier to board and bat the whole thing and you're done.
Right.
Commissioner
What about the foundation?
Okay, so we'll get to that. That's a good question,
Okay.
because there's gonna be a concrete skirt that's not being shown here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So doors and windows need to have a casing around them that's appropriate to the kind of style. So, you know, think about the structure some more. I mean, there's somehow that deep
Overhang.
break, needs to be supported. So how do you do that
Yeah,
fits
so
in
you
with the
could have
style?
had, if you didn't have a vent, you could have a ridge.
And you don't need the vent because you're going to have a volume ceiling. So just have a ridge beam that comes out, I think would be a good
Mm-hmm.
solution.
Mr. Chair, what is that
That's
above the
very
door?
perfect.
Above the door, there's a.
Is that a window or?
Just a little
Oh, you mean the little window?
Yeah, is that what that is?
Yeah.
It probably wants to be either taller or not.
Well, I think if you bring the plate height down to 8 feet, then you're not going to have that, and you're going to have a casing around it. And then on that other elevation where the bathroom window is, I would recommend getting rid of that because that looks so tract house-like to have a little skinny window up high.
Yeah.
So put a skylight in that bathroom. It'd be a better way to get natural light in there.
Or
An openable skylight.
Or
so it's-
a more vertical, small
But
window.
it's in the tub.
And
It's
more
in the-
windows.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Windows-
yeah.
Windows on that whole elevation, more windows across.
Yeah. What are the other rooms on that elevation?
There's not an open ceiling either, according to the sections.
Oh, really? Are there sections or just?
Elevation, no, there's sections.
Oh, okay.
So that window you guys saw was,
Oh, that window is very wide. That window looks wider.
yeah, I believe this one's 750 square feet, so.
So
Well, I think on
the backside.
on the backside.
So maybe.
Scroll down a little bit, the other direction, so I can see.
Bedroom.
Okay, that's got a big window there.
Maybe you put windows on the bedroom next to.
Living room.
Yeah, and I think that
On either side of the
for,
bed.
for a ranch house, well, not necessarily, I'm just thinking a 6-foot wide window is a little bit out of character, so to have 2 windows there might be better. Or windows on either side of the bed.
Yeah.
The bed
that's
wall.
Yeah. What about doing that? Scrap the window in the bathroom and just do a skylight or whatever.
An openable skylight.
And then,
Doesn't even have to be openable, you've got mechanical
yeah,
ventilation.
yeah, maybe just a skylight. And then,
Yeah.
because then there'd be a ceiling thing too. So then on either side of the bed, one window on each side of the bed.
Yeah.
What if you put like an Eichler, glass across the front? You know what an Eichler, you're familiar with Eichlers, right?
He's an
Big in the
architect.
Bay Area, so they're
Yeah.
60s and
No,
70s. But under the front roof line, where the pier of the door comes up to the roof line, that's glass.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that
A
trapezoid
that
window of
adds-
some
it's
sort.
not
Yeah, but then
glass.
you have to have that volume, and I don't know that they have that volume there.
Guys, you
That's
have
true.
to
I
keep it
mean-
in
Yeah.
keeping.
We
This
can't.
is just a little.
I think it's gonna be hard to-
ADU.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got the
You
point.
can't make this,
Yeah, so
an
let's-
Eichler.
I
okay?
think we're
What?
we're blowing the budget. Okay, so I think we got those comments, right?
Well, okay, so how tall is that window? Is that 6'8"?
Yeah, typically it's like 6'8".
Okay, so the door is not 6'8" because the top of that.
I don't think it's
I
6'8".
don't think
it's
it's,
not
I don't think
6'8".
it's to scale like the
Okay,
window.
if
well,
that's a
would you
9-foot plate
suggest, I
height,
would
that's
suggest just have one door, no transom above it, and
Yeah.
just have a nice door.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that looks like a cell door.
There's no closet in the bedroom.
Yeah, there is.
Well,
It's
the
a
interior's
walk-
not
it's
really
a
our
walk-in
purview.
closet.
Yeah, it's right there.
There, you walk through the hallway to
Gonna
the
be
closet,
wick.
and then you go into the bathroom.
Walk-in closet, WIC.
So, WIC walk-in closet.
It's a
For God's
suite.
sake.
It's a suite.
Learn something every
That's
day.
what you wanted?
Okay, so what
Now
else?
you have an attic access there, so that
You notice-
implies you have a flat
Is it-
ceiling.
Is this,
I think there's different ones, that's why.
I think some places flat, some places
Not
not.
enough windows.
So,
Right.
But
all
I
right.
don't know how much.
We just added 2 windows to the bedroom, but I think our main concern is from the exterior, what does it look like?
Correct.
Does
And
the
so-
front, does the front door always swing with hinges to the left? Because he's got them, okay, it can go either way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other additions or comments to get this to a,
Yeah, I wasn't going there to the
to a
floor
60s?
plan, really. I
Okay.
mean, I could make a lot of comments.
No, I know, but it's not,
So-
but a matter of how it affects the exterior. Floor
Well,
plans.
let me say this about the windows then. Not so much from how they work for the interior, but for instance, go to the opposite the left elevation, yeah. Oh, so there's just one window there. That could be 2 windows on either side of the dining
Yeah,
table,
okay.
and it's got a more interesting composition
2
to it.
windows.
Yeah, it would put fresh light in the kitchen as well, because that's the kitchen
Yeah.
wall.
Yeah. So anyway, those would be my comments.
Okay.
Complete agreement with Commissioner House.
All right, so does that
But I
sound
think
good?
the main things that we talked about the board and bat all around, and then the ridge beam, and then one door, and then the rest of it, I mean, the windows,
Casings.
what type of trim,
Yeah.
and then what type of window do we care
I
about?
don't think they have to be divided light, I mean.
No,
No, not for
they're
this,
right
not
there,
for this
ranch.
style, no.
No,
But do,
is
2x6
horizontal
rafter tails.
slider.
so I would say, the window, I mean, it's okay the way they have
Yeah,
it.
yeah. No, I think for
But just,
a ranch.
But just for the ranch, we gave them
Yeah.
some good input about the finishes and to make it a
So
little
are,
more ranch-like.
are anodized aluminum sliders acceptable?
No.
Or would they be if they're
Well,
bronze
I don't know.
anodized?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Anodized aluminum for a ranch? I think yes.
Yeah, yeah.
They're-
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
And
they're-
then what's the roof? What kind of roof? can
Well,
we
wait a
have?
minute, so bronze.
What do you have proposed?
So there's asphalt shingles, and then there's Spanish tile.
Okay, so for this, what we're talking about, no Spanish. This is
Comp shingles on this
we're
one.
we're working on this one just for where it's going to go. Is we're going to say for historic resources after World War II or something.
It's comp shingle.
Um,
Ideally, it would be a dimensional comp shingle that's, thicker, a 50-year one that has some shadow texture to it.
Well, that wouldn't be that period.
Well, it looks more like wood shingles, which would be appropriate for
Okay.
a ranch house.
Then,
That could be.
what
yeah.
was the other thing?
So okay,
If we
so
allow aluminum sliders, do they need to be
Okay,
bronze
They
anodized?
could be aluminum, or they could they be anything else?
Yeah.
Because
They-
the wood sliders
they
would
were
have been
wood
appropriate,
too.
but-
There was wood.
Could be black,
Yeah,
No vinyl. No, never.
yeah,
but they could be fiberglass.
sure, if they want to spend the money.
Not
on
even
it.
vinyl garbage cans.
Yeah,
So we could say it can be
Okay.
anodized aluminum, or it can be fiberglass.
yeah, I think if they're aluminum, at a minimum, they should be bronze anodized and not satin aluminum.
Okay, what do you have proposed in your plans?
This one is black or matte anodized.
Aluminum, okay.
Okay, let's just, and that's the other thing, is I don't think we
that's
need to
that
get
one.
into
So
what it
that's
could
5
be. I
minutes.
think we just get
There's
into
the
what
5
is there.
Bronze?
Okay.
Yeah, bronze anodized, that's
Okay, now
common.
let's go to the
and-
next style.
Okay.
bright
Mr.
shade.
Chair?
So hold on, before we go, I'll get off this one. We're agreeing that this is for, this is appropriate for post-World War II, modern. That would just leave it, general, modern,
What do we call it?
historic resources. Yeah, Cliff May.
Ranch house, ranch
Yeah.
house.
So be happy in the backyard of a Cliff May. Okay, anything else for this one? Or direction? Okay, so I think that's good.
We probably.
got through it.
Next time we'll.
good with
talk
the
about-
foundation?
we
Chair
can-
Grumbine, to the
Okay.
commission, we are requesting a recommendation to staff to continue, approve, or approve with conditions, or deny.
Okay.
It sounds like
sounding
you're
like-
moving toward a continuance with comments.
Continue with comments.
And do you need those comments summarized? Or did you get them?
I recorded the comments. If you'd like me to read them back, I can.
Perfect, yeah, why don't you read them back?
Okay, they'll be a little cleaner when I actually submit them, but the commission feels the design is appropriate for World War II modern historic resources. It should have.
Post-World War II.
Post, got it, cool. Should have board and batten all the way around. Lower the plate height to 8 feet. The roof plate is thin, and for a ranch, I'll clear this up, but for a ranch house, it should have exposed rafter tails, and the rafter tails should be 2 by 6. The design is proposed.
Oh, and 16 inches on center.
16 on center.
Okay.
And then maybe we just say 3 by 6 for high fire? Because they're gonna need to, I
No,
think.
actually, 2 by 6 is okay in high fire. It's funny that it went that direction, but yeah. We used to use heavy timber, but now heavy timber for the residential code is 4
Okay.
by, not,
Okay.
Okay, well, in that case, we'll see it in the building department anyways.
Yeah.
If they have issues, they can come back. Casing around the edge, oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Okay, so a beam at the corner of the building that projects out to support the overhang.
and a ridge beam.
And a ridge beam, yeah.
And a ridge beam.
It's gonna look pretty good.
Yeah.
Doors and windows need to have casing around them that is similar to ranch style, which I can insert the other title that you came up with there. And then remove the bathroom window and consider a skylight instead. Eliminate the single window in the bedroom and replace it with 2 windows on either side of the bed. Remove the transom above the door. On the left elevation, which I'll get what actual elevation that is, add 2 windows in the dining room instead of 1. And then I think that's all that I captured, so if there's anything else you want included.
Did you get windows, horizontal sliders in anodized aluminum or better?
Well, they have currently, or what do they have spec? They have some.
Bronze anodized aluminum.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Windows shall be bronze anodized aluminum sliders or better. No vinyl.
Maybe also,
But, yeah, whatever the spec they come back with, that's what we gotta
Yeah,
have, or,
but we're just kind
Yeah.
of giving him the information.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, what about the lighting on the exterior?
Oh, it's hard to get specific about that, but just, appropriate to the era.
yeah, go look for, yeah, 60s, 70s ranch style light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could be like a can.
Scale looks a little low, little small.
And do we want to say something about the color, that they should always be a muted earth tone or something?
I think,
I
I
mean,
think we
I-
should talk about color next time, because I think we need to talk about.
But I think it's good giving him.
So I
direction
think
so
it's
he can
match
come back
historic
with a-
resource,
Match
or,
historic resource.
Yeah,
or, unless we have a specific color for that style.
That's the main house.
Yeah,
Well, just match the main house, that
that's
makes
the
it
best
easy.
way.
yeah. Okay.
That makes it easy. We don't have to do anything.
Yes.
Okay. All right, is there anything else? That's it? So we need do we need a motion for that, or that? is
A
that-
vote, please, yeah.
A vote, okay. So,
Mr. Chair?
oh, I'm actually sorry, but right before you finish, a vote, or like straw vote, or like
A
actual
motion for an indefinite continuance with those comments
Okay, great.
and a vote.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Commissioner Lundvik?
I'll second.
All right, under discussion, Commissioner
I'm
Lundvik.
confused.
Okay. Welcome to the club.
The item on the agenda, item 4, Yakov Design, is for a gable roof, traditional or Spanish style. Option B, flat roof with parapet, Spanish colonial style. So what we've dealt with here is a ranch style.
Yeah.
His application.
His item 5 is also the same.
Yeah, it's the
basic
same
thing,
descriptive,
and
where
so they
they
use the
split
same
it- split it in
description
half.
for both.
And you haven't looked at the plans. Item 5 is a different house. Different sized building.
250 square foot.
Pardon me?
250 square foot.
Yeah, it's a different building.
There's
It's a different building. Look at the
750 and then
plans.
a 250.
You know?
Okay, well, let's just change the description of item 4, that this is the ranch house, or the post-World War II.
So we haven't dealt with, what you're saying is we haven't dealt with the flat.
We
roof
haven't
yet.
dealt with.
Haven't dealt with the flat
agenda
roof.
item. We've not dealt with the agenda
Okay.
item.
So, Chair,
Yes.
if I could try to provide some direction here. You've dealt with design option A on the agenda, but not yet the flat roof design option B.
We're just gonna call this option A, gable roof.
Yeah.
There, now we
Yeah.
don't have to deal with the rest of it. And then, design option B, flat roof. Now, we're not gonna deal with the rest of it. And then we're gonna see what we can do with an option B.
Well, we cross that
And it's
off.
Spanish design besides.
If that's where we think it can go to. So that'll be part, so this will just be for a motion for option A.
Correct.
Okay, so.
Mr.
can I
Chair,
get-
question of
yes.
staff, so he could come back next time and he could have this building configuration in both of what we discussed today, and he could come back with a Spanish version, and so he'd have a total of 4 of them, because also his agenda item 5 is a different size, and he could have that in the 2 different flavors as well. Could he do that?
We're only looking at agenda item 4 currently, and
No, I know, but when he
When-
comes back, I mean, he could have as many submissions as he wants. Is that true? or-
the ones that would get pre-approved would be the ones that you review
Yeah.
and comment on
Yeah.
So
and
for
recommend.
right now, let's just stick to this order, because option B would be
Okay.
flat roof.
All right.
Yeah, okay, and to change this into a Spanish would take a lot more work, or comments. This is more minor tweaks to get it to the ranch. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Under any more discussion?
I'm fine.
Are you?
I'm thoroughly confused.
Yeah.
All right, good.
And I hope the applicant is not confused, and the staff is not confused, and they tell us to go and stick in our ear.
Are you?
No.
Good.
Great.
Good answer.
All right.
And
So-
staff gets to make the final decision anyway, so.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second, and we discussed it, so let's get a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Dordan? Commissioner McClure?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik?
Yes.
Vice Chair House?
Yes.
Chair Grumbine?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, so now we're going to continue on with design option B, the flat roof, and we have to decide what
Mr. Chair,
and what we can get it to be style-wise, if anything.
Mr. Chair, could I be excused because of my lack of anything to add on architecture?
They're not going to pay you the stipend if you leave.
It's okay.
So you're $2.50 an hour is disappear.
Yeah, it's okay.
So we still have a quorum, but barely if you leave.
Well, do we have a quorum?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 out of 9. 5 out of 9 is a quorum,
A
right?
quorum is 5.
Yeah. So we would, but then if Commissioner Lenvik gets any more confused and decides to leave, then.
I was thinking about it, but I'll stay.
Okay. Well, I think the other thing is, I think right now we kind of got the process. I think we can probably plow through it.
You prefer me to stay?
I do,
Okay.
and I think that
That's fine.
You're a very knowledgeable landscape architect in terms of.
And you asked some good questions.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
if I could say, I mean, this is a new thing. We're
Yes,
we're
this is the
exploring
first
new
time. Good
territory.
job
We're trying to
getting
figure
halfway
this
through the
out.
first thing.
So it takes a little figuring out,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. So let's go on to now design option B, the flat roof option, and see what we think it can become, what it would work in. And first and foremost is EPV, right? So if we can get this to be a Spanish design, that covers the
Okay.
majority of the things that we see.
Okay, let's make it flat roof Spanish.
Okay, so flat roof Spanish, there is precedent, right? So how much, you can present, so we gotta, no, you've already, well,
He already did present.
officially he presented, and we had a public comment, and all these drawings were flipped through, so can we
Yes,
just
so
continue?
because, yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, Steve, why
okay,
don't you
what?
go, since you were so good last time?
Oh, gosh.
So
Well,
all-
I mean, another option, let's see, it is a flat roof, yeah, okay.
so it's
I
simple
think a
parapet.
gable end Spanish would be a more successful sort of thing, but.
But this could be a little Pueblo,
Okay.
box.
We have seen flat roof existing Spanish, identified as Spanish colonial revival
Oh,
houses.
definitely.
So all this has is to talk about our windows and doors, right? And proportions and divisions for that. Seems like there's muntins that are needed. To get it horizontal, we can probably define what those are.
Yeah.
It's got a rolled plaster parapet roof, which technically you can find some that are like that. This is like a little 1930s. And then the other aspect is a light and a door. And what's that? Yeah, exterior wall material looks like he's showing plaster, right? So that looks decent.
Do we
Okay,
need a
well,
thicker
let's-
wall?
Yeah.
Wall depth.
Yeah.
And do you have any renderings of it or no?
Of the flat parapet one?
Yeah.
Yes, but sadly it's not uploaded on.
If you have it on your iPad, you can put it in front of the TV screen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We can have City TV, it'll take a shot down and it'll be public. That's record.
I'll just put it flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can.
Go through it. All right.
He doesn't know how to use a
I don't,
computer.
yeah. How do you make it go? Okay, yeah. All right.
You kind of scroll through
Okay,
them.
right.
Okay, so then scroll
So
here.
this is,
So
again, this
these,
is a 9-foot ceiling.
it's 9-foot ceiling, so.
I think that's okay for the flat roof.
Because it
For a
has a
parapet.
feel like the
It
tall
has a
parapet,
parapet.
which,
Yeah.
so,
Okay, but we need more muntins.
yeah, so
Yeah.
muntins, so horizontal muntins, I think part of it is, so let's just talk about your general shape. Break these maybe into 3 in terms of 3 lights tall for the front.
I think the windows need to be smaller. They're kind of awfully large in proportion to the wall area, so. And I don't know what the actual dimensions are, but I think,
Well, couldn't that like drop down? It should match the height of the door, and the door doesn't want to have that.
yeah, no transom over the
it.
door.
And then could you put just a plaster, thickness around the window, so you don't have to make
Well,
it.
what's your wall construction?
Wall.
No,
You're
but
gonna need it for insulation
thinking-
anyways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if you use 2x6 to get the insulation, then you set your windows on a a block, you know, a 2x2 or something like that, that you run around
So you
the
can
inside. So
reveal,
that
you can
recess
push your
and you get
windows in.
Shadow texture.
Push them
Yeah.
all the way into the
Push it in?
inside.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as you can.
So, and then you're gonna need to have a detail of that too.
Yeah.
So show how you inset the windows.
So what do you have going on at the top of the parapet? It looks like an applied molding or something?
So I think that one they have, are you talking about the material?
The red.
It's red,
So
yeah.
it's just clay, like,
Cap.
Clay tile cap.
clay tile, like all around the rim.
Okay,
of the-
that would be acceptable. If it were stucco and it was just wrapped 2x4 or something like that, that's not really acceptable. And one thing we don't want to see is sheet metal flashing over the top.
So, but make sure that that detail is worked out too.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you can get your flashing and everything to work and cover it, but, yeah, just make sure, look at some good examples. And make sure it's done, yeah, make sure that's.
It's not showing.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah, and it'll all overlap all in a row and, yeah. Take some pictures as you go too.
Okay.
So is that door, how tall is that door? Is it 6'8"?
Yeah, it's probably 6'8", yeah.
So if you guys, if they keep everything at 6'8", then don't you think that the
window should
the
drop down.
the whole roof should,
Yeah.
yeah, the window should drop down and the whole thing should get a little more diminutive?
And also the transom, do we just get rid of the transom again?
Or get rid of the transom, but I
Yeah.
think they could be 6'8" head height and still a 9-foot ceiling height.
You think so?
See, on the drawings, which we've all looked at, the head height is 7'8".
Right, but what we're talking about is what we think it should be, not what
I
he
think
has.
6'8".
6'8".
For the front door? That's a big tall wall.
I think it's
And
too
go-
high. I think it should drop down. This is just a little tiny house.
I know, but there's so much plaster above it.
That's what I mean. I think that the door should be at 6'8", the windows should be at 6'8", and the whole thing should drop down to like
An 8-foot
another.
ceiling,
Yeah,
is
an
that what you're saying?
8-foot ceiling, yeah, I do.
9 foot?
Yeah, more cozy, more proportionate.
Okay,
more
so is that
small.
the direction we want to give them?
Well, it seems to me another option is to keep the 9-foot ceiling and 6'8" on the windows, but the door could be 6'8" and a bigger transom above it. And it's just a skinny
Well,
little minimal.
My only argument would be that this is a tiny little house in the back, and 9 feet, you know, I mean, we all.
I'd be okay with dropping the
Bring
ceiling.
it down to 8
I'm
feet.
fine with it 8
It's-
feet
It's
too.
more affordable that way, and it's more proportionate.
Yep.
And it's just a tiny little house.
This
Okay.
one, I believe, is still the same square footage of 750.
So make it,
Yeah.
Okay,
make
so,
it 8-foot ceiling.
so 8-foot ceiling,
And then you still have a parapet there, and then the doors.
and then
6'8".
parapet, detail to be, proper historic and EPB. You probably have a drawing of it in our guidelines too.
Well, and you're not showing that your roof framing is pitched to it, so you're going to have to figure that out. So you've got the parapet,
Yeah.
whatever the minimum height
Yeah.
that has to be is.
Right. But then that window on the left, if that's the living room, is that the living room or the kitchen?
I think they're the same.
I think it's the kitchen.
Yeah, I think.
Just
they
from
only
the
submitted
outside,
one
if it
floor
was the
plan.
living room, I would think it would be okay, that size, but then it seems like there should be a window on the right-hand side.
Yeah,
Don't
they
know
only
if that's
submitted one floor plan.
Bathroom?
That's where the bathroom is.
Yeah, I think so.
You're gonna need light.
Okay, so.
Now, are aluminum sliders appropriate on this, or does it need to be something different?
I think it
than
needs,
that?
no way.
No way.
Okay, so it
Yeah.
needs to be
I think-
casements.
Yeah, so, so
Like a
casement.
colored, like a, you know, Santa Barbara blue or something.
Casement with either wood, whichever, what do you have proposed for it?
For this one, I believe it's same as
And
the
it
last
has
one.
aluminum
yeah.
So, yeah,
sliders,
so either wood or wood clad.
Aluminum clad wood, yeah.
And the color could be a deep burgundy, well, we're
Or
getting the color
fiberglass.
later. We're gonna
Yeah.
get the color later.
Yeah, I
But
don't-
it
I-
would
yeah.
be like that deep red,
Well,
or
it depends
maybe
on the
a.
main house, if it matches.
Yeah,
the
match the
house,
main
yeah.
house.
There aren't that many windows, so.
No.
And of course, it would look really great with the striped awning.
Yeah.
Make it. I almost said that in the last one.
Yeah. On option, or, yeah, on elevation C, I think those windows are just too wide, and either make it 3 windows, yeah. A
Because
fixed window with 2 flankers,
You're also
or,
gonna be dropping the height of them.
Yeah.
They're gonna get wider and get
Yeah.
squished out anyways,
so, yeah,
unfortunately.
need to make them
So,
a skinnier
and then the
rectangle.
door needs to be proper Spanish.
A wood door.
Wood door, but look at,
Maybe it could be V-groove or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could
River
be
of
like
Life.
simple planks.
Yeah.
With a V groove.
Yeah, yeah. And once again, get rid of that little skinny bathroom window and skylight above.
And then some kind of nice wrought iron light fixture.
Yes.
Yeah, appropriate lanterns.
Look at some companies that are good are Handelman and Santa Barbara Lighting. Yeah, those are both good ones to look at.
And you have this is a good thing to look at,
Sure.
right here.
Oh, sorry.
This is a good thing.
Pueblo
you can
Viejo
look online.
guidelines,
It has all kinds
design
of
guidelines,
details and
so-
stuff in here.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
So that's pretty good, right? Now, what
Yeah.
about some little roof scuppers or?
Yeah,
you
I was
know?
just thinking that because we didn't talk about gutter on the other one, so.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Oh,
could
yeah.
just
It's
keep
gonna
it
have to have
simple
it.
and,
A little clay.
all right.
See you later, Mark.
You mean like actual scuppers or downspout and like a
Leader
box?
heads, yeah.
His plan has a leader head
Does it? Okay.
and downspouts.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I
are we
guess those
okay with
downspouts
a
there.
painted galvanized, or we should say copper?
No,
No,
not
I think
galvanized is okay.
um,
It's a natural.
bonderized,
Yeah, it'll last a long time.
yeah.
It's on the long run, it's actually cheaper.
I find it surprising that we're dictating no window in the bathroom.
Well,
Why?
No, we
Because
didn't
it's on the,
say that.
because it's towards the right of the front door is the problem. It's
Mechanical
plan-wise.
ventilation suffices, or you could do an openable
Well, it
skylight.
could be a small like this.
But
with
the problem is, it's where the bathtub is, so we're trying to,
Put it to the opposite end, if you got the shower head over here, and put it to the opposite end.
And that'd be
just
next
make
to
it
the
look
entry.
Small, but it could be small, and it could be,
Yeah.
have a little, it could be art glass,
that's true.
you know?
All right, so do we feel strongly that we can give that design recommendation to get, the window idea, or no?
I think the skylight is better, because if you start suggesting art glass, it's going to be up to the owner to choose what it is.
Yeah,
and
there's-
that's just,
There's too many steps,
yeah.
because they have to come back with.
I don't mind, I think if you had a window that was like 12 by 15, and it was at 6'8", and it was right over here, it's just this cute little window, and it's up, you know, high enough. I think it would look good on the elevation, and
I think it would look
I
good,
think
or
it could
better on the elevation. but-
Yeah, then
Yeah, the proportions be better, but if the shower head is at the right end on that elevation D and move that window close to the front of the building, I think that looks weird.
It'll be right.
I don't think so.
Let's, yeah,
No way you can prevent mold without having ventilation.
Well, you got to
Natural
have ventilation.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have a
Natural,
fan.
I
They're
mean,
gonna have a fan.
mechanical ventilation.
Yeah, you don't.
but they're not gonna
Oh,
leave it
yeah.
open, though, even if you had a window.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I agree.
Mechanical and ventilation that runs all the time. I mean, that's what I do all the time now.
Well, they're gonna have that, but they can also have a window.
Yeah,
A
okay.
window, so why don't we just tell them to do that?
I'll do one that's like a skylight and then one with a window, maybe.
Oh, there we go. There, now we can give us both and we can fight it out next time. Okay,
Okay.
all right, that sounds good.
He's got a career as a
Okay.
diplomat ahead of him.
I will make a motion,
And do you want me to read the comments?
sure.
Or actually, can we have?
Read back.
Read back? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll read the comments. So the commission feels this design is appropriate for flat roof Spanish style. Add horizontal muntins to the windows. Inset the windows as far as possible. Remove the transom window above the door. Drop the plate height to 8 feet, and the doors and windows should have a 6'8" plate height. The parapet detail should be proper historic El Pueblo Viejo. The windows need to be casement colors casement windows, sorry, with either wood or wood clad. The door needs to be Spanish style. Include an option with the bathroom window removed and a skylight included instead. I know there was a comment about the light fixture. I got light fixture and then look at Handelman and Santa Barbara lighting.
I don't think we should
No, just say
list
wraught iron.
particular.
Okay, wrought
If
iron.
I say wrought iron, he's heard
And
it.
it's
You can
the
look at
door and window head height.
Yeah,
Not-
not plate
not
height, but
plate
head
height.
height.
Okay, head height, gotcha. And then the last one is gutter should be painted galvanized, I think. I missed, that conversation got a
Well,
little.
there's just downspouts, so the leader heads and downspouts should be painted metal.
Okay.
And maybe include fiberglass in the window options. No?
No, let's keep that out.
Okay, I thought you suggested
No, I
fiberglass before.
think it came from this side.
Chair Grumbine, to clarify from the maker of the motion, is this a motion for an indefinite continuance for design option B with the comments?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. In the Spanish-style flat roof.
Oh, do we do muntins?
Second.
as well?
Yes,
Oh.
comment 2 was add horizontal muntins to the windows.
Okay, so then take a look at proportions around town too, and just look at your, okay?
Okay.
All right, anything else? That good?
Sounds
All right,
good,
who wants to
sounds
make, did someone make a motion?
I made the motion.
Seconded.
And you seconded it, Commissioner Drury? Okay, and those are all good comments for both of you? Okay?
Yes.
All right, let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, great. Now we got the hang of this.
your first time. You got off easy.
Now we got a second round right here.
Now you're,
So-
now you're at number 5.
Yeah.
Now, number 5, so,
And Mr. Tickles is in the audience, he's number 6.
okay?
Yeah.
And Itzy House? Are you Itzy House? Yeah, so item 7 is yours.
Okay, great. So let's go, so item 5, we're now doing for pre-approved accessory dwelling units. Proposal for design option A, gable roof, traditional or Spanish style. Design option B, flat roof with parapet, Spanish colonial style. Request to provide a recommendation to staff for approval with conditions, or denial of design A and B. No specific findings are required. Recommendations on each individual design option will be taken by a motion and majority vote. Exterior colors are to be approved as shown in the plans or to match the primary residence. Recommendations are non-appealable. All right? So,
Chair Grumbine,
yes, Commissioner.
can we do gable roof Spanish? Since we,
Is that design option A, you're saying?
yeah, A, gable roof Spanish.
Well-
Because we did flat roof Spanish before, so now, so we've done,
But these are different floor plans
Yeah,
and different
but
design.
I think it's good to have a gabled Spanish version, so.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I
Can
agree
this
with
one
you.
be gable
I agree with
Spanish?
you.
Because we already did the other.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's look at it and let's see what it could be.
Okay.
What it
Easily.
wants to be.
Yeah, see what it wants to be easily. Okay. With the fewest possible changes.
Yeah.
All right, so if you can introduce yourself for the record again.
Okay.
In case someone notices this.
My name is Jeff. I work for Yokov Design, and then I'll be introducing another ADU. This one is 500 square feet.
What was the first one, 800?
750.
750.
But it's typically like from 700 to like 800, yeah. Similar proposal, this one is stucco, batten board, and then the two different styles of roof that we have are composite shingles and then Spanish clay tile, I would say. And then just similar like the last one, I'll put the renderings first, that way you guys can see them. So just a smaller square foot. Now we just have different openings for the sliding doors, but pretty much same kind of idea where like we're trying to get material ideas for this one, and then kind of the lighting fixtures, like you guys said, you guys kind of commented on that, but similar thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that elevation is slightly different than your drawing.
Let me check the drawing.
The flat roof, keep going down one more, you got the flat roof down further. Right, there.
This one?
Yes, slightly, you got a trim piece at the top of the wall in the rendering.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not at the top, but that band you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, this is a, well, this ceiling height's 8 foot 8. 8 foot 8 ceiling height.
Base height?
Ceiling height.
8'6".
8 foot 6, that's 8 foot 6, yeah.
Okay.
Which makes the parapet height 10 foot 6.
Pardon my interruption, just make sure you're speaking into the microphone.
You want to turn your microphone on?
Oh,
kind of gave up on
all
it.
right.
I defer to the chair. I guess the question would be, why would our comments on this be any different than the comments on the prior one?
Because the
4B.
openings are different, for one thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's a
They'll
trellis.
probably be very similar.
Yeah.
And the trellis.
Mr. Chair, a question. On that trellis, what are the top beam sizes? Are those 2x or 3x or 4x?
Are you talking, for the exterior,
Okay, you got
pergola?
the trellis, you got the main beam, and then you've got another row of something at
Oh,
16
gotcha.
and 24 on center. And where are those?
The trellis is not shown on the drawings.
I know, and what are those vertical?
It's a
that's
screen,
wood
it's a screen
trellis,
at the
yeah.
perimeter of the patio.
Yeah, like a pergola kind of thing going on.
Okay. Well, I would rather just comment on the renderings, because I think those are a more appropriate solution, and so you can make your elevations match our comments on
Yeah,
the
that's probably the
renderings.
easiest way.
Great idea.
Yeah. So anyway, on that trellis, I think those top-level members need to be at least 3x and should have some kind of detail at the end of the tails that's traditional. And
Even if it's a simple angle. You can
Yeah, even
probably
if it's a
simplify it,
sim-
so it's
yeah.
just a simple angle.
This is supposed to be Spanish?
flat
Yes.
roof Spanish, yeah.
Flat roof Spanish is what we're looking at.
And I'm fine with a stucco wrap band, rather like it. But the sliding glass doors need to be French doors, swinging French doors.
And with muntins.
And with divided lights.
Horizontal
yeah.
divided lights, muntins, similar to this.
Yeah, are those 7 feet, or are they 6'8", or?
I would think these are 7 feet. It's usually kind of similar to the 6'8". They go to 6'8" to 7'2", depending on.
Yeah, I think you should go 6'8" on all the window heights, because you're an 8'6" ceiling height. Yeah, so I think that would be fine.
6'8" French door swing.
Yeah, with divided lights. And once again, recesses, well, you can't, well, you can get a little bit of recess. Recess them as deeply in the wall as possible.
I think we forgot to say in the last one. 6-inch studs.
I think that's going to be a requirement to get the insulation he needs.
Okay.
Structural engineer calls all 2x4.
I know they do, but you take it to your Title 24 guy and he's going to say, no, you need.
Okay, well, we'll just add that note anyways.
Yeah.
Make sure it's
Yeah,
at
I know we
least 2 by
talked
6.
about it, but I don't think we
At
said it.
least 2 by 6.
Yeah.
And luckily, it's the same person, so. And
Or something else, no, I can't remember what it was.
About the downspout.
And then wrought iron light
Oh,
fixtures.
downspout,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I think that's similar to the other one. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Leader heads and downspouts painted metal.
Yeah.
Those scuppers?
Yeah, there's a scupper through the wall into the.
Into the downspout.
And then,
leader head.
Commissioner House, you were saying the trellis, you would do some kind of detail at the end of
On the tails, yeah. Could be quite simple, but, you know, whatever you want,
Yeah.
but some kind of detail, not just plumb cut.
Look in here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, what else?
I think that's good enough for this. It's a
I
very
think it's
simple
good.
little
Yeah.
building.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
okay.
What, anything else? Oh, wait, we were supposed to open a public comment. Okay. So now let's open public comment. All right, no one in the room wants it to take any longer? Okay.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, we don't have any virtual participants, and we didn't receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. So back to the commission. Any other further discussion? All right, who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for, what is it? Continuance, is that what it is?
Recommendation to staff to continue indefinitely with the comments.
What he said.
I'll second.
Pardon the interruption. Would you like me to read them back? or
Sure,
you-
that sounds good. So we know
Sure.
what you're signing up for.
Okay, so the top trellis members need to be 3x and include a detail on the ends. Sliding glass doors need to be French doors with muntins or divided lights. All of the windows should be a 6'8" base height. Recess the windows as deeply in the wall as possible. Include a wrought iron light fixture. Lever heads and downspouts should be galvanized metal.
Painted metal.
Painted.
Painted metal.
Galvanized painted metal.
You don't have to say galvanized.
Galvanized, just painted metal.
Painted metal.
And then the trellis members should be minimum 3x. They could be 4x would be better.
And just to clarify, this is for design option B, correct?
Yeah, this is
Because this is
option
the
B,
flat roof.
flat roof Spanish.
Yeah.
And did
Yes.
and we said to have a 8-foot ceiling.
No, 8.6 is fine on this, I think. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not 9 foot, and so.
Yeah,
I
I think
think
it's.
8.6 is fine.
It's also smaller, so it gives a little more height and for a tight space, it's a little more spacious. So you're gonna
Okay.
get locked up in COVID for 4
I
years.
mean, I look at those sliders coming down 4 inches, and I think the proportions are still good with that.
Yeah, that's okay. It just,
Yeah, yeah. No,
standard
yeah.
construction, 8 feet, so for a little modest house, I just think
Yeah.
it's off the shelf kind of
Well,
thing.
they came in with 8.6 and 9.
Well, the other
so-
issue is they got to do out trellis and clearances to get to work out as well, so
Okay.
it might be a little bit.
Okay, well, it's up
Yeah.
to them.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So any.
Do we want to specify the size of the support posts of the trellis? Minimum 6 by 6?
Oh, yeah.
And 6 by beam?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
Yes.
Minimum 6 by 6 posts and 6 by 6 beam, or 6 and
6 by beam, yeah.
And the
Okay.
landscape.
All right, anything else? All right, so, does someone want to make a motion with that?
I did.
Oh, you did, and so do you agree that with those updates?
Yes, I do.
And you seconder? Okay, great. Any other or any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes. Commissioner
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner, Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right.
I didn't, what about me?
Oh, Commissioner
Yeah, what
Drury?
happened, jury?
What happened?
Commissioner
Did I
Drury?
leave already?
Sorry
Yes.
about that. Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. So now we're on to the second part of this, which is design option A, gable roof. All right, so this is the gable roof.
Spanish?
I see why the elevation is.
Is this gable roof Spanish again?
No, traditional.
What's traditional?
Well,
whatever we
say
want it
it's
to
a
be.
ranch style again or something. Yeah, no, what it wants to be.
Because we
Whatever it
have
wants to be.
not done a Spanish with a gable roof yet.
Well, I guess that's a question. It could be probably done, just looking at it very briefly like this, it probably could work
Either
with
way.
only a little tweaking either way. But I think we got to give have them tweak it one way or the other. Like if they were just going generic traditional and we were going to say, this could work, I don't know, behind a Craftsman or something, or behind a big, oh, no, actually it's
Well, I
EPV or a specific resource, historic
Maybe he
resource.
wants to tell us, because to me, gable roof Spanish, we haven't done, and
Right.
that would be like what we've already said, but just with the tile roof. And I don't know what a gable roof traditional is exactly.
Yeah, so I
Unless
think.
it's the ranch house kind of, or the.
Well, we called it we called it.
World
And
War
if,
II.
so if they wanted to fit with a Craftsman, for example, or a Victorian, I would say, or American Colonial Revival, I could say, okay, well, if you took this and you took horizontal wood siding, and with these basic shapes and forms, and, did double hung windows or casements, you could probably get it to work with that. If you try to take it in that direction, it's just a very simple vernacular that works with a couple of different specific historic resources style. But I
Well,
do, but I think that
sorry.
where you're going with the Spanish thing might be the right way to
Yeah,
go, because that's
because
the
this is
EPV.
what we have the most of,
Yeah.
and we already just gave him, in the previous
flat roof.
group, we gave him a gable roof.
Traditional.
Traditional, if you want to call it
Right.
traditional. He already has that one. So
You
this
gave him a
one,
gable roof.
we gave him a
Traditional.
gable roof. That was the one, the first one we
Yeah.
did.
That was a
Gordon.
gable roof like ranch or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's
Well,
not true, okay.
Well, then, I mean, you get into the whole question of what
Yeah.
is frickin' traditional.
Yeah, exactly. I think that category is not going to exist. I think we're going to create them by the actual historic resources design styles as much as we can. Okay, so look, can we just make this Spanish?
Yeah, yeah.
It's it'll be the most popular. EPV, so it's going to cover the most of them. If we try to get specific, then we're going to have to pair it to a style, which there's a lot less of. Because we review all the El Pueblo Viejo, like downtown, and then we also review anything that's an actual historic resource, like a Craftsman up in the hills or Riviera, that. If we do this in Spanish, it'll be more applicable to more houses than if we do it and try to do it in other styles.
Okay.
So it'll mean changing your roof basically, and then we'll be able to tell you the other things to do for.
Do you have renderings of this for the
This
tile
one,
roof?
I do not have renderings.
Oh, okay.
So,
I guess we can imagine it.
yeah, because it's the same floor plan and massing as the other one that we just,
The
the
roofs are
flat,
kind of changing,
the
yeah.
flat roof. one.
Yeah,
And,
so,
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if we gave him enough direction on the last three things that we've discussed, that we don't really need to get into how to change this.
Well, this is the one hop, though. So I think we can do it very easily, because it's the same as the one we just reviewed, which was flat roof Spanish, so all the doors and window stuff still applies, right, in general.
But he has this breeze just so, breeze.
Yeah, so then swap that out for the trellis, because it's in the same location. So do the Spanish trellis from the other one in here, instead of doing this more modern take on a trellis. And then swap out your roof for a Spanish tile roof, two-piece clay tile. And then,
And Mr. Chair, I would rather see it be all hipped roof instead of gable on one end, and then there's a hip at the other end of that elevation.
Definitely.
And then it would make it more diminutive as well.
yeah, that's true. So then make
Wait,
your
where's
two
the hip?
gable ends hips. Make them hipped ends.
Oh, I see what you mean.
I think it kind of works both ways, but I think it's probably a little better the way you're saying, and it would be a little more diminutive as a back house.
I see.
So make both of the gable ends, or both gable
Two
ends hip.
gables, Yeah.
Both gable ends hip, and then the last thing that I see is, because the other things still apply, wrought iron light per those other recommendations, and then, I guess the horizontality of that one window.
yeah, what the,
Maybe go vertical with it. Do a small window, but
That's another bathroom window.
Over the top.
Yeah.
It's gotta be that. Horizontal.
Skylight.
yeah. So you got to find a, well, you can do it in a different way or on a different wall, but don't do, for Spanish, don't do a horizontal. That goes for the other one too.
Yeah.
Don't. And then-
Mr. Chair, we didn't discuss gutters on the first gable end thing, but if there's gutters, then, there's kind of a fascia implied as opposed to rafter tails, and maybe that's the best solution if there's going to be gutters.
Well, why don't you just do it as a plaster, swoop out instead of having a fascia board and all that?
Okay.
And then just put your gutter to that. So just have it all in
No
plaster.
overhang, you just
Yeah,
roll the
just don't do an
plaster.
overhang. Otherwise, you gotta do a real Spanish overhang, and those might get more, they're hard to describe in one
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah.
I'll have to look it up. Yeah.
So, and look at the guidelines too, that'll help you. But having some simple step out and plaster, and then your gutter right attached.
Yeah, there's examples in here.
Okay. So gutter, a Spanish gutter and
So it should be a half-round gutter on this.
yeah. Half round gutter on plaster. Okay, anything else?
I think that's enough direction on this.
Okay, all right,
Is that
we
good
got
for
it?
you? Is that helpful?
Gives me homework.
That's right.
okay by the hour.
We should specify that the starter course of the tile should be doubled
That's true.
with a pan and mortar bird stops, not clay tile bird stops.
Okay, I'll do research. I don't know that one, but I'll
Oh,
research.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you'll see.
The code requires, so especially if it's in high fire, so embers can't get up there, but.
Up into the roof.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look into it.
Yeah, the better look is just a glob of mortar instead of these red clay tile things that have the manufacturer's logo on them.
To plug the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you've got the tile, it plugs the end up.
Okay. I've never done it, but
Yeah,
I'll look into
yeah.
it.
All right.
Yeah.
You're going to be an
right.
expert at the end of this.
Yeah.
All right, any other comments to add? All right,
make
can we
a
get those
motion.
read back?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll read the comments back. So I just copied the trellis one from the other one. So top trellis members need to be minimum 3x and include a detail on the end. Support posts shall be minimum 6x6 posts and beams. Change roof to a two-piece Spanish tile roof. Change the gable ends to hip ends, or should it be a wrought iron light fixture? Change the horizontal window to vertical. Remove the overhang, include a half-round gutter. And then I know there was just a comment about the starter rows, but I missed it. So if you could reiterate.
Well, you kind of got it. It's a double starter course on the clay tile with mortar bird stops.
He basically stacked 2 clay tiles on top, so it looks more serious. Looks
Yeah.
like it's been layered over time.
Okay.
So,
No S
But it's
tiles.
just that front one.
Okay.
Yeah, no S tiles. That would be one piece. Okay. Anything? Okay. Everything else good? All right. Do I have a motion?
He made a motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. All right, now we got the swing of this. All right. So let's do, thank you very much for being the first, the guinea pig. Yep, all right, we're on to item 6, pre-approved accessory dwelling unit. This is a proposal for design option A, and we'll just call it design option A, and we'll see where we go with it. Gable roof. Request to provide a recommendation to staff for approval with conditions, or denial of design A. No specific findings are required. Recommendations on each individual design option will be taken by a motion and a majority vote. Exterior colors are to be approved as shown on the plans or to match primary residence. Recommendations are non-appealable. All right, so come on up.
Hello, board.
Hello.
How are you all doing today?
Good.
Getting tired.
It's a long day.
All right. So if you can introduce yourself for the record, and then let's make, yeah, your light's on, good. And then you can walk through your design fairly quickly, and then we'll do what just happened.
Hello, I'm Adam Stickles. I am here to present a gable roof Spanish style ADU. This is a placeholder cover sheet. Here we have the materials boards, which have been addressed by SFDB also. We have stucco. Oh, where have we gone?
And go ahead and keep going. I'm just going to grab a little more coffee.
Go ahead. Stucco, which has been referenced that it needs to be smooth to keep with the Spanish style instead of the textured one. Spanish style roof tile, which is terracotta or to match existing, which is already to be expected. All windows are to be aluminum clad windows with wood backing, bronze coloring or to match existing of main residence. There is a concrete patio proposed on the site, so I have listed it as just regular concrete, but the color is to match the existing residence or it may be tile. There is a exterior lighting fixture, which I have given a placeholder, but also specifications as to what that would be. Continue on. Placeholder for site plan, placeholder for residence. Our floor plan, which is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, living and kitchen, sunken-in entry room, and a rear double doors. Looking at 3D images, this is the front looking at the side towards the bedrooms. So we have receded windows that are pushed into the wall with sloped sills. Then we have a step up to the main entrance with a exterior lighting. This is also from the front, from the living room side, showing off the chimney and the scalloping towards the tile. I did show rectangular gutters here, but now I have heard that is to be round, so we will take that into consideration.
I like the way those stepping stones are levitating above the.
Yeah. Rough
Those
design.
are anti-gravity.
Same with the back. It is just a concrete patio levitating,
Uh-huh.
showing 2 exterior lighting sources with a detail underneath the roofing that is just supposed to be a stucco bevel, along with the scalloping.
Go ahead.
This is our roof plan, so it's all supposed to be tile. The detail is not totally showing up, but tile Spanish roof plan. Then our sections show drop-down ceiling throughout, then with the gabling above with an attic space and a 8-foot ceiling height for across the board, 12-foot ridge line, and then a roughly 14-foot tall chimney. And that is my presentation to the board.
Right. So we'll go to. Let's go to public comment. All right.
Thank you, Chair Grumpine. At this time, I don't see anyone moving in the room. We also do not have any virtual participants, and we didn't receive any written correspondence, so I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. To the commission, questions and let's just do all.
Mr. Chair.
Let's just go to the whole thing.
I have
Let's
a
just have a
question.
discussion. Yep.
Mr. Chair, is the chimney that tall? I'm asking the applicant. Is the chimney that tall because of code?
It is just 2 feet above this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I was also going to ask about the chimney. Were you planning a wood-burning fireplace?
No, this is supposed to be all electric in the
Electric.
intent, yeah.
So then that
It's-
code for the ceiling, or the chimney doesn't apply?
It's aesthetic, but to keep up with the look as to how other buildings are going to be built, 2 feet would be the best.
Well, I mean, typically, it's more successful if it's on the gable end and more towards the ridge, and so it's not sticking up so much. So to have it towering up that much at the low end of the roof is kind of out of proportion, and especially since you don't need to, since it's an electric fireplace, I would lower that down. And probably not have the tile run across it. The tile should stop it when it gets to it.
Is it an actual vent, or is it?
No,
No.
just aesthetic.
Okay. So then the other thing is, because it's just aesthetic, you don't have to have a spark arrestor.
Yeah.
And you can even actually do it as a
you could
original
do it.
traditional chimney with no spark arrestor or anything, just like a chimney.
What do they call it, a bishop's peak or something like that?
that. You can do.
Yeah.
So look at historic examples for it, because you're free to do, whatever now, so, which is great. And so you don't, and they often tended to be a little bit lower than what our current code is, the 2 foot above everything within 10 feet. They didn't quite go as high oftentimes, for Spanish. Okay, so then let's talk about the other thing. So, and actually regarding that chimney, can you zoom in on it? So I think the eave line coming across is, I think it should just probably end in the plaster.
That's what Steve said.
Oh, did he? Okay, that's
Yeah.
what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
So it would the roof would cut there around the chimney, correct?
So the chimney, align it with the wall, so it's
Be
going
one
straight up.
continuous
and then-
plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or it's proud.
Oh, yeah, maybe move it all the way to the corner and then let the.
Yeah.
And just have the chimney come
Yeah,
from
and
the
just
corner.
have the chimney
Like
hold
it's
the
an
corner.
extrusion from
Yeah.
the wall itself.
And then you can get rid of that upper portion of it, because you don't have a spark arrest or anything. Yeah, and then I don't know that you need it flaring like that either, so maybe just coming up out of the corner. How it comes down then flares out sideways. If you're gonna flare it, you kinda wanna step it away and like let it actually be an
Or-
element. That's the other way.
You could do that too. Or the front and right sides could be plumb all the way up, and then the left side and back behind there could be tapered some.
Okay.
Yeah.
Asymmetrical chimney.
Yeah. And I would say, because there's a little bit of study there, maybe come with a couple little options for us. We can
Yeah.
just pick one and go. 'Cause that way, you don't get stuck on, we're trying to do this all in one hop. Yeah, which is we never do, for the record. This is our first time. Okay, so let's keep going around and see what other comments to make.
What is with is that light fixture over?
Oh, yeah, why
is
that light fixture
there?
over there? The one that's.
To give the whole patio space that lighting area, because it's just with the one next to the door, yes, you're getting in lighting, but it's not going to illuminate the whole patio space.
Yeah, it looks like a widow. It looks like.
Yeah, so it got kicked out.
Yeah.
Maybe, you don't have much space there with the door, because I would say otherwise you want to frame it on the wall, or frame the
You mean
door.
put it on either side?
Yeah.
Is that the entry door?
No, that is the back patio door.
Okay.
Well, I don't think you need that light.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
it's
you
a
need it.
widow. It's
You've
just
got enough there. It's just a small
Eliminate.
patio.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
eliminate that light. It's enough that.
And also, that's not quite the right style of light
No,
fixture.
it's-
Typically, it would have flat
It's
glass
like
in
a
it. It
carriage
wouldn't
style.
have
That's-
cast glass with all that.
So
More French
So
kind of
that could
looking.
be a good general comment, is go for more Spanish lighting. And again, like we had mentioned, the other person, some manufacturers could look at are Handelman and Santa Barbara Lighting. Both of them do, generally speaking, a good job of all this.
And it has to be night sky compliant.
Yes, and that's the other thing, but yeah, you'll see that with, you'll see that with the building department, so. All right, what is next?
The circle around the
go
building.
around.
So,
Go around the corner.
yeah. So the entry is recessed in that alcove, huh?
Correct.
That's
How,
nice.
how much plaster do you have on that? If you were looking at the entrance, it would be the left side. It looks like a skinny wall.
Yeah.
Go to the floor plan for that. Six feet, or 6 inches.
Yeah, it's a little wimpy. Maybe fur it in more, and actually that'll help you even center it on the door, maybe. Maybe not.
What if they put a little porthole in it, a little something in that wall, a little hole to
Where?
the left?
Oh,
So, you know, because it's a little entryway with the arch.
Oh, yeah, you mean have an opening to the side, too?
Yeah.
It could, but still, I think you still.
The bigger issue
The
is the
six
thinness of that
inches
wall.
wall, 6-inch thick wall going up and actually holding the corner. So maybe make that wall at least 8 inches, yeah.
You know where it makes the right angle?
Yes, where that corner, yeah. 'Cause
Right.
6 inches of plaster, it's kind of pretending to be brick covered in plaster, right? So even just, a couple bricks would be more than that, so. And it's holding the corner, which it needs to be stronger. And that might mean you need to pad in both sides to make it, if you have aligned it with the door, the front door, I don't know that you have, but if you've centered it on that opening on the front door, then you might need to pad in both sides a couple inches.
Or just move the door over.
Or move the door over.
Okay.
So
But
then.
you could have a little decorative element in that.
Yeah, I think that could be a great spot for.
Something, maybe it's a little niche,
Yeah,
something Spanish.
yeah. So look at a decorative element too. It's not necessary, but it would be nice in China.
And that light fixture could be a pendant. You could have a
Yeah.
little lantern pendant coming down instead of a wall fixture.
Instead of on the outside of
In
the wall.
that
and
little
inside the wall.
alcove, yeah, that'd be
Yeah, in
really
the
cool.
alcove, a little
Yeah.
Moravian star or something.
And then you've set all your windows in, right, depth-wise, that's good. Let's see what else.
It's a nice plan.
Yeah, you did a
I
very
think you
good
did a
job.
good job on the plan.
Thank you.
Can you zoom into the windows? I want to see how they're divided into portions.
It's like a wee Irish cottage.
Hearing
the moors.
what we were talking,
On
or
the
what was
moors.
being talked about with the last
And what kind
applicant,
of landscape do we have?
the breakups are not enough.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's close.
Could use
You
one
got
more horizontal,
Yeah,
One more.
one more horizontal. You've got to.
What are all those things back there? Is that like your
Condenser and your
heater
meter
or
and
your water
heater.
on demand or
Yeah.
something or other?
Possible gas meter.
Yeah.
We don't care about mechanical stuff.
That's on the back side.
No, I'm just kidding. It's important
Yeah.
to think about it. Okay,
And what about the muntins and everything?
yeah, so we just talked about that, adding one more horizontal to that one right now that you see.
Instead of a four?
Yeah, so instead of having it 4
Six
and
lights.
vertical, make
Six
it
lights.
6, so it ends up being a little more horizontal.
Yeah.
It might end up squarish, but horizontal.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go, keep looking.
Cottage.
There's a surf spot right
What do you have? You have copper gutter?
Correct.
That's great.
Oh,
We love
wow.
that.
Can they have a alternate if they,
No, we just keep it with the copper. If they propose it, no. We got a good cover gutter one.
9.
This, okay.
what material were the windows? Did we already ask about that?
What's your
Aluminum.
spec?
Yeah, that was back in materials there, aluminum clad with a burnished bronzer to match the existing residence.
Can we zoom in on that 3D view of entry where the downspout connects to the gutter?
Oh, it is a little far apart, correct.
What you can do is just hit the Z key and draw a marquee around what you want to enlarge.
There you go.
Whoa.
No, just draw
Too
a
much.
marquee around what you want to enlarge, and then it'll hit Control-0 and it'll go back to full page. Okay. Yeah, now just draw a marquee. There you go. Go in even further. If there's another place to bring that downspout down, that would sure be a lot
Yeah.
better.
What
Even
about
if
off
it
to the
was,
side of that window?
yeah, to the right side.
So on the other side of the entry.
Yeah, yeah. Or you might try to center it, but you take the light and put it, when you put it into a pendant.
Yeah, you're going to get rid of that light, so you come down between the entry alcove
Yeah,
and the...
that's a good spot.
Yeah,
That's a great solution.
yeah.
You could simplify that archway a little bit, too. Sorry.
That's a little, it's kind of nice, a little fancy. This could be the fancy model that people pick.
Yeah.
All right.
And then you talked about the mountains everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go more horizontal, so you probably just add
And would-
add.
So is it like a cat's paw, stucco, or?
Oh, well, you meant smooth, so I think part of it is steel trowel, okay, so.
Yeah.
And finish with steel trowel.
Well, just
yeah.
not a sand float finish, not a Spanish lace.
Yeah.
No,
But,
we want like kind of steel trowel.
well, so at
Steel
least you
trowel
get
can
a
be either
decent.
cat's paw, or it can be totally flat, but it's all done with a steel trowel.
Yeah, but more,
So,
steel trowel to
yeah.
me is like.
Well, not like, yeah.
Not totally smooth.
Yeah, yeah.
We haven't
Textured.
talked about like, you know,
yeah, bullnose corners, not square.
got so far.
Yeah, he got far on this,
We
yeah.
wanna have an east edge.
Yeah, bullnose, uh-huh.
square.
All right.
What about, so then the plaster goes into the window?
Yeah, it looks like he's got it that way
Yeah, and
already.
he's got things.
I saw the plan showed 2x6 exterior walls.
You might want to, I don't know if you have it, but you might want a tooled drip on up on the inside of your
Window heads.
window head.
The drip line underneath.
Yeah, because you don't have anything else for the drip off. So.
This isn't showing, this is suggesting the tile roof, not seeing it.
Yeah, this is suggesting the tile roof and how it's going to be placed with the scalp, but
You weren't trying to pull a fast one on us. And be
no, and be like, this is actually
Not
tile.
red 90 pound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? This is. We already did public comment.
Yeah.
We already went around the building.
Yeah, enough of it, I think.
Yeah.
An advisory for the applicant, your title block says architecture and planning, and technically you could get fined by the state for using the word architecture.
Understood.
Yeah.
But no one cares about planning.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? Do you want to read back those comments and then we can?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll read back the comments. Lower the chimney and eliminate the tile running across the eave line. Move the chimney to the corner and remove the flaring at the corner. Study Spanish-style chimney examples and return with a couple of options. Eliminate the light fixture on the wall of the back patio and study more Spanish lighting. The wall on the left side of the door should be at least 8 inches and study a decorative element for the door opening.
Entry door.
Okay.
For that wall.
Yeah.
Did we see the door itself?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
We didn't see the door.
Can you take a look at the door?
I'll go to
Sorry.
elevation.
You good?
Yeah, it's good.
Did you say the east edge?
She hasn't got all the way through the comments yet.
Not
So-
a solid door.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think a V-groove
Yeah.
vertical
Yeah.
boards would be
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
It could have a little, window in it, but
And you can look at a panel door if you want to do a Spanish, but you make sure it's authentic divisions and it's not some, American Clean Revival or Craftsman or something else.
Yeah.
So that's the
stock
easiest.
TM Cobb.
Yeah. All right. Want to keep going?
Yeah, so the comment you just made, I'm just going to read that back because I'm a little unclear. I put change the door to a V-groove vertical board wood door. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then
And then we can say an appropriate Spanish.
okay. Okay. Next comment: add a pendant to the door alcove. Change the windows to
A
6.
pendant light.
Or replace use
Yeah.
a pendant instead of the wall sconce.
Yeah.
Okay, so add a pendant light to the door alcove instead of the wall sconce.
Correct.
Okay, change the windows to 6 muntins instead of 4. Center the downspout between the front door and the window. Add a tooled drip on the side of the window heads.
It should actually be change the windows to 6 lights, not 4.
Yeah.
6 lights. Okay.
And did we mention the lighting? The lighting?
Which lighting?
Well,
There's a couple.
Study more
more traditional
Spanish style
Yeah, Spanish style. Yeah.
from
Brought to you by.
Yeah.
your sponsor for lighting today.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, my
Anything else? All right, does someone
They're
want to
getting
make a
easier.
motion?
We had a motion in a second, didn't we?
Oh, do we? No, I don't think
I'll
so.
make a motion.
I'll make a
All right,
motion.
Commissioner Butler just made the motion.
I'll second.
All right, Commissioner Drury seconded it. All right, nice. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Gumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yeah.
Commissioner McClure.
Yep.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right. Great.
Excellent.
Oh,
Thank
boy,
you.
we're on to our last one.
It's getting faster.
We're setting a new record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we are on to item 7, pre-approved accessory dwelling units. Proposal for design option A, design option B, design option C, and design option D. And we have request to provide a recommendation to staff for approval with conditions or denial of designs A, B, C, and D. No specific findings are required. Recommendations on each individual design option will be taken by motion and majority vote. Exterior colors are to be approved as shown on plans or match primary residence. Recommendations are non-appealable. All right, welcome. All right, if you can introduce yourself for the record.
Hello.
There. Yeah,
All right,
there
can you hear me now?
Yes.
First, thank you so much for the long evening you guys are putting in today.
Thank you. Sorry.
You're gonna suffer through this.
No. I'm
take it out.
impressed.
Always the best to be the last of the
This is
long
your
meetings.
fault.
You know everyone wants to go.
No, I'm thoroughly impressed. You're handling it so well. I'm Lucrezia De Leon. I'm here in a collaboration with AMA Assets, Custom Home AI, Builders Capital, and BIM Quote. We have collaborated on designs where not only can we partner with the City of Santa Barbara for pre-approved templates, but also partner with a builder that can crane drop, install, and do exterior finishes at an entry-level price of $125 per square foot. And then also the build time is 30 days, the installation is 3 days.
Wow.
And that's prior to developing the land, of course. So these particular designs that we're doing today are based off of what can be built, shipped, and crane dropped in and installed, as well as, of course, trying to sit in with the aesthetic of our beautiful city. You've been here for a very long time. So this presentation I had, feel free to look at this another time if you would like. Essentially, what we wanted to do was to create housing that addresses the current median income, both for workforce and below, cut down on the permitting process that is intimidating for an on-demand culture, and really just kind of help equalize that cost to build that's now exceeding income limits of homeowners. Sounds like you've been briefed on RENA. I see a lot of familiar faces tonight, so I know you know all this, so we'll go on to the
Thank you.
My pleasure. I lost the plan. Hold on here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I did design this just for planning review. I do want to go over a few items here as we go through. So I designed the cover sheet to make it as simple as possible. We have areas for Title 24 and mandatory measurements. SFDB did give commentary that it would be great on this site plan. We were told to just put a placeholder here, but to actually mock up kind of an introductory of just the distance from the existing. So that will be put in here. Not that that's really too pertinent for HLC, but just in case you're kind of thinking about the location of the ADU in relation to the existing buildings. These floor plans, so we have a 250 square foot ADU. Again, this is based off of trying to confine with those 12, 14, and 16 feet wide that we can do those, but they can be brought together, as you can see on the 450 square foot ADU. So I designed we designed a craftsman style as well as a Spanish colonial. I'm going to move to the renders, and then I'll tell you what changes are in the process of being revised right now, just in case that kind of breaks down commentary time. So SFDB brought up, they think the first craftsman, they weren't a fan of, so we're actually going to be eliminating this template here. But the second render that you can see here, that's a craftsman. They did say that they would prefer to see all one siding, so we're going to have two options for that. One that's just the board and batten, and then the option where it's just the horizontal siding. And then for the Spanish colonial, we're adding corbels at the front archway, as well as an option to use some of the pearl chase blue on the trim siding. The window is curved sill, but of course, whatever else you guys see fit. There will also be a spec sheet really honing down on the Spanish colonial exterior lighting type, door type, milk guard window, etc. But just in case that helps out a bit. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, let's see. Does that covers your presentation for all?
I try to make it as brief as possible, but please tell me to slow down, talk about anything else that you have questions about. I'm just going to listen and take notes.
So for instance, are there views of the other elevations of each of these styles?
So there are, yeah, I can go back up. And so this is that 250 square foot ADU. Here's the 450 square foot ADU.
And are we covering design option A through D all in one here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
You got the two 250s there for the craftsman and the Spanish, and then we got 2 400s. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Craftsman, Spanish.
And Chair Grumbine, if it's helpful, you may sort of combine motions if you feel it appropriate. You don't have to do a motion on each design option. You can lump in A and B.
Okay,
or
so maybe
however
we'll
you see
just
fit.
get all of our comments for each of the options, and then we'll do one motion at the end.
Yeah, we have the
And-
two, we have the two
Yeah.
options, I mean, regardless of the square footage.
Yeah.
We have the two styles, the craftsman and the Spanish. I just had one question. You have colors, and we've been kind of putting that off and saying right now we haven't been really addressing the colors. But why was it that ABR didn't want the first?
SFDB, I think.
So
single family.
Yeah.
Why did they not want the first one there?
Well, I tried to make the first one kind of have an homage to the bungalow district. They felt that the I think it's called Classic White, Sherwin-Williams, option 2 was a better fit for craftsman style. They felt that fit better in with the Mesa and similar craftsman styles of the city of Santa Barbara. But if you at HLC, because these design districts can be for both SFDB, HLC, and ABR, do you like this option? We can keep it in for the HLC option.
Okay,
So what is the difference between the two?
I just wanted to understand
Is it
why
just
they-
color?
It was just color?
Yeah, just exterior
Oh.
finishes.
Oh, okay, got it.
Well, is it shingle clad or is it siding that's painted?
It's just siding.
Okay.
It's actually a sustainable treatment on a wood for the siding.
Heat treating?
Correct. Yeah, so trying to kind of do a sustainable option for the city of Santa Barbara as well.
In both, it's just the color that's different.
Correct, yeah, just exterior
Same
siding.
material, it's just
Exactly.
the color.
So that way we can keep the price point at $120.25, and then the turnkey option for the exterior siding, there's no surprises. And then it's also still beautiful and doesn't stand out in the city of Santa Barbara. We want something that's going to add to the existing character.
Can you zoom in on both of those?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Chair Grumbine, just a reminder, we do need to open public comment at some point for this one.
Okay,
Oh,
got it.
sorry.
Yeah.
Do you want to
What's
open
the
public comment first?
Yeah, let's go to public comment. Yep. Okay, let's do that. There's someone in the room.
He's a victim, he's not.
That's our first applicant.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair Grumbine. At this time, we don't have any virtual participants, and we didn't receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay.
I will also note that on that first rendering, there is a rendering error. I don't know if you can see this I think it's the lighting that picked up oddly as it PDF'd, so.
Well, and in some
Please
places,
disregard
it
that.
looks like it's horizontal siding, and then there's this kind of vertical stripe.
Yeah, and it's
on
all,
the left.
yeah, it's all vertical. I think the lighting, when it rendered, kind
all
of created
vertical
us.
siding?
It's all vertical siding, yeah.
It looks like it's horizontal on the right
Yeah.
there.
I know, I think it is supposed to be all just horizontal, correct, just vertical, but it was just a rendering
Oh, wait,
from
so-
her.
And so the
Sorry,
other
I'm-
one is
yeah.
also vertical, it's just a different color.
Correct, so the second one, we have the combination,
Oh,
yeah.
So
Yeah,
the
that's what-
vertical on the
that
top
is-
and you have horizontal on the
yeah,
bottom.
okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And then SFDB said they prefer it all to be one material, so we're giving two options where one is just all board batten and the other one is all horizontal siding.
Okay, and then, what is, okay, so I think.
Maybe we should see
See-
the
see
drawn
drawings, yeah,
elevations
Yeah,
Okay, I think that sounds great.
a little clearer.
yeah.
Absolutely. It's a lot.
So, Chair Grumbine, so again, we weren't really addressing color. Just as a note, I kind of thought the dark one was interesting because it looks like the dark shingle, which is so, common. So I would, but again, we were kind of putting that off
Yeah, and I
to let
think
it
that
match, so.
we can also, I don't know if our color chart is designated for craftsmen or not, but that'd be a question to Ms. Hernandez. I can't remember whether we actually have colors within our color
No.
things that have been designated for that. Okay, because it's usually just working with Ms. Hernandez to find an appropriate craftsman color, so.
So
that-
our opinion, I believe, what we've been saying today is that it would match the house. So
Right.
if you had a
That's
dark
an easy enough way to
shingle
make it,
house, you
yeah.
would pick one of these and it would be dark. It might not have the exact same, it wouldn't have maybe shingles on it like the
Yeah.
original house, but it would be painted out the color. So we wouldn't be having necessarily the same opinion that single family
Yeah,
had.
for sure.
Okay.
And then can you zoom in on the columns? Is that you don't have any more detail than that, right? For the
Not just for the preliminary planning. However, if you want me to add some details, I'm happy to do so. We were going to do
That's
that as we
fine.
go into building.
No,
and safety.
that totally makes sense. So, the craftsman columns, what are they made of? Is there a post in the middle? Or are they wrapped? What are they?
It's just a wood cladding.
Okay.
I mean, are they a prefabbed element, that's like out of
Yes.
polymer or something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Well,
Otherwise, there's a lot of fancy millwork to
Yeah.
build those.
We could do some fancy millwork if you like, though. Yeah.
We can get you to $450 a square
Yeah.
foot.
Okay, great. No problem. I'm sure the city will love that.
We're good at that. Mr. Chair, if I may ask,
Yeah.
how deep is that to the front door? From the-
Oh, the porch, I
Yeah.
believe it's 5 feet. Yes, it's 5 feet deep.
That's the nice.
Well, that's generous.
You can have a chair out there.
Yeah.
A little
the
table, a
idea
couple
is-
chairs.
is,
I invite you over, you can
I
come
love that the
over
city
and-
of Santa Barbara has so many bungalows where there is that nice front porch, an extension of existing space, especially with an ADU, you still want to offer autonomy. And so I think that offers that.
I think that's really important.
Is that a board and batten siding you're showing there?
On this elevation, yes.
Yeah. So let's just dig in for this one. So a couple of quick things. I don't think board and batten is best for craftsmen. I think you typically find shingles or you find horizontal siding. So I think if you're, to keep it simple, I would just say go horizontal siding for the whole thing.
Absolutely.
As opposed to, yeah.
Absolutely,
Cottage
yeah.
styler.
Mhm,
What
yeah.
do you, I would look to you, Anthony, and others about the posts and the
Yeah,
proportions
so,
of them.
and I'm trying to think of how this can be done in one shot, but, yeah, so there's a couple of sort of basic rules for it, and when you look at some historic craftsmen here, and then try to just copy it.
Okay, I can do that.
That's the shortest version, but you basically, and you have it as battered right now, so
Mm-hmm.
you have like a battered column that does this, and so that's fine. It's typically would be a little bit shorter, and then you're gonna have something like a quarter round trim up here. You're gonna have your abacus is there, that's a square, and then, but this is all square, and if you can do it with an inset, like you kind of have it,
Mm-hmm.
but you gotta work on sort of that whole proportion, and then whatever it's sitting on base-wise is usually in from that
Okay.
base. And then this is the really important part. This needs to be inset and stick the capital out past your, and then you'll have your porch going across here, and then whatever, however it transforms.
Got it.
Usually this is a big beam that goes across, and then it transforms up into the, whatever your siding or whatever you have.
Okay.
So just look at, very closely at the examples, and then try to copy that.
Got it. Thank you.
And then,
Mr. Chair.
yeah, and this could be concrete if you want, as a less expensive, or brick.
Yeah.
Is the
Okay.
beam against the house, is it subsumed by the wall halfway? Or is it? does it
In that
sit
gable above
completely
the,
proud of the house?
in-
Well, there's the one on the front. that
Of the
supports-
porch
it's
that
a-
goes-
Of the porch, and then there's that.
Yeah, good point. So then I would just eliminate that.
Yeah, you don't
Eliminate
need
the
that.
one,
Yeah, you don't
yeah,
need that.
totally,
Okay.
just the two out
got
front.
it.
Sorry, that was good, that's a very good.
Yeah, you
Gotcha.
don't need
That's
wait,
it.
which-
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And now you
You
saved.
just, you
Yeah,
decreased
now
the
it's
cost.
122.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair. I know it's late, but if we can just make sure we're not talking over each other so
Oh, yeah.
the secretary can capture.
yeah,
Okay.
okay, so what were you guys just talking about?
Long day.
So if you look in the bottom right drawing there,
Uh-huh.
there's a engaged column. It's like this inset into the building, like a pilaster, where the porch is.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
And so that can just be eliminated altogether. You just need two posts out front
And
for
there,
supporting
yeah.
your porch.
Yeah.
You don't need that.
Okay.
Perfect.
And then.
What about trim, window?
Yeah, you're lacking trim everywhere, and so casings around the doors and windows, and that gable end over the entry porch, there would be the appearance of a beam, which would probably just be a wide trim, 1x8
Yeah.
or something like that.
And then make sure that as a craftsman, this guy comes over a little bit.
Okay.
And then your trim will come up, and so you're gonna have this little overhang, and look at what other craftsmen do for that, and then you'll get all those trim sizes and everything right.
Details
There's a
really
little-
matter, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And also, it looks like those three, maybe this is just a drafting thing, but on the lower left elevation, you've got looks like a sloping sill at the bottom of the windows.
It's a,
That
it's
should
a,
just-
Yeah, it's
Maybe that's
different
from
than
the
the other
Spanish
elevation.
version.
it's just the rendering, whenever,
Okay.
yeah.
So anyway,
I-
that would
thank
have
you for
that would
catching
have a
that.
trim around, and then also the elevation on the right, it looks like the head of the, they're not aligning.
Yeah. it
Yeah,
looks
I
like
noticed that now too. Thank you for catching that. I'll correct that. I'll correct the head height.
Got the downspout.
And the downspouts
In the
don't
middle
offset
of the
all the way
window.
back over to the wall.
Okay.
And then, one more eave overhang. So craftsman eaves really go out far.
Yeah.
Right.
So that, you probably need to get minimally
half or
18
something.
inches, yeah.
18 inches, right?
Yeah,
That's a
foot and a
foot.
half, yeah.
Got it.
And that's part of what gives it strong character. And then, on the ends, just have it open, rafter tails.
Okay.
So, and then your gutter can attach right to the face of those.
Yeah.
No
Okay.
fascia.
You got it.
Mr. Chair, personally, on those entry columns, I think simpler is better and not the little inset on the slope sides and just a smooth
Yeah.
face.
Okay.
And the bases up higher.
Okay.
Yeah, proportionally, yeah, find a good historic example in town and copy those proportions.
Okay.
Because I think that.
1710 Grand Avenue,
Yeah.
that's my house.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have 4 of them.
Okay. I'm going there.
They'll have you over for coffee.
You can buy a painting while you're there.
Oh, beautiful. Let's do both.
And what kind of roofing is proposed here?
Asphalt shingle.
Okay, so dimensional would be good, so they've got texture to them.
Okay.
And what kind of gutters and downspouts?
So on SFDB, we were talking about that. I'm open to whatever you guys recommend on the gutters and downspouts.
I think OG is fine, but a half round is nice too.
And,
The idea was to do a painted OG, but we could do
I mean,
anything else. yeah.
Copper's a nice upgrade, it can be
I don't
offered.
think- I think copper's too much. No, I think, yeah, I just think it's a little pretentious for,
for craftsmen?
We have to-
I think there's a mix. It does, I think it happens both ways for historic
I
craftsmen.
guess depending, would we want it to match the house again? Is this one of
That could
those
be
things?
good, but
Yeah.
it needs to be pre-approved. So maybe you get both details as an option.
That's a
Because
good
I think
idea.
they're interchangeable in terms
Yeah.
of that, and then just
Okay.
say match the house.
Both
And we
options
have to
match.
help people keep from being pretentious.
This is Santa Barbara, that's our job.
Yeah.
But to not look like we're trying to. Okay, so we're good with this?
Yes.
Okay, so
You
let's.
did
we
it.
got through A.
Spanish, excellent.
Okay.
Okay.
So then Spanish. All
Okay,
right.
here, on
That's
that
A,
entry.
A and D.
Oh, so
This is
what
A
we
and
just
D.
looked at was the 450 square foot of the Craftsman, but as you can see, the second version of the Craftsman is
All right, so
exactly the
let's see if we
same.
can just
It's
do
the
the
same,
same.
so.
Is the same, yeah.
Same comments.
So can we just say A and
I
D
just want to make sure
Craftsman?
that.
Pardon
No's a C. Oh, no, wait, no, D.
Yeah,
Yeah,
A and C.
A and D.
A and D, okay.
A and D.
Would,
Yeah.
Is the
just as a
Craftsman.
suggestion, Mr. Chair, would you want to
See
make
you
a
later.
motion for options A and D, for,
A and
make
D.
those comments with the Craftsman
Okay.
options? And
Yeah,
then do
let's go,
another
let's do
motion
that.
for
Let's
the
A and D, we'll do one motion and take care of both of them. Can you go back up to that,
Item D.
item A real fast? Because we had made the comments on D. I just wanted to.
Oh, we did.
Get eyes on it.
Okay.
Just to
Right.
make sure there's not something else jumping out here.
Yeah, I think just the
I think it's
same
the same.
comments, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so, and it has the horizontal siding.
Yeah.
All the way, so that's great. That's what we're looking for.
Okay.
Does this have a flat ceiling?
Except,
Flat
except in the
ceiling
gable
it?
end, it's
Yeah, it
got
has a
board and
drop
batten, so
ceiling.
that should go.
In the, well, in the studio, it's all vaulted ceiling to allow as much headroom as possible. It's 8-foot plate height, but it is vaulted. In the 450, as we would show on the section, which I can add in, it's a drop ceiling for the bedroom. But
And
we
the
can
other
keep that
part's
vaulted
vaulted?
as well.
No,
Mhm.
I just was curious.
Yeah, the idea is to make it feel as spacious as possible, even though it's so small.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
So in our document, it says 400, but it's 450?
Yes, yeah, sorry, it's 450.
450.
All right, so let's go with a,
Oh, sorry. Here, I'll go down.
let's hear back the notes, and then we'll get a motion for for A and D,
A and D.
and get
Craftsman.
those checked off.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll read back the comments. The color should match the existing house. Change the siding to horizontal siding. Study columns on historic craftsman styles in Santa Barbara. Eliminate the column inset into the building. Add casings around the doors and windows. The eave overhang should be 18 inches and add open rafter tails to the ends. The roof should be dimensional asphalt shingles. Include options for an OG and a round gutter.
And it was eliminate.
In
the
painted or
beam,
copper?
Not the column.
What's that?
The beam that's at this is what,
I'll make that motion.
we said to
Hold on one
eliminate
second.
the
Oh, sorry.
beam.
Sorry,
but when
can you
you-
reread
in
that-
a minute,
that
she
part?
said column.
Are we talking about the gutter right now, or are we talking about the column?
Column.
We're talking about,
Okay.
you called it out as a column to eliminate, but I believe it was the beam that runs across.
Oh, no, I think it's the
It's
second pair of
it's
columns
the
are
second
against
pair
against
against the
the
house.
Okay,
wall.
okay.
And then,
it
okay,
is
so that's good, clear. And then one other point to add to that is to look at the historic style guide for craftsmen. There's more of that in some of this theory that is in there.
Perfect, thank you so much.
I'll still make that motion.
Yes, great, thank you. And then we have a second?
Second.
All right, great. We got a motion and a second under discussion. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik?
Yes.
Commissioner McClure?
Absent.
Oh, sorry,
gone.
Commissioner
Bugged
Drury?
out.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Vice Chair House?
Yes.
Chair Grumbine?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, great. Now we're down to the last round, the Spanish. All right, B and C.
Yeah.
And here's the Spanish.
So I was starting to comment on the upper left elevation, and, you know, it's just very weak, because typically the archetype is, it's a masonry building and plastered, so things would be much, those,
Picking up those
yeah.
corners especially.
yeah. And so the part above the arch is probably thick enough, it'll look that way, it'll look more appropriate once you make those columns, probably double the width that they are right now.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
And is that a side light next to the door?
Yes, it is a side light,
Can you eliminate that?
absolutely.
You can go to a,
Because then that'll also allow you to
Oh,
convert that
yeah,
in a
there,
lot.
yeah.
you could go to a overhead light in there if you want.
Oh, yeah, go to a pendant.
Go to
Yeah.
a pendant light in
Yeah,
the,
and that
in
could be
the archway.
center it on the
On the,
arch.
on the
That'd be
arch
really
and the
beautiful.
peak of the roof.
Yeah.
Good idea, it's fantastic.
Do you feel like the columns should be more like a column instead of just part of the wall?
Well, they're thickening it in, they're doubling the thickness, so I think that could work. Or it could be a column, but I don't know. I think that it's got that heavy masonry above it look as well, so it might feel better as a just plaster pier.
It does feel a little bit finished above even the arch.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think once the corners are
come in, then
beefed up.
that can drop down a little bit too, and probably
Yeah.
get more plaster, and it'll.
Between the top of the arch and up to the peak.
Yeah, I think you'll get more plaster as it comes in, and it'll also come down a bit.
Yeah.
All right.
So is that clear?
Yes, perfect, yeah.
And then
What is the spring line height right now? I can't read that.
Oh, sorry, it's 11 feet, 3 inches.
Right, it looks like it's the same as the window head height. So what does that say there? To the right side of the arched
The
opening?
plate height is 8 feet, the head height of the door is 6'8". The height of the building is 11 feet, 3 inches.
Okay.
6'8" to the spring.
6'8".
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, so we wouldn't want to come down much more.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's
Yeah.
a long day.
Yeah. So my next comment would be on that lower right elevation. The square windows aren't quite appropriate. They should be more vertical, rectangular,
Okay, that's a good idea. Okay.
And why three?
Yeah,
and divided
Mountains.
lights.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
why three?
okay, perfect.
Or closer together. I don't know what they're in, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
What is that, what room is that in?
That's the
It's a
common
bedroom.
area space.
Oh, okay, that's so great. Yeah, make them bigger.
Did you hear?
What's that?
What was this comment?
Commissioner? For which? For the entry door windows?
Three windows.
The windows, the casement next to the entry door?
No, the 3 windows that are.
Oh,
in the bedroom. No, it was a common room.
Well, on the 250 square foot, this is the common area space, but that said, if we go down to the larger one, this is still the common area space, and then we have a larger window for the bedroom.
okay, so for those casement windows, the big ones, that go to 6 lights, so.
You got it.
3 tall,
Okay.
with muntins to divide.
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely.
think it'd be better to have 2 bigger windows?
Yeah,
Definitely.
6 lights each?
yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
well,
definitely.
when you say common area, do you mean like a family
Living
room? or-
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah,
Two bigger ones.
yeah,
And same thing for this other elevation as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna demolish or to remove the existing 3 windows and replace them with 2 rectangular.
They're demolishing it before they've even built it. Maybe they already have built it.
That's true. I'm gonna remove it. Okay, remove the
Middle of the
proposed.
This is a remodel project.
6 lights.
Yeah.
6 lights.
And
Door
on that
material?
lower left elevation, get that, whatever your window configuration is, get it away from the corner more.
Okay,
More center.
yeah, okay.
I'm seeing this from the side, the porch is a little funky. Because it's got the skinny support of the plaster, and it's not quite a full arch. It's kind of, you dying against. I'm wondering if you just drop it and make it flat on the sides,
Yeah, I think that makes more sense.
The lower right?
where the spring is.
Yeah.
Pardon the interruption, if you could all just make sure you have your mics on still.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was just looking
Do
the wrong
we,
way.
well, also,
Everyone-
as part of this whole thing, I mean, we have a tile roof, right?
Yeah.
We got a tile roof, and then do we want to have this kind of overhang, or do we want to have it go up with a, straight?
Plaster?
Yeah, plaster.
Yeah, so you could make it simpler, and rather than having your gable stick out past the plaster wall, just like some of the previous applicants, just suck it to the wall, and then just either have a little detail or something that's just all in plaster, so you don't even have a rafter there on the end.
That's a good idea.
And then you can also do the same thing on the
all the
sides,
eaves, yeah.
on the overhangs, rather than having it stick out and having to deal with all that. Just suck that back into and just have your gutter with a, sort of plaster bulge out or something.
Yeah.
And you can look at some examples in our style guide as well, or this EPBV guidelines, as well as around town, and how that's done. And that'll save cost too. Now we're down to $1.21.
Yeah.
Gotta add some more back in.
Yeah, that's it.
For awning.
Don't worry, our window spec, I'm sure, is going to,
So you were talking about the archway on the lower right.
Yeah.
Is that?
the lower right and the upper right.
Left.
Upper right and the lower right.
Either side of the
Upper right
porch.
and lower right.
Side,
Yeah.
side arches.
Yep.
Entry.
So just drop those and make them
Make
flat.
them square.
And then what about in the upper right, that window that's kind of up
Oh, actually,
jammed
sorry,
into the
one more thing.
corner?
One more thing, and also make the pier as thick, as wide as it is on the front side too.
Yeah.
You just widened it on the front side, you doubled it.
Square.
So make it, yeah.
Okay.
And it could be L-shaped in plan, but it will want to look like it's square, yeah.
You got it.
Okay, then the window upper right, the one that's in the corner there,
Oh, yeah.
you want to pull that away from the corner?
Yeah,
and-
is there any way of getting, letting,
Yeah.
have some wall space there?
I can move
Breathe?
that. I can move
Same
that.
with
It's for
the lower,
it's
same
for
with the
water
one below
closet.
it.
The bottom left, the triple
Bottom
one?
right.
Oh,
Move it away.
oh, yeah,
Yeah.
So you've got that, both of these two.
yeah.
And
That
all
that
those-
one has a little bit more space at least.
Little more.
But if it can get it to
little bit
breathe,
more to the
that
right.
would be good
Are
too.
all of those at 6'8"?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the triple, on the bottom left, the triple windows, if you can get those, that's tight to the corner as well. So
Got it.
okay, let that breathe a little bit.
Okay.
Well, what this
Wait,
end
wait,
of the
wait,
table
wait.
was
Oh.
suggesting,
Oh.
as in
Yeah?
Commissioner Drury, was to have two windows. Two
Oh, yeah,
larger
you're right,
win-
that'll
two
solve it.
larger
Just don't,
windows.
yeah, just
Just
make
like
sure your
previous.
corners are strong is the main thing for the plaster. Make, yeah,
So
great.
no,
That's
so
a good
instead of
point.
the three windows in both of those elevations, be two larger windows with 6
Yeah.
lights.
Okay, great.
Yeah. And one further comment on the entry porch, if you do make the columns L-shaped, make sure they're at least 8 inches thick,
Okay.
not a 2x4
Yeah.
or 2x6.
Yep.
You know, we're earning our $1.50 an hour.
We are.
We are.
You really
You're getting,
We should
you're
take this
getting
show on the
$1.50
road.
an hour? You're new. You get $1.25, what can I say?
That's right.
I don't get enough to report taxes.
All right, what else? Anything else on either of these? Can you scroll up? Oh, did we cover gutters? Are they,
Yeah, we
talked
said,
about-
we
Well, I
said
don't
the
know if we
other
said
one, we
anything, yeah.
said painted. We'll do the same thing on this one, painted or copper.
yeah, and half round.
Yeah. And then the decorative light, wrought iron, Spanish,
Traditional.
and then you heard the
This is the book, you
potential.
can find this online, and
Oh.
this has a lot of great details and stuff in it.
Or you
It's
could
really
offer,
good,
you
so-
can buy hers for.
Yeah, for low 3 payments of $19.95 each.
Chair and commissioners, I will go ahead and send that to.
And we
the
can offer a
Okay,
coupon.
great.
And
Yeah, that's right. Act now.
Shipping cost, shipping and handling.
All right, what else do we have? Can we go,
Amazon Prime.
can we go up to the
is
other
there
one?
not a back door? Is there only the one front door?
Correct. On this one, there's only the front door. There's no back door. I could do where this window is. This is where the bedroom is. We could make that French doors with access to outside.
Well, That's
That's a good
entirely up
idea.
to you.
Yeah, that was
I think
one
the fire
one
marshal
idea.
would have something to.
No, as long as you're, you can get out the
If it
bedroom
works
windows,
for
you're
your
fine.
floor plan.
Yeah.
Mr.
I've never
Chair,
had to try to do that,
Yeah.
Anthony.
I'm so sorry. Did you wanted me to go up to the other?
Oh, yeah, the other Spanish, just to make sure that we get.
I just have a question of that before we stop.
Go back, go back.
Yeah,
I'm
let's go back
sorry.
down.
Well,
You want me to go back?
yes, just,
Okay.
so
sorry.
the archway,
The big one?
yeah, and then, so the lower right corner, I mean, the lower right image is the pillar of the archway, look from the side, right?
Yes.
Right.
Does that curve bother you at all, or?
Yes,
Yeah, we
yeah,
said
we
that.
already
Make it
chopped it off.
Oh,
You have
good, thank you. That's
You're a
good.
really good architecture sense. Your architecture sense was
beyond.
tingling.
Yeah,
To beyond.
yeah.
Are you ready for me to go?
I don't know what we're ready to
So,
do.
Yeah.
if there
Let's
was
go
a
back up.
door, just aesthetically speaking, if there was a door where in the lower right where that window
Yeah.
is, then that would be pretty with.
could do it in glass
And then you
and-
could have a nice light fixture there, give a little,
Yeah, that,
That's as an option.
if it works
That
for
could
your
be.
floor plan.
In its location, yes, I think it could work perfectly.
Yeah, and you could do it as just one single if it's total width of like 3 feet or whatever, or.
It
you
could
can
be
go-
it could be your emergency exit too.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and It could also just be an option for people, because some site plans, it might work great for a backyard access or
Depending on the
whatever.
position
But
of the
other ones it
house.
might not, so then
Yeah.
if you get them both.
Two options.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you get them both through the building department, then.
That's a good
Based on the
idea.
position of the house, you know, like.
Okay, that's a great idea.
That could be
I
the
think we're
door
just
upgrade.
basically out
Okay.
of ideas at this point.
Yeah, I think we are, but I
You're
just want to make sure that
fantastic.
we don't,
did
miss,
you want-
yeah,
I
can you
have
go
a
back up?
question on this elevation.
Almost.
Okay, so the upper right elevation, is that a double hung window or is that just one muntin in
It
the
does
middle?
look like it is.
It is double hung.
And I don't think that's totally on the backside. You can find them in some 1920s.
Right, but is that a bedroom?
This is the bathroom.
Okay, how
That's
about
for
the other
bath-
one in the gable end there?
And this is a bathroom. So this is
Oh, they're
the
both
bathroom
bathrooms.
that's for like a
Okay.
shared restroom. Mhm.
All right.
And this is the one
Oh,
just for
and
the
what do you,
bathroom
what's
suite.
your spec for doors and windows?
We're just using mill guard doors and windows.
Clad.
Clad, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Aluminum clad?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless you think we should do something different.
No, I think
Gold
that's-
clad.
Yeah.
Gold clad.
Bronze. No, I think that's
Okay.
acceptable.
These
Milgard?
are site-built units, they're not.
Yeah, these are all factory built, and then we brought in and they're shipped in. The exterior siding, so our collaboration with Custom Home AI, they actually have a partnership with certified installers. So, and they have a partnership with Milgard and several other door, window, and that's how we're able to keep the price going
So
to be.
they're able to crane this into a site.
Yeah,
But this
actually.
It's not
raises-
don't they assemble it?
Yeah, when do they
Send all
plaster?
the walls
do
and
you guys-
everything? Or maybe
I'll
we're
show you
getting-
like a quick video if you
getting
want.
into
That's
too
on the other
much.
thing.
It's already after 7 anyways, man.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll show you. All right.
Maybe Dennis
It's
will
movie
come-
time.
Maybe Dennis will come back
We'll get some
again.
popcorn.
This is
Maybe Dennis will
this
come
is
back
this
again.
is how it is in 3 days. There's music, but I won't.
Spare us. Yeah.
What's the name of this company again?
So we, the partnership with AMA Assets is the company that's the factory built, and we're in the process of finishing the warehouse. Yeah. So this is, look, that was in the end of day one. So these units are built within 30 days, and so now we're on to.
So is that
At
because,
the end, you'll see, so there's a morning, final home was in the third day.
Huh.
There's
Interesting.
a company
Okay,
in
so
the
important
Netherlands.
question, the stucco models, are
So-
those pre-stuccoed or stuccoed on site?
Stuccoed on site.
Okay.
Yeah.
in 3 days?
Well, the stucco will have to be
Not
a little bit
including the
longer.
30-day between the
We've got a
scratch
few
and brown.
layers, that we need to do with that. But the idea
Brown and
is
final.
to take the, here, I'll go back, is to take the, where are we here? Is to make a home at an entry-level cost, but not lose the aesthetic of something that is higher end.
Yeah.
Because I want to extend dignity, whether somebody is living in an ADU or they're living in a mansion in Montecito.
We're all for dignity.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, so, and speaking of which, your weep screed.
It needs to be dignified.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So we want the plaster to either meet the concrete, and because you're framing, you're gonna have to get your weep screed up,
Okay.
even on the hardscape. So that transition's really important for us. We don't like the
Step in,
60s,
yeah.
70s step out
Yeah.
of the.
So plaster below the weep screed as well.
Yeah, so
Okay.
if you pull it, you can have a.
I'll add
arch
a note and a
coat.
detail for that.
Or you're going to have a tile base,
Yeah, or
red
something
tile
like
base
that.
or
But look
something.
at that detail and look at around town how it's done too.
Okay, okay.
'Cause it
For how
could
it's
be-
not done in a lot of
Exactly, yeah.
places.
And, yeah,
Okay.
and usually you'll get a little crack line along there,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
it'll still, the moisture will wick up and then stop.
So the changes we're suggesting here don't affect the price in your mind?
Well, I think they might change the exterior pricing much, but not much. Not too much. Maybe the copper a little bit, but not.
But,
not
and
too
if you
bad.
have it both ways, then people can pick.
Have you
Exactly.
put any in Santa Barbara so far?
I'm sorry?
Have you dropped any of these in Santa Barbara City?
Nothing's been dropped in Santa Barbara. Right now, it's all in Texas. We're finishing up the warehouse in New Mexico, and then we'll start being able to crane drop these into Santa Barbara as of January.
That's a big crane to pick it up in New
Well,
Mexico.
you don't have a problem in Santa Barbara.
All right.
Chair, can I make
yes,
may I make a motion to approve
With those comments?
B and C, Spanish, with the comments that we have made.
And
Is
then
the
let's
motion
listen
to continue or to
or
approve?
continue.
Oh, yeah, continue
B and C
indefinitely.
with the comments, and then we'll have Ms. Johnson read them.
I'll second.
All right, thank you for the motion. Second, can you read it off?
You want to
Yes,
read?
thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll read back the comments. Change the light by the front door to a pendant light. Change the square windows to 2 vertical rectangular windows with 6 lights and 3 muntins. Drop the arches and make them flat. Make the pier as wide as it is on the front side and make the columns 8 inches thick. Pull the upper and right windows away from the corner. Include options for both an OG and round gutter and painted or copper. The decorative lights should be wrought iron traditional Spanish style. Add an option to include a back door. And then I think you just made one last point that I missed.
Oh, yeah, and make, get the weep screed to look, have a traditional Santa Barbara Spanish look.
And I think also the muntins, it wasn't 3 muntins, it's 6 lights.
Yeah.
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 3 high.
All right.
That sounds
so-
good to me.
Yep, all good with you in the second
Yeah.
or two? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Vice Chair House?
Yes.
Chair Grumbine?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, commissioners. I'm so sorry.
You go,
Today
this is
was
the
so-
fastest 4 approved designs. All right, and motion, and meeting is adjourned, 7:20.